Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on your geographical location, aka electricity. At 12:30 this afternoon, according to the video sent to me, the national anthem was sung on the floor of the National House of Assembly, Nigeria National House of Assembly. As such, we can safely conclude that it has been signed into law by the president. Today also marked the first year anniversary of the present government in Nigeria. We're going to take stocks and statistics as to the performance so far. But on the other hand, do we really need to take stock statistics of it? Because even the deaf and the blind can feel what is going on in the country. We'll be taking a different approach going forward in respect to this broadcasting and dealing with the issues relating to Nigeria. If you read the comments, the description as to the haste, you will now ask yourself, why the haste in this national anthem? What is the point of this reverting to the old national anthem? What do they aim to achieve? What is there for the citizens who are currently suffering and cannot afford 3 square meal a day? Struggling to keep their head above water. I've often argued on this platform and any other places. Our lawmakers are our problem. You ask yourself, is this the main issues facing the country? That's the question you ask yourself. It passed through the 3 readings in a day, even though according to the report, some lawmakers opposed it, but lo and behold, it's shocking as to why this is the main issue. What is behind it? Is it the case that they've sold the country to someone else? If yes, then they should give the citizens their own share as to, well, we sold this country and this is your own share. So Again, I welcome you all. For those of you in the comment section, I also welcome you to this wonderful show. And Gladys, good afternoon to you too. I already responded. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this broadcast. And I hope I'm going to put the link out there for those who want to join and come and weigh in on the first year anniversary of the president. But I'm going to put this in also. I like this thing, put this in on the platform, this thing for us to. This will be the question of the day. The question is, what are you doing about it? What are we going to do about the situation? We can't shy away from it, whether we like it or not. We can never, ever shy away from what is going on. So no matter what. Yeah, thank you, Gladys. Gladys said 1 year anniversary. What way forward? Yeah. So it's question and question and question and question. And sometimes we've provided a lot of solution, but so far so good. Emeka, good afternoon to you too, and God bless you. Uh, good afternoon to you, Kenny Akinola, Kendi Akinola. It's a great people also as there. I believe everyone is having a great time there, and we are going to look back. So thank you very much. Someone said, Folusha Adeniyi, you said it is to hurt Obasanjo. How will that hurt Obasanjo? The Nigerians have been hurt. How does this hurt Obasanjo? Obasanjo is close to his grave. I mean, given to his age, we don't know who is going to go first, whether it's him or me. But if we go by age, Obasanjo is going to die soon. So how does it hurt him? The man has lived his life. How? The thing is, how does it hurt him? Tracy Jacopa, thank you also for joining. Your admonition is taken on board. Thank you. That is to me personally. I appreciate it. And I'm going to put the link out there right now for those of you who wants to come in and weigh in into this matter. So here is the link for those of you who wants to come and join the broadcast and tell us. The May 29th of last year, the first announcement that was made by the president is fuel subsidy is gone. And after that, we've seen what has gone on in the country. But somebody said something yesterday. I think it's my brother's show. He said since they've reverted back to the old national anthem, are they going to revert back to the old price of the fuel pump, old bag of rice? I go back to how uh, everything has to go back. If this national anthem means a lot to our lawmakers and the president, then the cost of petrol should also mean a lot to them as to how its people has been suffering. I mean, suffered in respect to this. Thank you very much again. Nigerian politicians don't have work to do because they are not elected by them, so they don't know what Nigerian masses want. Corrupt politicians. Is that the case? Do you think they don't know what the masses want? I don't think so. They know what the masses want. Yes, I can agree with you that they are wicked, even though you didn't say so. I say that they are wicked. They know what the masses want. The argument that they were not elected by the people, it's that is not a balanced truth. And even if that is the case that they are not elected by the people, the power still belongs to the people for the people to stand up and rise and do something, which is you and I. So yeah, nice. So thank you. Good to see you again. I was worried you were quitting. No, no, really. It's just thanks and anyway for your concern. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it. You said again for Lauren Shaw to spite him. For Lucia, I beg your pardon. To spite him for what? If you can shed more light on that, why do you want to spite Obasanjo to revert back to the national anthem? The national anthem was, according to the report, was written by English expatriate, one by name Lillian, if I am correct. Was used between 1960 and 1978 before it was a new one was, and so far so good. It's been on that way. But the question many Nigerians are asking is why? What's behind it? Is there something behind it that you and I don't know about it? So that is the reason. But is it our problem? Is the national anthem actually, regardless of who wrote it, is it our problem right now? How much is the exchange rate? No, it seems no one can control it again. It's just going and going down and going down. So I don't know. So I really don't understand what is actually going on. Uh Joseph, they keep saying increase in minimum wage will cause inflation. Why has there been continuous inflation even without increase in minimum wage? That is not possible for them to say increase in minimum wage will cause inflation. Even if they increase the minimum wage, can you buy the cost of items in Nigeria right now? How much do they want to increase the minimum wage to? 50,000, 100,000, 500,000? So that is the question. And the thing is that we, the people, we have to rise. We have to rise up. I have to be honest with you because with the way things are going, this is just 1 year of this government. And Nigerians, imagine 4 years. First and foremost, let's look at the positives. Let's the way they normally do. For those of you in the comment section, those of you watching, look at your next neighbor. Let's do a little bit of church here. I say congratulations. We survived 1 year of this government. May God give us the grace to survive the next 3 years. No guarantee, but we just have to chip in the grace of God today. So, so thank you very much. Ibi, how can you say that they know what the masses want? Does Dino Melai look like someone that knows what the people want? Yes, they know what the people want. Ibi, listen, these people are not they are not spirits. The lawmakers are not spirits. Our leaders are not spirits. They know what the people want, for crying out loud. Don't let us create or live in this illusion that they don't know what the people want. I know what you want, but because of my wickedness or the wickedness of my heart, I refuse to do the right thing. That doesn't mean I don't know what you want. That doesn't mean I don't know what you want. I know you need electricity, constant electricity. I know I'm supposed to create a job as a government. I know the basic to protect life and security because I provide that for myself. So if I can provide that for myself, that means also my other fellow human beings or my neighbors or the people who I am leading also have the same need. Our needs are the same. Roof over our head, which is shelter, food on the table, clothing. We we all have the same need. So saying they don't know what we want, it's that argument does not hold any ground. It is wickedness, and that is ask anybody. It is wickedness at the end of the day. Now, let's. I don't. It was composed under his regime. So what? If it was composed under his regime, so what? If it was, how does this help the common man on the ground? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. How does this? If let's argue that it's tit for tat, that we want to hurt him. How does this help the common man on the ground? How does this put food on the table? How does this increase minimum wage? How does this help the dollar to be stable? How does this create job for people? These are the questions. These are the legitimate questions we should be asking ourselves. If I want to revenge you, how does it help the people around me? The man will soon die. So what? My brother, OBJ and bad no gree. OBJ introduced Arise, O Compatriots in 1978. Listen, the facts are there. When he introduced it, if we go by the lyrics itself, neither is bad. If we go by the lyrics and the context, none is bad. But the question I'm asking us is this: if it is tit for tat, sure, how does it help the common man on the ground? And what are we going to do about it? Because this is not about national anthem. You can compose whatever you want to compose. You can write whatever you want to write. People want to eat. People are hungry. No jobs. No jobs. So someone has said, Igbo people train animals to behave like human beings. Our own people train human beings to behave like animals. You are not far from the truth, my brother. Why are we doing this to ourselves? And tomorrow we'll be blaming the white man, that the white man doesn't want us to grow. Says who? Says who? The white man is our fault. Huh? You want to beat the anthem? Yeah, you will get her. You already have one now. You already have one. So, uh, where is our president? Here to sky. Where is our president at no speech? Now, what do you want him to tell you? But, like I said, it is not about the president. It is not about the president. According to the report, let me read it out again so that for those of you who did not read the description section there, allow me to read the report out again, or the comments. Just give me 1 second, please. I'm going to bring it out now. Where are the? Where are the? Where are the? It's somewhere here. Yeah. It says here that, no, further down, further down, further down, further down. Okay. I think I've lost it. Yeah, I've lost it. I've deleted it. The majority speaker of the House of Rep, is the one behind this that tabled this motion on the floor. So these are our problem. People should ask him. He's representing a constituency in Edo State, from what I read so far. He's representing a constituency. Can his constituency go ask him, is this our problem? Is this what we sent you there for, to do, to represent us? That is fair. That is the question people should be asking him. Is this our problem? Uh, so, according to Spiderweb, these Babu Ants call leaders are in a house that is on fire, and they run around chasing rats and cockroaches instead of them to what? To find a way to what? To extinguish that fire, which is Nigeria. Uh, Thank you for that. Sure, I want to suggest on your mandate as the new anthem, the song suite. Actually, that should have been the new anthem. If they change the national anthem to "On your mandate we shall stand," on its mandate, that would make more sense. But going back, reverting that, I really don't know. I'm waiting for my brother forefather. Allegedly, I heard he's on his way to the number 10 Downing Street, allegedly, to go and challenge Rishi Sunak as to why they have to allow our president and lawmakers to change the national anthem. He probably will join us soon. So yeah, sure, is right. It's never about the common man. And it's a shame that I'm going to say this. Some of us have uncles, aunties, fathers, brothers, sisters in the house. We dance around them. We applaud them. We fan them. We boost their ego. We feel What's our business? We are getting our own share. We are okay in our own world. You can never be okay in your own world. It's not possible. You can never be okay in your own world. You don't call them out. So APC has no plan for Nigeria and Nigeria. This is not about APC. I keep saying this, people don't understand this. Take party out of this thing. Take party, political party out of this. This is not about APC. Please. If it is about APC, then the other party should rise up. But it's not about APC. And look at what is happening in the Labour Party. The shameless and the shambolic way they are doing things. So it's not about the party. It's about people's behavior. It's about not having empathy for the citizens. It's got nothing to do about the party. It's not. It's not. One Nigeria, thank you for joining. You may be trained to behave like animal. My parents never trained me to behave like animal. I don't understand what you're saying. One Nigeria. Seiko Kelly, thanks for joining the platform here. Let me see if I can change this. Okay, yeah, I think this is much better.
Yeah,
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know where you are joining from. I'm just in your face for the first time, but I yield the floor to you. Thank you.
yes. Thank you very much. Your voice is kind of echoing. I don't know if it's from my end or your.
Oh,
Yeah, it is.
is it still echoing?
Yeah, I'm hearing myself, and also I don't know.
What will happen is if I'm speaking, is it still echoing now? Is my voice still echoing? Just nod for me first. Just nod. Is my voice still echoing? It's still echoing. Well, I don't know. Anyway, you can unmute yourself to speak. Unmute yourself to speak. I'm going to mute myself.
Yes. Okay. I thank you very much for. I think I will still manage and be able to put my point across if you can hear me. Then
Yeah, I can
yeah.
hear you loud and clear, but not echoing. But I can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I thank you very much for your analysis. I am a Liberian actually, but I've been in Nigeria for more than 10 years in the days of Obasanjo. So I know a little bit of your history and I know what is going on in that country. So I just wanted to make my own contribution about the current administration.
Yeah. Go ahead. The floor is all
Yeah.
yours. Go ahead. Thanks for
Okay.
joining.
So
Joining
yeah.
from
So I wanted to
Liberia.
address.
Right.
I wanted to address the point where you said we blaming white people, and then we are blaming white people because it's not about white people; it's about us. But I want us to look at things holistically. How did we arrive at this point? Because people always address the symptoms
Sorry,
and
the
they
speaker,
forget.
are you still echoing?
Yes, it's still
Okay,
echoing.
what you need to do, no, hold on, I know what it is. Go to where you clicked on from. I don't know whether you came from one of the auto damages and mute that you see the sound icon, just mute it and come back to StreamYard, and that should do it.
Okay, let me go out and come back.
No,
Do
you
you
don't need to go
no,
out.
no.
Go
You
to
have
go to where you
to.
came in from. Go to where you
Yeah.
came in from. Look at the icon on YouTube. Just mute it and come back to StreamYard. That's it. That's all you need to do. Just as simple as that.
I think your YouTube channel, you have two browser
You have
on.
the two browsers here. Just mute one
Yeah.
or close that one
I'll close the
completely,
YouTube one
and
and
then
stay on the
make sure
StreamYard.
that you are on StreamYard. Yeah, on StreamYard Studios.
Oh, we lost it. Okay. Can you just click on the StreamYard? If you go to YouTube, if you are listening, just click on the StreamYard, the link that was sent, and it will bring you back. Yeah, so you have to. So I'm expecting him back again. Thank you, Tom, for joining. Tom, this is thank you. Let me yield the floor to you. Let me hear what you have to say first. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it just goes to show how clueless these people are every day. I think what they're just doing now is just a diversionary tactic, just to distract us so that we can have a talking point other than addressing the real issue at hand. And I don't know whether you saw a video some few days ago where somebody was singing on your mandate we shall stand, and Tifnobu went like this, shush, because he doesn't want people to address all his circus display. They come and, all diversionary. I mean, what is the anthem got to do with the present state of the economy? All you just need to do is to have your team trim down that team. We have always said it from the beginning. That team was just so large and all that, and they are not effective. It's very very clear they're not effective. And then start looking inwards, how to revive the industries that have gone down, so that the economy will start picking up gradually. It's not a one. It's not going to be an overnight job because of the damage that's been done over the years. It's not. This is just not rocket science. But the man had just come, he just shows, and when we say, they say, yeah, you hate Tinubu, you hate APC. No, nobody hates Tinubu. We love our country. That's why we're here. We love our country. That is why you're here on a Wednesday afternoon. I'm working right now. I'm working from home today, but I just saw the broadcast. I said, okay, let me just hop in and add my 2 cents. And yet, some clueless people will come to this channel and say we should give Tinubu a chance, that Rome wasn't built in a day and all that, blah, 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 blah. I mean, what are we talking about? Let's just evaluate and think. The wife was on Children's Day, the wife was telling, bashing ladies, and yet her own daughter, that I don't want to say the word. You know what I'm talking about. You cannot see, they say charity begins at home. Stealing an election is not right. Have you addressed it? Your own children, they are not even in the right place. Your own daughter is not in the right place, and you're bashing other people's children. That's not what we want to hear. We want to hear, how are you going to stop criminality? Do the right thing. Implement the. It's not hard. It's just not hard. It's just not hard.
Okay,
We
Tom,
can
let
talk
me
and
let
talk.
me
See,
let me ask you this. Let me ask you
yes.
this. Let's for once pretend
Mhm, mhm,
that let's pretend about Tinubu and his government don't exist. Let's just pretend
mhm.
for once. Look at the question in front of you. The question is, what are you? When I mean you, I mean we, but I'm kind of, what are we what are we doing about it? The citizen has to change the narrative, because it could be anybody there. I'm not dismissing the fact that the government have not
The
performed.
Okay, okay, I will answer that, and I will go back to one thing, and that's why I get so upset when I see people in the comment section and saying all sort of things, saying stupid things. It's not about me marshalling what their comment, but their comment is a mirror image of what the ordinary man out there thinks. We need to start changing. It's a mindset reset. We need to start changing people's mindset. People's a lot. I want to believe that 70% of the mindset in Nigeria are not in the right place. Some people have even given up and said, "Ah, well, what can we do? Let the man do Jerry. Maybe another 4 years." Some people are saying 8 years. What? Are they serious? So it's the common man mindset out there. What is their mindset? What is the mindset? Raising the
How do we
minimum wage
change
like
this
the rest.
mindset? How do we
Huh?
change this mindset? How do we change the
Well,
mindset?
we start changing the mindset with this platform. We've always been saying it, platforms
But
such
we've
as
been
this.
talking. We've been talking.
Yeah, we
We've
we
not
need to
we've
take
not acted.
but we need to take it out there. We need to
How?
take it out there, because when we start talking, see, well, we need to take it out there because a lot of people cannot access this program. A lot of people do not have smartphones. Some people do not have even internet, stable internet access to access it. Go to our universities. How many university campuses have free internet? Look at in this country, even on the train in this country, have a free internet that you can connect. When you jump on the train, you can connect That is one of the that's one information is very, very vital and very, very key.
Okay.
And
I
that
get
is why see
I
people
get
when we
that.
start talking, like the gentleman that went off, and I know him, he's a pan-Africanist. I know I'm not saying I'm not bashing him or bashing anybody. Now that will start, they will start telling us about Liberia, they will start telling us about Nkrumah. All those things they are good. Nkrumah was good for his time, but Nkrumah did not deal with the problem we are dealing with in Nigeria. Everybody's problem is unique. Senegal is not multicultural and multi-ethnic as Nigeria. So you cannot apply the template of Senegal into here. When I went to when I went to his country, Liberia, to fight as a young soldier, I know that we knew the system, but things are evolving, and the demons that showing its head in Nigeria are all evolving every day. So we need a new approach to deal with these things. See, we're in trouble. And when we say we are in a state capture, people just do not understand. These people do not care. They do not care at all, and that is why I will always advocate. I remember electricity earlier from the beginning. I was the first one that was advocating that Peter Obi should get out of the Labour Party, because I knew the Labour Party was rubbish, but I didn't want to say anything. Get out of the Labour Party and go and set up your own, and all, at least you'll be able to control the executive. You'll be able to cherry pick the executive. The problem with the present Labour Party is that most of them are compromised. Nothing good is not going to happen. Nothing good is going to happen with the Labour Party. And let me just say categorically, yeah, if Peter Obi runs on the platform of Labour Party, it's going to be the same story, if not worse. He is going to lose big time. It's just as simple
Thank
as
you
that.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Tony. Mr. Seku, thank you for joining. I will give Seku Keller a chance. He was here before. He had issue. We asked him to click on something, but I believe he clicked on the wrong thing. Seku, you're back. The floor is yours, please. You were saying something.
Yes, I think now I don't hear the echo anymore.
All
So
right, thank you
it's
for
kind
that.
of better. Yes, thanks for the last speaker. He said he was in my country as a soldier. So I believe he has seen similar things that's happening in Nigeria there in terms of incompetence of leaders, in terms of the lack of vision in the African leadership as a whole, not only in Nigeria. So what I wanted to say is that relating to what we are saying, accusing white people, not accusing white people, we are saying that the institutions that we are using right now to dream for development, those institutions are not properly arranged for development. And that's the fact. How did Bola Tinubu become your president? What was the process that brought a man who had a lot of scandals, a man who had a lot of things on him? What process brought him to be the number one man in your country? That's the process you should question. That's the process. What's the process in Nigeria that rejects an Obi, that rejects a Sowore, but prefers an Abubakar, and it prefers someone called Tinubu? That's the process you need to question. What is that process? And that's what we are saying. We are saying your education is not good. We are saying that your entire governance system is just cut and paste. There is no national thinking. There is nothing that is inspirational about Nigeria for Nigerians. For you, you are just there. The many Nigerians I have met, they are only loyal to their local kingdom. A Hausa man is loyal to the Emir than Nigeria. That's the fact. In Kano, your people are protesting right now. Have they protested for the food shortage? Have they protested for the kidnappings that are happening in your country? But they kidnapped because Senussi is removed from the throne. They are more closer to that local emir than the thing you call Nigeria. The entity called Nigeria has not defined itself. What do you benefit from being a Nigerian? I am a Liberian. I came to Canada 5 years ago. I've benefited from student loan. I've been able to go to college and graduate. I couldn't do that in my own country. I benefit from housing. During COVID, when the jobs were gone, the country decided to give all of us certain amount of money in your account. You don't need to protest for it. There was just there was $500 in your account. I have a lot of social amenity. If I get sick, I just call an ambulance, they call me. There is a need for me to die for Canada if I have to. Why does a Nigerian need to die for Nigeria? Just because of the name? Just because you are in a geographical location called Nigeria that doesn't even have its own language? So for me, I'm saying after independence, we have not defined what an African state is supposed to look like. We still have a Sharia. Nigeria says it's a democracy. Nigeria claims to be a secular state with democracy. But you have Islamic law, a Sharia law, a theocracy in a democracy. Where do you see that? Where do you see that? So I'm saying the entire Nigeria state does not have the mechanism to develop. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Mr. Seko. You said something that that jumped out at me, to me, in terms of people, Nigerians are busy protesting for emir and other things, but they are not protesting for for food shortage and all those things. That is a very strong, valid point that you have just made. It seems that we don't really care. Now, other things you said, I will leave the those who wants to challenge it or question you about it to question you. Mr. James, you will have to bear a second. I will come to you because there are people here before you. So, addressing the process, you can see the issue there. Addressing the process, the INEC is one of the process, the electoral process institution that we have. We have the judiciary when it went to court. Also, we need to address that. But we've been saying it here every time we come here. We talk about Mahmoud and everything, but not until the people come together to fight this thing. That process will remain as it is. I have to be honest with you. So,
can I ask you a question?
Our job. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, is Nigeria a monarchy, a democracy, or what? Can you tell me what Nigeria is? Is it a republican? Well, is it a democracy? What is Nigeria? what system does Nigeria practice?
As it is now, Nigeria is assumed, let me use the word, to be a democratic country.
It's not. I grew up I went to school in the northern part of Nigeria. There's some declare Sharia law. Where Niger State and other people. Yeah. It's not a democracy. It's not.
My brother, hold on.
Mr. Electricity,
democracy may not be practiced. Mr. James, you want? Or can you hold on?
The Deborah was burnt for freedom of speech. For talking against Mohammed, she was burnt alive. Is that freedom of speech?
Hold on, my friend.
Mr. Sekoa.
Keep quiet.
No, Mr. James. Let's be respectful, please.
Okay. I apologize.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Please, I kindly seek permission from those who got here before me, because it's not yet my turn to speak. They should please be kind enough to allow me respond to what the gentleman is saying, if they don't mind.
Okay, let me ask.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Good.
I believe this is an anonymous decision. Go ahead, Mr. Make it brief, please, Mr. James.
Well, it might not be as okay. I will try. It is very disheartening for an African to be running down another African country, more so when Liberia as a country has been a colossal disappointment to the whole of Africa. I lived in Liberia for quite some time, and from what I can discover, since 1822, the American Colonization Society formed that country. Till 1980, there was nothing to write home about Liberia. As a member of the League of Nations, they did absolutely nothing to rescue the other African countries from the shackles of colonialism.
If I may, big brother, I do apologize.
Jago,
let me speak. Let me just speak.
Jagun,
Let me, because
Jagun,
what's going on
Jagun,
now?
Let us stop
Jagun,
doing this. Let this man finish now.
Just
Jagun,
let me come in. Just let me come in.
Hold on,
let
listen
him
to me.
finish
Oh,
now.
because I
Jagun,
was
calm
here
down.
before
No,
everybody. I
it's
was
not
here.
like that. It's not like that. You see, what's been said.
Gentlemen, hold on. Jagun, hold on 1 second, please. Jagun, hold on 1 second. Jagun, don't do this. Don't do that. Jagun, listen to me. Listen. I understand your feeling. This is the issue we need to correct here. Okay? This is the issue we need to correct here. If you're going to interject, please kindly indicate. Then I will give you room to interject. You don't jump into interjecting when Mr. James wanted to speak, I stopped him several times and he asked for permission. And I believe you are here. I asked those people on the platform if they don't. I think somebody responded to say it should go out. The rule now is there is nothing bad for you to interject in respect to what the person is saying. However, you indicate by raising up your hand that you want to say something, and the moderator will make that decision to give you the floor to say what you want to say. And if the moderator says no, we had a meeting yesterday with Rudolph. I'm just saying it now. We had a meeting yesterday. So I'm putting it out right now that when I am moderating or any moderator is coming, they are going to announce. If you want to speak or challenge what the person says, indicate by raising up your hand. And the moderator will make that determination to give you the floor. We have to apply decorum. We make mistakes and we are trying to get things right. Thank you. Mr. James, please continue. You're muted, Mr. James. We can't hear you.
Yeah, as I was saying, Liberia as a country was a colossal disappointment to the whole of Africa. Nominally, Liberia got her independence in 1847 from the American Colonization Society. Having got the independence, they were involved in slavery. That is the Americo-Liberians. These were free slaves from America who were forcibly relocated to the territory now called Liberia. When they got there, they were involved in slavery, enslaving the native Liberians to go and farm in Fernando Po in what we call coffee and cocoa plantation belonging to the Spanish authorities. And not only that, they did not do anything tangible to rescue the rest of Africa from colonial rule. They were members of the League of Nations. When President DBC King, his Vice President Nancy and others were misbehaving, nothing happened. In the year 1944, what is his name? William.
May I interrupt?
No, okay, I don't mind.
I do apologize. You see, the conversation that I've been listening to before I came online is going in a straight line. The critique of Nigeria by our Liberian brother here is an accurate critique. We should be responding to the critique, not to Nigeria injustification. I'm saying this with all politeness. But
exactly.
Excuse me.
He's not bashing Nigeria. Let's just get this right. He's not bashing Nigeria.
Electricity. Why are you speaking now? Interrupt me after that long tirade that Electricity wrote about the law. Why are you interrupting? You asked me not to interrupt. I've asked to interrupt with my hands raised.
But I didn't. Jagun,
you see, I think what if I may.
Jagun, you raise your hand. I didn't say coming, but you just went ahead to speak.
The person who said coming was the person speaking, which is fair enough, I think. If he likes to be interrupted,
I'm the moderator, Jagun.
Oh, okay, go on, be pedantic if that's very important to you. Electricity. That's just being pedantic. What you're doing. Ridiculous.
Jagun, we're trying to have.
Bro, take my name out of it. I'm here. I'm continuing with your dictation. I'm following you.
Go ahead. The floor is yours. No, hold on 1 second, gentlemen. Go ahead, Jagun. The floor is all yours. Speak as long as you want to.
All I wanted to say was very small in my initial interruption. I just wanted to keep us in line. and not get to this African argument, Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana. That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is the question asked. So the critique from our Liberian friend, I think, is on par with what the question is asking. And we should try and stick in that frame instead of reaching into myopic history that we don't need. I do apologize, my brother James, but that's my take on it.
Are you done?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Okay, I've not finished at all. I'm still
Mr.
on
James,
water.
can you hold on? Listen, I'm going to say this again, just because of things. Like I said, there was a meeting with Rudolph yesterday with the moderators, and there's nothing wrong if you want to interject, if you want to challenge what someone said. But I think it is proper for us to allow the person to finish their thought or whatever they are saying. And when you raise your hand to interject, the moderator will give you the floor. Every one of us wants to say something. And that's why we have pen and paper to take note on what that person is saying. Then you can now challenge what the person is saying. So people are going to express their views and their opinion. And so if we keep doing back and forth, we will not arrive at where we're going. Okay.
I was going to say, can you time it, please? It's going to get boring if people start going on and
No,
on.
it's not
Please,
going to
can you
get
time
boring.
it?
It won't get boring. Okay. I've never
Please
used
time it.
timing. I know when to stop. And it's not going to get boring. Mr. Thank you. Mr. James, please, can you hold on? Mr. Ejuchike has been very patient. He has,
No, excuse me,
begged.
excuse me. Look, Mr. Electricity, I've got better things to do. I'm a terribly busy man. You permitted me to air my opinion. Because people interjected, you truncating my line of thought. And I mean,
Okay.
look, I think I better say now.
Electricity. Let him
no, I
let him
wish
go
you all
ahead.
well.
Okay.
Once it's true, I will come back
Go
to you.
ahead, Mr.
No
James.
problem.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr.
Now,
James.
the point I'm driving at is this. When an African is dealing with another African, he feels very superior. But when he is dealing with a white man, he feels very inferior. This is the point. Now he is in Canada, or wherever he's saying he is, having good times, living in a society he never built, and running down another African society. The Nigerian government is running down right now, in collaboration with Ghana during the days of Kwame Nkrumah, rescued South Africa, Zimbabwe, formerly Rhodesia. Excuse me, put down your hand, put down your hand. I know your country too well. Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and others from the shackles of colonialism. The American Liberians, their government was as useless as the present Nigerian government. Now, let me read something out for you to hear. During the days of William Tolbert, whom Samuel Doe killed in 1980, Frank Tolbert was the brother of William Tolbert. He was president pro tempore Liberian Senate. Steve Tolbert was the brother of William Tolbert, Minister of Finance. Willie Tolbert was the daughter of Tolbert, board member, Bank of Liberia. Tonya King, son-in-law, Immigration Commissioner. Jehu Richardson, son-in-law, Captain, Air Liberia and board member. A.B. Tolbert was the son of Tolbert, member, House of Representatives. Bonnie Holder, son-in-law, Minister of Defense. Tonya King, son-in-law, Deputy Immigration Chief. Daniel Tolbert, cousin, largest rice importer in Liberia. Christy Norman, the third daughter of Tolbert, Deputy Minister of Education Instruction. Like, the list is unending. These are the relatives of the president of Liberia holding the whole nation to ransom. When Samuel Doe came in 1980 and sent the whole of them to hell by firing squad at Atobacle firing range on the beach of Monrovia, they held those responsible for the calamity that befell Liberia. But the apartheid system of government, they nurtured for 158 years. People like my gentleman who is sitting here right now sat down and they did absolutely nothing about it. When the indigenes of the country took the bulls by the horn to address the problem, the way we are now addressing the problem of Nigeria, people started crying foul. I mean, Africans should learn to respect each other. This same man talking right now, put down your hand. I've not finished talking. Put down your hand. Put down your hand. I'm ordering you to put down your hand. Good. Now, this same man who is talking right now, should he have any fracas with a 6-year-old white boy, you see him licking the boy's anus. Yet, when he's dealing with a fellow African country, I mean, Nigeria as a country took over the responsibility of your country to bring peace to that country. This man on top, Mr. Tony, who is here with us right now, put his life on the line to rescue your country from unmitigated disaster you caused yourselves. You practiced cannibalism during that civil war. If you want me to show you the video clips, I will show you. That shows how horribly bad the situation was. Now, who the hell are you to come here to run down a fellow African state? In all my preachings here, excuse me, in all my preachings here, there was no time, there has been no time I run down any African state since I've been appearing on Dr. Damage's platform. So, gentlemen, call this guy to order. If he is enjoying the white man, licking the white man's anus in Canada, may God bless him. We shall solve our problems in Nigeria in our own way. We don't need you. That is it.
All right, thank you. Thank you for every one of you that have joined this platform. And please, let me say this again. Jago, you are somebody who is in the house here, so I will not go toe-to-toe with you. But let me say this again. We met, this is not me, okay? We met yesterday with Rudolph. Rudolph is the child because of these issues of disruption and back and forth on this platform. And we told him everything. And I don't think the rule is bad in respect to decorum, that if somebody is speaking and you have issues with what the person is saying or has said, you can take note. There's nothing wrong in interjecting.
Can I ask electricity whilst you're speaking with me?
No, I'm not speaking with you. What I said is, I said I highlighted you because you are a senior man. I mean, a continuous person in this house. In that, I expect that when we say there are rules.
If I can just quickly say, electricity in line of this particular program that we're doing now, what the meeting between yourself and Rudolph, I can understand where it comes from. I've been watching the show even sometimes when I don't. So between yourself and Ferreira, what took place and all this thing, I know you would have had a lot to speak about. So given all this, I do respect very much the hosts within this program. But there is something that we, as people who come to this program, are actually wanting to do, which is air our thoughts to the point of understanding, to the point of further exposure to the show. That's why I'm here. And I think it's very important that those who have something to say must be given that opportunity. Those who are taking the communication away from the conversation, I think that is a distraction and it should be lessened if the hosts know how to read a room. Largely, I will put to you as a critique, most of the hosts have no idea how to read a room, how to continue a conversation till its end point with the time you have. That is my critique. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your critique is taken on board. Your criticism is taken on board. However, it does not change the rule. The rule is if you have anything to say, you raise your hand and the moderator gives you the point. And you can challenge what anybody says. If they are out of fact, you can request for them to provide you facts of what they are arguing about. Just like what Mr. James have said, to challenge the critiques of the gentleman. However, so I'm going to take this in a different way. So I'm going to Mr. Echijuman. Mr. Echijuman, the floor is yours, please. Thank you for your patience.
Let me correct that name. My name is Omashola Ejoichi.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. Go ahead, the floor is yours.
I've been coming to your show once in a while, and it's still the same how we can get Nigeria out of the hands of the demons that have taken over Nigeria. The true picture of Nigeria is the picture of Africa. And some part of Africa has already started changing. But I can't blame Nigerian leaders because the headquarters of demons is in Nigeria. The real demons are in Nigeria. And the real people that will take Nigeria out of where we are and even Africa are outside Africa, just like we are speaking now. If we talk from now to next year, Nigeria will still remain the same way because we are speaking to ourselves. Most of us coming here don't live back home in Africa. An average Nigerian does not have a luxury of internet to watch electricity speak for the next 1 hour on his cell phone or on his laptop. They don't have that kind of gigabyte to play with. So the only way is for us, as we go, once some of us travel back home, we have people, we need to tell them the message. And I think it's high time we have leaflets somehow put in newspapers spread around Nigeria. If you can get somebody that can do that in Nigeria and spread out, this is our message. Some of these videos we have on the internet can be sent on the internet. And average Nigeria cannot come and sit down on this show to listen for the next, not even 30 minutes. He does not have that luxury because his phone is not fully charged. He does not have light in his house. So our problems are the demons in Nigeria, and they are increasing in number. They are not reducing. If we all wait from now till 2027 for next election, the demons have increased and they are in the Senate. They won't want to live there. They are enjoying the luxury. Just imagine if a senator is talking about national anthem that has been there for how many years. The national anthem that we know that they can't even sing. Tell them to sing the national anthem now. No, majority of them don't know how to sing the national anthem. Yes, they want to change the national anthem. Is that the problem of Nigeria? People are dying every day. People are being kidnapped every day. They have not come to the floor to make a law on what to do. We have the wrong people in government. They have not made the law to checkmate and see everybody's certificates working as a civil servant. Electricity, I want to give you I want to tell you, can you see my background?
Yes.
What does it look
appears
like?
to be a library. Appears to be a library. I stand to be correct.
No, this is a marshal. I look at my background very well. It looks like an airport.
Okay. I mean, it's from where I'm sitting.
That's supposed to be a proposal for your international airport. I did some days ago, which I presented to you, your civil servants, and average civil servant in Nigeria yesterday on Zoom. Since yesterday, I already know that Nigeria is finished. The country is gone. There's no hope anyway. You have Nigerians that want to do something for the country and help the country out. But a lot of them are not being encouraged each time they try to bring their head out to help at any point. Because you have civil servants anyway destroying the country. It's not the senators. Senators are one set of demons. Nigerian civil servants are the biggest demons. They wait for the new crop of demons to come and take over every 4 years. And that's why the country cannot change. Do you understand? It's the same, the stealing of money the assistance is done by civil servants, passing bills, passing checks left and right, and we cannot change the system. So when we say we want to try and check the Nigerian constitution or do change, it is the Nigerian mindset, an average Nigerian mindset. The mindset of a Nigerian there now is corruption. Anybody trying to do good will not be taken. That's why Obi, as I say, Obi moved from Labour to PDP. He will not get there. That's the truth. Group of people are stealing. You now want to bring a saint to their middle so that when he comes, they arrest all the demons. Example is what's happening in River State, Fubara and Wike.
Okay.
If Wike knew this is what's going to happen, he wouldn't support him. Me as a person, I will support that Obi should just play along with the crook, because many Nigerians are saying Obi is going to stay in his hand. Stay in his hand, stay in his white garment is allowed. Let him stay in it. So if I can get there and wash it and then kill and trample all over, because if you don't do it, these people, to be a thief, act like a thief to get what you want.
So a lot of people will not agree with that your last argument.
That's the problem. See,
But
that's the problem.
You said something important.
A lot of people will not accept it, agree. But for you to get there, behave like a thief, get the ticket, sit down on the seat, and then you do what you want to do.
I think I will go with your argument whereby you said we should find a way of making leaflets and because truly the average Nigerian cannot stay on the internet for maybe 10 minutes. Even if they can, electricity will not even allow them to, because sometimes they may be without electricity for 2 or 3 days, and it's not difficult to even fuel their generator. And that is the purpose of this program. As to the question that is before us is, what are we going to do? It's not about the national anthem. Let's make this clear. But how the legislators, respectfully, they are still civil servants as well too. Our lawmakers, including the president, is classed as a civil servant as well too.
I agree. Like you said, they are civil servants, but they were civil servants, career civil servants, waiting for political civil servants to come and join them. So the career civil servant will always show them, this is what we do, this is how we do it here, and things will not change. And they are in the one in the INEC, they are in the INEC, and that's why INEC is still the same way. A man has given the wrong person the chance to rule Nigeria fraudulently. So what do you expect?
Thank you, sir. Please, I know we're having issue with timing. I have never been used to timing people, if you understand, but let's keep our point. Let's go straight to our point and make it as brief as possible. I've never been used to timing people. I don't know, maybe I will start it, but just let's make our point straight to the point and make it brief. Also, let's be respectful to one another. We can disagree with somebody's point and counter it respectfully. We have to be. I was listening to Michael Jackson's song about the man in the mirror, and I wrote something down that if we want to make the world a better place, then we must ready to change ourselves. We must be the change that we want, so that when our children, and this video will be watched over again, then they will see us. If you want to make a change, you want to be a better place. So henceforth, please don't go beyond. Time yourself if you want to time yourself, but I'll time you. Going forward now, I'll give you 3 to 5 minutes. Then I will mute you if you're going beyond 5 minutes. Mr. Biafran, I'll come to you, Seko. I'll come to you. Mr. Biafran Voice, the floor is yours. You have between 3 to 5 minutes to make your argument, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And all protocol observed. My greetings to everyone in the house. I will start with our brother.
Sorry, let me hold on one second, Mr. Biafra. For those of you in the comment section who are very good at moderating, Rudolph is looking for moderators, and he will definitely be glad to have you as a moderator, please. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Biafra voice.
Okay. Okay, thank you. My brother Seko Keller made a point, and it was like letting the hell loose. Everybody was not happy. Nobody want to hear it. Our problem is that we don't want to hear the truth. What he said here is truth. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who tells you the truth. It doesn't matter where the truth is coming from. The important thing is that this man, I never know he was from Liberia until now. When you see the truth, grab the truth. Make use of the truth. It doesn't matter if your enemy is telling you the truth. One problem we have as Africans is that mentality that is in us is that we look at people before we accept things from them. That's why in my language they say, you can throw me away, but don't throw away my advice. He said everything clearly here. We are now, you said, I think the question was the way forward. And I can see so many people now planning to, for 2020, 27, right? How P2B will win, how P2B will not win, how Tinubu will win. I want to ask a question, honest question. Be sincere to yourself. Ever since Nigeria began to conduct elections till now, had there been any time any single man's vote counted? Has there been any time the true winner emerged as the winner? Now, we are here, we have forgotten just yesterday. Yesterday, we all came out here, we were shouting, Obi won, Tinubu stole the mandate, Tinubu stole. What have you done to Tinubu for stealing the mandate of P2B? Have you been able to claim back your mandate? No. Even if you are going to win again, are you sure of getting the mandate? You are not sure. You cannot get your mandate. So Nigeria, like my brother said here before, is not even. I don't agree. It's demons. The people there are just the people there to frustrate you. There is no way we have seen it and we have understood it that there is no way anybody is going to allow people like Sowore that have vision that is more younger to come into the power. We have seen that. Ask Sowore. I knew Sowore in Abuja. I never knew he was the person until I later saw him in a newspaper. He was always behind Abiola. Very little then. So he knew everything. Now his father handed him over to Abiola. He was there. Abiola's mandate was stolen. He could do nothing about it. Till now, nobody has been able to do anything about it. Let us stop beating around the bush. Election is not your problem. Your problem is that even if you, electricity, will win the election now, you will not be announced the winner. Before the election, the thing is that there's this guy that was interviewed by Channel Television some time ago, former DSS boss. He said before 2015, I think either 2014 or so, before Buhari came to power, that they were invited to United States to advise or to give in their view who will be best, who will fit in to the Nigerian seat, Asoro, who will be the best person to choose as a president. And they suggested Buhari, because he said he worked with Buhari during the time of military regime. So he trusts him to come in to take over the situation and handle it, and everything will be peaceful and fine. But Buhari came in. Oh no, the point I want you to get here is that Buhari And he made it clear that this was even before the primaries. And then it was agreed that after Buhari, Tinubu is coming. So what are we sitting here discussing every day, that election this, as if election is election is not the problem of Nigeria. National anthem, nothing happening now, nothing being said now, nothing deliberated now in the red house, in the green house, green chamber or white chamber or red chamber is the problem and will never be problem. Nothing ever since. Have you seen any industry being built in Nigeria? Rather, the old ones you saw, you used to hear, are being destroyed. So no new schools. All the new schools you see, all the hospitals you see are private. So what are we debating? The election is not your problem and can never be your problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is true. We're here to find a solution. I mean, which is, to me, is down to the people. Like what Mr. Marshall said, how we can reach Nigerians on the ground. Thanks for keeping to time. I appreciate that. So how do we go about? Listen, like I said, 4 years is a long time. We've seen the 1 year. Those on the ground will tell you what this 1 year look like. Mr. Seko, what we're gonna do now, I think Man of Presence just joined. Jago, I think you've spoken, or you say no, you've not spoken. Okay. So I'll go to Jago. I will go to Man of Presence that's just joined. Then I will now go to Sequel. Then I'll go to tone. I'm writing it down so that I don't get this thing mixed up. Jagun will be 5 minutes, Man of Prestige 5 minutes. Then I'll go to Sequel. Then to tone, I'll come back to Mr. James and we'll go around. But let's focus on this subject, please. So don't let us derail from this subject. It's very important. We must not derail from. If you want to interject, please raise your hand. 5 minutes, Jagun. If you go past 5 minutes, me and you are going to be in trouble. Okay, the floor is all yours, Jagun. Thank you. You are muted. You are not speaking, Jagun. You are muted, Jagun.
Thank you very much. I'm here now. Okay, guys. The last speaker. I don't see your name, but I think it's something Biafra. I thank you very much for keeping consciousness of the topic. Very much, and I also would like to fully affirm the questions coming from our Liberian brother. Again, your name is not written, so I won't pronounce your name. I only interjected for Seko. Okay, very good. I only interjected for case of this focus on the question. And the question that was asked by Seko was that, what is Nigeria? What is it? That's the question he was putting. I don't know how our brother got it so wrong, Mr. James, that he took it to another avenue entirely. My question is as his questions. What is Nigeria? What constitutes the country? What is it made of? What is it doing? What has it done? Has it given anybody any heart? The country that should really be at the heart of every Black person in this world is a secondary thing. It's not a thing of focus at all. So when we critique Nigeria from any angle of any African person who wants to critique Nigeria has the full right to do so, because it has failed. Nigeria has failed, if you can't see. So the title that my brother brings it to is that, really, what are we fighting for? We've seen that elections don't work, for goodness sake. You're talking about 2027, like anything's going to work for you. It's pathetic thinking. You see, we have to be grown-ups. Right about now, we have to be grown up. We largely behave like children and distracting each other and getting turned away from the angle and the depth of which our conversations should be going. And really and truly, talking about 2027 elections without actually preparing for it is a no-no. You say that we're looking for solutions on this platform. I beg to differ. Electricity. I feel on this platform, since I've been a part of it, it's a talking shop. It's not solution driven. It's not really cerebral in my estimation. It's not investigative. It's not finding out. It's not getting to the nub of the question. It's talk shop for anyone who has a archaic experience or point of view, and they will just speak it here. Fair enough. That takes place. We're all human beings. We're all different. At the same time, the grown-ups amongst us need to be raising the level of how we communicate, not just the point of law by the hosts. No, the kind of marrow that we are working from in our minds. Because no matter how tribalistic our people are, no matter how myopic our leaders are, no matter how ignorant our populace is, the fact of the matter, those of us who have gray matter at all have to know how to sail above all that thing, giving logic and principle to the question. And I'm afraid in Nigeria, we don't do that. What we do largely is just talk, all kinds of talk. So to fathom what is what from all this forest of talking is very, very difficult. So I put it to the panel, and very much I put it to the host and the principles of this platform, that we have to elevate the level of how we communicate, not just what we communicate, the level of how we communicate, because to interact or to interject is not a problem, really, if we're grown-ups. What is the problem is that, do we have respect for the other person, or do we have respect for the other person's view? And both can be respected, or indeed can be disrespected. I don't have to respect your view. I don't have to respect you as a person necessarily based on your viewpoint. This is just a question of humanity. This is how human beings are. So those who want to dictate humanity out of human beings, good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jago, for that, for also keeping to time. Man of Prestige, Jago did made a point clear, which most have been saying, that we we've been talking. So we want something that is solution driven. First, we have to agree on what is the solution. Then we go after that solution. So, Man of Prestige, what is the solution that you are preferring? This is not a playing matter. We have been talking, and everyone, including Biafra Voice, said the same thing. Everyone said, we have been talking. What is the solution? And how do we go about this solution? We may differ on the solution, but at the end of the day, we will come to an agreement. So the floor is yours for 5 minutes, Man of Prestige. Thanks for joining me. And those in the comment section, I will highlight your comment and we will talk about it. Thank you. The floor is yours, Man of Prestige.
Thank you, Electricity. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Ask me what is the solution. I mean, if I had the solution, I wouldn't be where I am right now. I think I would be in, try to solve the Nigerian predicament where we are right now. I don't have the solution. I'm not an economist. I can only come here or, in the Nigerian space and portray, the knowledge that I had, or maybe some knowledge that I have in America here, to help the countries. Honestly, I don't have the solution. Like I said, I'm not in government. I'm not a politician, and I'm not going to be. That's not my partake. I'm a corporate worker and a businessman. So having said that, I'm only here to provide a little bit of my critique. Because critique is part of the solution. And I hope that they had to be part of the critic, we are narrating. You may have some people may come here, or the APC, utilize the government, that's all good. It's all politics. But there has to be a different opinion in order for that country to work. So where I'm coming from, I see the handwriting from the beginning. And I will begin from the area, where we are exported to a different country to go and share what we can do for the country. That's the Chatham House. In my own opinion, that was a very disgraceful moment, to the country. You haven't debated in the country, but you're able to export, this is, a different country that colonized you. That's why you made all those transcripts that doesn't even make sense, and you refuse to debate. That was the first day that I know that Nigeria is in trouble. We don't have a capable leader, because we were so with this illusion that Tinubu built Lagos. And like I said, I've been in so many platforms. You know, they were talking about how is going to bring investors to Nigeria. Some people claim that they know some people who are ready to run back to Nigeria and start investing. And Tinubu should be studying in the archive, put in the archive, Harvard University, all that kind of nonsense. But that's just a permutation. But having said that, I saw the handwriting the first day of that Chatham House, what he was saying, and he was asked a very direct question. I'm going somewhere. This is pertaining to the 1 year in the office. And a journalist asked the Tinubu, what are you going to do different in the first day of your office, in the first 100 or 200 years, in 200 days in office? And the first word that come out of my mouth said, we're going to hit the ground running. Day 2, we're going to be running. Day 3, we're not going to rest. And he said, think and do. I mean, what totally nonsense is that? And he decided to delegate some of the questions to his members, and didn't answer any questions. So that's where we are right now. We are seeing what we vote. Like the state election has consequences, and this is this is where we are right now. And what we are seeing is a reflection of what Nigerian people have become. I mean, some people say leadership is a reflection of the society. I would say the opposite way. The society is a reflection of their leader, not the other way people tend to say it. We have to change our mind. It doesn't matter how we come here, how long we've been speaking. I've been on Dr. Damage's platform for about 2 years right now. We've been speaking, and nothing has changed. They're not going to listen. So, but we're not going to stop talking. We have to, we have to keep on criticizing. And I hope we have somebody with a revolutionary mind that will come one day. When I mean revolutionary mind, I don't mean start fighting, killing people. I mean, with revolutionary mindset that we come say, okay, this is what we have to do. It's not just somebody with knowledge and economics or whatever, an educated somebody that will come to Nigeria and rescue that country. No, you need the revolutionary mindset that said, if you embezzle money, we're going to kill you. I mean, make all those, little changes. That's going to have an impact in that Nigeria. So if you ask me about what is Tinubu 1 year in office, like I said, I stated before, I'm going to give him 0.5. He has not achieved anything. Maybe minimum in the interior minister and something like that, and all this nonsense that they're doing right now, changing the national anthem. Is it for revenge against Obasanjo? But I don't really care. We don't want to emancipate ourselves from the colonial master. We are going back to the old national anthem. Is that the Nigerian priority right now, national anthem? I mean, the old one may sound good, but it's not about sounding good. It's what it represents.
Thank you.
So I'm just out of work, but we're still talking. He hasn't achieved, in summary of my commentary, he has not achieved anything. I think we are regressing. The last but not the least. Are you better this year than during Buhari last year? Buhari 4 years in office. In 1 year, are you better? The answer is definitely no. So that summarizes my
Thank you, man of President. You said revolutionary mind. We need someone with a revolutionary mind. Who's the next? I think it's Seko or Ton, if I'm correct. Who is next? I think it's Seko or Ton. Okay, Ton, you are the one. I think it's Ton. Then I'll come to you, Seko. No, Ton, do you mind holding on 1 second? Let me go to Seko. Do you mind, Ton? Are you okay holding on to? Okay, thank you. Seko, the last speaker used said revolutionary mindset. Someone who have a revolutionary mindset. I know you are not in Nigeria, but from your argument, you know Nigeria or you were into it. Between Peter Obi and Sowore, it may appear to be a stupid question. Which one do you think have a revolutionary mind that can ginger the people? Somebody, I highlighted a comment here earlier. I don't know about that can ginger the people to rise up and challenge. I use the word challenge for want of better word. The present establishment. The floor is yours. Right. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I will respond to your question very quickly, but I have 3 things to say after answering your question. There's one I would like to address the senior man,
Mind
Mr.
you,
James.
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, 5 minutes, and then I will
right.
also talk on issues. So let me go quickly to your question. Between Sowore and Obi, who has the revolution, who has the ability or the following? What is the question again?
Just
Who have the
answer
following?
whichever way you want to answer it. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So for me, this is the way I see it. I see Sowore to be an idealistic revolutionary, and I see Obi as a reformer, a great reformer. Now, there seems to be people in two different camps, but there are two people that could have worked together. In one way, Obi, we should not deny that no matter how we love him, he's a product of the establishment. He comes from the establishment. He has not really suffered poverty like most Nigerians will do. And he grew up a bank manager and then later governor. He had a very good life. However, he's a very, what I would say, a patriotic Nigerian from his record. And he's also very diligent and very hardworking. And that earned him a very good reputation to be a good reformer of the system. Now, what Sowore is doing is saying, God damn it, burn down the system so we can rebuild it. He said, burn it down so we can rebuild it. Now, burning it down, the reformer will say, hey, take it easy. Sometimes burning it down, you can burn down the gold in the house as well. You will burn down some good stuff. So let's do some reforms, structural reforms, and that will bring about the change that you need. So I'm saying these two people should have worked together. I personally, I supported Sowore in 2019. Take it back. I contributed money. That's how I will come to James when he doesn't know who I am. I contributed to the Take It Back. Okay, I saw Sowore how he started the Take It Back. But when he came back this time, I wrote on my Facebook page that you are going to get less vote. That's before the election. I said, Sowore, you will get less vote than you got in 2019. Reason being, the dynamic has changed. The Nigerian youth organically woke up and supported one man called Obi. Whether you like Obi or not, you should realize that when the people from different parts, north, central, north, east, west, rise up and say, we support this person. If you are a revolutionary, you should align with the people. If you go against the people, then you are swimming against the tide. Because Obi following is very organic. So any revolutionary who kick against that, you are swimming against the tide. All you do there then is to compromise, because politics is a compromise. You sit down with the reformer and say, look, I have some revolutionary ideas and I want to infuse them in your reform. Are we going to work together? And this is how it's going to be. You put condition and you work together to flush out the real bad element in the system, the PDP, the APC. These are the establishment that do not want Nigeria to move forward. These are the cabal, the owners of Nigeria, who inherited the colonial legacy that they want to continue with because they benefit from it. They do not have the idea of a new Nigeria. So that's my quick answer to that. So I want to go quick to Brother James. Mr. James, thank you very much for what you said about Liberia. And I do agree with you 100% about everything you say about Liberia. But the only problem you have, like my brother said, I don't see people's names, but my brother there from the UK, what he said is very correct. What you did is called ad hominem attack. That is to say, who are you to say this? What you are saying is true, but I'm going to attack your personality to say you are not qualified to say it. This happened a lot in Nigeria, in Africa, and around. When a young man rises up and asks a politician and hold him accountable, the politician says, who are you? Eh? You, this village guy. You are from this. Who are your parents? Where do you come from? Who are you to address me? Now, you don't address the issue. You are doing ad hominem attack. You are attacking the person. I spoke as a Pan-African. That means I see Africa, that we have common destiny. And I address the issue of Nigeria as a Liberian and not a Pan-African. The issue is not about Nigeria versus Liberia. In fact, when I came in first, I thanked that soldier guy for being one of those who stopped the war in Liberia. Nigeria were responsible for stopping the war in Liberia. Like Nigeria single-handedly stopped the civil war in Liberia. But that Nigeria is going down the drains, and Buhari, that's not the Nigeria we are seeing. It's a different Nigeria that is going down the drain. And as a Pan-Africanist and as a researcher, I can bring my opinion. And I would like to tell you something quickly, which you omitted. The Americo-Liberians who rule Liberia, they were not aliens. We're Africans from Nigeria, Congo, who were taken as slaves, who came back. In fact, the 5th president of Liberia was an Igbo man, Mr. James Roy. You know that? Mr. Edward Jim Roy, 5th president of Liberia from Igbo ethnic group. So these people you call Americo-Liberian who rule Liberia, they were just Yoruba, Hausa. They were just the same Africans, just calling themselves Liberians or Americo-Liberians. I'm saying the issue we have in Africa is that we need to do a revolution. And that revolution means systematic reform. And this systematic reform means we must put away those things that hold us back. Religion, tribal affiliation, class, we need to defeat them. If we don't defeat them, we are not ready to create a nation based on ideas.
Thank you very much, Seko. I'll come back to you, Seko, because something you said. Tony, the floor is yours, but before you speak, I want to say to Mr. Biafra Voice and Mr. James, this question also is applicable to you guys, but I'm going to add 1 or 2 things to you when I come to your talk. Please don't go away. Tony, the floor is yours, please. The question is still the same thing, revolutionary mindset. In your own opinion of view. Thank you. The floor is yours, Tony.
Okay. Seko, you've spoken well. You touched most of the things I wanted to comment about. And to our dear esteemed Mr. James, I think you misunderstood him. I know you're not like that player. I've never seen you that way. Actually, you totally misunderstood him. And can I just say something? I live here in the United Kingdom. This is my home. I carry a British passport, and just because my original roots is from Nigeria does not disqualify me from making comments about the United Kingdom. So this gentleman has lived at some point in time in Nigeria. I think he has some stake in making some comments, even as a Nigerian. I would dare say that. I'm also a fellow African. So let's just get that right, and that is one thing we kind of it's a class thing when it comes to Nigeria. So moving forward without wasting much time, I've always maintained if there's no revolution, see, we're playing. And I just believe that the one fits all solution that we are preferring with different problems we have in Africa would not work. We need to have a bespoke solution for our challenges. We can. I believe that democracy cannot work in Africa. Democracy is open. The kind of democracy we practice in Africa is open to a lot of problems and shenanigans, and it's too expensive. It's just far too expensive, And if you ask me, I think we should be talking about constitutional reform. We should create a system of government for Nigerians by Nigerians. It's just as simple as that. It's all about a whole country town meeting. We just sit down and say, listen, we've tried this for how many years? It doesn't work. It's cost us a lot of money. It's cost us our economy. It's cost life over the years. What do we now do? We all sit down, bring people together. It's not about how Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo, the main tribes. Everybody, all the constituent people that have a stake in this, in this. And I must say something again to my dear brothers from the East, without being disrespectful. If you're saying that you're a Biafran, you keep saying you're a Biafran, you're the zoo, that we are of the zoo and all that kind of thing, then I don't think you have a place to come and talk when people are talking about Nigeria. Maybe you should concentrate on about getting your Biafra and there. But when it comes, but is it not? I find it hilarious. Is it not funny that when it comes to Nigerian issue, you want to talk, and yet you're bashing the same Nigeria, that Nigeria is a zoo, is not going to work. Listen, guys, it's not the way forward. We have recognized our problem. We have one common enemy. The enemy is not just from the north or the west, we have the enemy from everywhere, even from our southeast. We have the enemies of Nigeria. We need to chase these people out. I need to see a system where Tinubu and his family are banned from getting into a political office in Nigeria. That is where we know that, yes, going forward, that we are serious. I need to see the system where people like Wike, that is appointing, his wife is appointed, George, and all that, his daughters are banned from holding political office. Somebody is saying that a good system will stop bad behavior. No, I don't agree with that. What was the system again? What was the system we used in voting? Electricity. What was that? What was it called again? IREF. IREF in itself was, it was brilliant, but guess what? Nigerians being evil genius, they found a way of circumventing it. They switched it off. IREF was a beautiful idea, and we had a corrupt university professor that was head of INEC that supervised the whole fraud. That is what we need to be dealing with. We need to start advocating for death sentence because, listen, whether we like it or not, yeah, people know that they can go and steal money with no consequences. They can get away with it. Look at Betta Edu. She's working free. They've killed that matter. It's working. No, we don't know the people that are involved in that fraud and all that. So this is what we need to be pushing for. I mean, if we say we want to follow the same system that's gotten to where we that's gotten us to where we have gotten now and all that, we're not going to move forward. The Nigerian army, the armed forces as a whole, as I used to know it, is not the same anymore. The standard has fallen. Why? We're supposed to, I mean, where we were about 20 years ago is not where we are. We are even regressing. So it's a revolution, all round 360 revolution in everything, in our thinking, in our people. Getting that leaflet thing is a beautiful thing, but it's more than a leaflet. It's about getting, so there's solar panel. There's so much sun in Africa. Why can't we get solar panel? And when I say solar panel, I'm not talking about those cheap Chinese one. I know that proper solar panel, solar farms, so that people's home can be fired up. At least they can be able to watch Niger Watch, Dr. Damages, Mayegun, and all that, propagating, educating people's mind, because people's mind are not educated. The average man do not know what is going on. Most of the time, most of us here even say that when we call home, we even tell them what is happening in Nigeria. We will say, how did you know? Because we know, we are connected at all times. People still switch off their data because they cannot afford data. They rather eat than have their data switched on. And then yet you have people like MTN. They come to Nigeria and the extortionist kind of data that they provide and all that. Yeah. So all these things must change. Thank you.
5 minutes. I think Mr. James, is it Mr. James or Mr. Biafran voice? Which of you are going to go first?
Sorry, I'm going to speak.
Mr. James, one question, please. Just one question.
You want to ask a question?
Just one.
Is it a question?
No, let me ask Tone. Because he was in the military now, Nigerian military. So how do you grade Nigerian military up to today's standard? Have they been up to the 21st century? Have they upgraded their?
No, I think Tone said that the Nigerian army has gone down in every sense. That is what he said. Welcome, John Abba. Mr. James, I'll come to you. Mr. Biafran voice. The revolutionary mind. Two names were put forward, which is what's his name? Sowore and Pitobi. Now, before you say Tone, everyone has the right to come and speak. Whether the person is a Biafran, or whether the person is Afghanistan, or whether the person is from Timbuktu, to hear their voice. Even though we will make sure we tailor the matter to focus on Nigeria.
Electricity. What I was trying to, sorry, a minute, 1 microsecond. What I was trying to say, in other words, I know everybody has got the right to say. All I'm saying is that the mindset of saying people should avoid the election and all that is not the way forward. We need to fight our common enemy. Mr. Nnamdi Kanu has been there in detention for a while. It is not right. Everybody has unanimously agreed that it's not right. This man shouldn't be there. He should be released. That's not what we should be talking about. We should be everybody should be coming out to protest and say, listen, this is an innocent man. He's not done anything wrong. He's not done anything wrong to the Nigerian government. Rather, the Nigerian government came out to kill him, and people were murdered on that day. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Mr. Biafra Voice, if you disagree that Peter Obi or Sowore is the one to lead this revolutionary, what are you proposing, or what are you proposing, please? The floor is yours. Remember, it's about revolutionary mind, please.
Well, my brother behind that have library behind him, I don't know your name. Sorry. I'm not here to give you any solution to tone. Sorry about that, tone. I'm not here to lead you to anywhere to a better Nigeria, because Nigeria can never be better. We can only come here, you rather, not me, because I can't come here to cry about the better Nigeria. You can only come here, cry, complain, lay your foundations. By the time you finish, before you start laying the foundation, you'll be either you'll be killed or you'll be shoot aside. You are calling for revolution. Sowore only said revolution now, just revolution, not war, ordinary revolution. He was arrested. People try to say the school hike is too much, you shoot them to die. And you are thinking you have future in Nigeria. Nigeria is a place that it's not about the personal change. No person, even if you tone will be given the opportunity to become the president of Nigeria now, you cannot do anything better than Tinubu is doing now. That's just the simple fact. You have to face it.
I'll be a dictator. I'm sorry. All those bad guys,
That is how we used to say it. Now so with the talker. So the truth is the truth. It doesn't matter what you believe. That is why I cannot accept Nigeria to be my country, because Nigeria is already gone. No matter what you do, no matter how you see it. If you like, believe me that Biafra is coming. If you like, don't believe me. If you like, tell me anything. You like you said here rightly that we have been that you condemn. What we can do is to condemn that they kidnapped Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. We can condemn that there was no law, there was no rule of law, or that somebody asked the question here: what system of government are we applying, or how can you describe Nigeria? No, Nigeria don't have any system. The system we have now is what somebody from the Northern Caliphate will tell you. That is what you do. I said here the other day that in Nigeria, you have state within state, and you are still calling for one Nigeria that Peter Obi will come or Sowore will come. Are you going to stop the state within state of the Fulanese having their Sharia law and their Sharia government and their police? There is no way we can stop this. The best way is to go your separate way. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter what you like. I stand for Biafra, and I will always stand for Biafra. Call me anytime. No revolution, no revolutionary mind, nothing will change the situation of Nigeria. Tell yourself the truth. Ever since you were born till now, have anything changed? Have anything ever revised just a bit inch to better? No. Everything is fast forwarding to worst. This is a fast way to destruction. Nigeria is just a fast. Today they are deliberating on who is Nigeria. The national anthem is the problem. Tomorrow I heard that before I came here, I just heard Michael Zegome, Professor son Michael Zegome debating, advising that Nigerian name should be changed to backward. That is, it should be Riajinai. You see, no ideas of how to go, where to go. You don't have solution. Nigeria is no solution. That is it. So when you ask me of solution, revolution is not for Nigeria unless you want to die. If you want to die, come out and try. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. James, I beg your indulgence. I need to push forward something with Mr. Biafra voice. I'll be back to you, Mr. James. Just give me a moment, please. Mr. Biafra voice. If you see what is highlighted, they said, if you let us go, you won't hear from us anymore. How do you propose this separation? How do you intend to achieve or propose? What are you proposing? How do you intend to achieve this separation? You have 2 minutes, please.
The only way we achieve what we are doing is by doing what we are doing right now. We set up the government in exile, like I said here the other day, and we are getting the recognition we needed. Like the other day, there were questions you were asking me, and I told you, you cannot find out some certain things without being in the right place. You don't expect me to come here and tell you now that I am in alliance with Ghana, I'm in alliance with Cote d'Ivoire. Well, you are not supposed to know because you are not interested. It is for those that are interested. So the only way we have government in exile, that's just number one step. And if you tell yourself the truth, ever since the beginning of the quest for this Biafra, there has never been any time Biafra has gotten to this stage now of having government in exile. During the time of Wazirike or even Mazena Dekalu would have gone far beyond this, but due to what has happened, we are not going into that. But the truth is that Biafra is the Biafra government in exile today. All of you here, if you don't know about it, you can find out. Is this government in exile a joke? Is there anything like government in exile?
You're not answering my question. Hold on 1 second. My question is this.
Yeah.
How do you intend to achieve this? Listen, they said, if you let us go, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. If you let us go, means that they are holding you people down. Nigerian government is holding you people down, holding those who wants to go, whether Biafra or Dudu. How do you intend to achieve this thing, this separation, without going through the normal democratical process? That's the question. How do you? Everybody knows Biafra. There's no doubt. We are not.
What we are doing is democratical.
How?
What we are doing, everything we are doing is democratical. Well, tell me what we are doing.
Have you put forward to the House of Senate, to the Nigerian that you claim?
Which Senate?
Okay, so we are looking.
No, I'm asking you, which of the Senate? Is it Nigerian Senate?
Yes, the Nigerian Senate.
Well, we don't need to put anything on. All these things, Mazen and Degano did it before now. What we've done lately is taking Nigeria to the Banjul court. And then from there, the next step will come. Everything is in the public. You will be hearing.
Thank you very much.
You know this, so you asking me now is just to say.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. James, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sure you can hear me. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Good. You see, I've been reading the comments made by people concerning what we've been discussing. The stand I'm taking is born out of the fact that I've experienced a lot living with very many African people in different African countries. Despite this, one thing is certain. A typical African looking at a Nigerian looks at him with envy. Envy is burning right inside them whenever they set eyes on Nigerians. This is what I've noticed in East, West, Central, and Southern African countries I have lived in. Despite what we have been doing for them, whenever a Nigerian gets into a problem, they give him a special, that's a very nasty, they treat them as if they are no members of the human race. I will cite examples. When Zimbabwe got her independence in 1980, a Nigerian bishop traveled to Zimbabwe for something I cannot remember. While he was at the airport, he was maltreated, he was malhandled for immigration reasons. They made it clear to them that this is a top-ranking officer from Nigeria. They didn't even bloody care. The guy dropped dead right there at the airport in Harare, Zimbabwe. Now, in South Africa, what Nigeria did is unquantifiable. Yet, these same South Africans are those setting Nigerians on fire. In Liberia, Nigeria went there without UN authorization. It was more of an invasion when they went there. I mean, when they went to Liberia to rescue the country from the mess they created for themselves. Nigerian citizens died, and the money Nigeria spent down till this day was not refunded by anybody, not even the government of Liberia. Despite the mineral resources they have in the country, the idea did not occur to them that let us compensate these people materially for the sacrifices they made. Now, in the Gambia, before 1994, the Buhari military government gave this country 18 million barrels of crude oil free of charge for developmental purposes. They could not account for how they spent the money or what happened to the crude oil. In South Africa, Nigeria was not trading with apartheid South Africa. When trade started, the first shipment of crude oil to the Republic of South Africa was diverted to Cayman Islands by South African businessmen, which they shared among themselves. So you see, Nigeria has been a Father Christmas, and the citizens of Nigeria are having a very rough time all over the continent. I had calls some time ago to travel by road from Gambia to Nigeria because the flights were fully booked. It was during Christmas period. At every border crossing from Senegal to Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, right up to Nigeria, Nigerians they are separated from the rest of the lot just because they are Nigerians, despite the fact that we are spending unquantifiable amount of money, taking care of problems that we know nothing about. If you go to Ghana today, in your discussions with them, the envy they have for Nigeria, they find it extremely difficult to suppress it. This is why I'm very wary when I see non-Nigerians, African non-Nigerians interfering in our internal matters. Now, this gentleman who is here, when he started with saying something negative about Nigeria. But when he was taken to task, it was then he remembered that he is a Pan-Africanist. He donated to Sowore's fund or whatever it is, and there's no proof, no proof to show that he donated anything to Sowore. And I'm in doubt. During the Liberian Civil War, the story is, I don't know what to say. It's unending of the calamities we'll be going through with these people. And this is exactly what Kwame Nkrumah also did, experienced in Ghana. When Ghana was Ghana, a lot of Africans flooded that country. And at the end of the day, they were paid with ingratitude. That is why I said earlier on, that when an African is dealing with another African, he feels superior. But when they are dealing with white men, they feel very inferior. So this is what I think, is it Mr. Seko seem to be displaying on this platform. Anyway, let me summarize what I really have in mind. To solve this problem we are going through in Nigeria, the issue is that no foreigner will ever be able to help us. In fact, they should not help us because we don't need their help. We have the capability to address Nigerian problems squarely. If the road is rough now, that does not mean it will be rough forever. There is an African saying that hot water cannot remain hot forever. If Nigeria will get out of this quagmire, it's just a question of time. And if we cannot get out of it, there's nothing wrong. The country will break up. Ethiopia broke up. Yugoslavia, the Ottoman Empire, empires have come and gone. So there's nothing strange happening in Nigeria. All I'm saying is that based on my experience with Africans, they should wash their dirty hands off Nigerian problem. This is the point I'm making. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. You highlighted the way Nigerians are treated or have been treated and are still being treated in other countries without giving us respect. Would that be correct? given to the amount of help we've given to the assistance.
They are ungrateful. They are ungrateful.
Okay.
That is the point I'm
Mr.
making.
James.
Excuse me. The money we are spending, listen, the money we are spending on these people, if you use it to build schools, expand water supply, build markets and other infrastructures in Nigeria, we will alleviate our problems. These guys are very, very ungrateful. This is the point I'm making. We've wasted a lot. Up till now, we are still pouring technical aid or whatever it is to all African countries. I mean, what the hell is wrong with Nigeria? We should distance ourselves from these people. They are envious. Envy is setting them on fire.
Okay, Mr. James, whose fault is it if, like, for example, I'm going to use you as an example. Whose fault is it if you are in Gambia and you are mistreated and your country, Nigerian consulate, it's supposed to offer you or expected to offer you assistance if you are in any distress? Who are you going to blame? Are you going to blame the country?
The issue is this. There's no country in the world where their citizens don't go out. Even Americans are right here in the Gambia. Americans are in Nigeria, they're in Saudi Arabia. The British nationals are coming to the Gambia to buy properties. So if I live in another country, I've committed no offense. You get the point? The problems I'm encountering here in the Gambia is an extension of the problems in Nigeria. So when we solve the problems when we solve the problems in Nigeria, I will be able to address my problems adequately here at the Nigerian High Commission in the Gambia.
Okay, so you're coming back to what I'm saying, that it is not necessarily the Gambians that you will blame our name, because you said the problem Nigerians are experiencing or you experience is an extension of the government in Nigeria. That is what you just said.
In William Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, Cassius said, he was talking to Brutus, "Dear Brutus, the fault is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings." You got the point?
Yeah, I'm getting you. So,
yes, Cassius found
if an American is treated badly in Gambia, the American government intervene, yes or no?
Not in all cases. Not in all cases.
Come on, Mr. James.
I'm telling you the truth. Excuse me.
Mr.
Not
James,
in all cases.
with due respect.
Not in all. Look, excuse me. In this country, there was a Gambian national who is also an American. This guy was involved in a coup plot. He was treated like any other person and sent to Mile 2 prison in Banjul.
Okay. That is a coup plot.
Excuse me.
Okay.
The fact that you are an American does not mean that whenever you get into some nasty problems, the U.S. government will come to your rescue. If an American is involved with Al-Qaeda boys against the interests of America, will America support the person?
That is in context. You're putting that in context. But from experience or from what we have seen so far that if an American have an issue compared to what is happening Nigerians, if an American genuinely have an issue, the American government come to their aid. Would that be correct?
No, it will not be correct. When they are unfairly treated,
I use the word genuinely.
When they are unfairly treated, the U.S. government can't come to their rescue. But when they are not unfairly treated, when they are fairly treated, the U.S. government, like what happened here in the Gambia, I think his name is Mr. Jasse or so. I can't remember. The U.S. government had nothing to do with it because it was linked with the attempted coup. You get the point? Anyway, the point I'm making is they should wash their hands off our problem. We've done too much for them. Let me round up this way.
Okay.
If you consider what Nigeria did for Liberia, I expect the Liberians to say, "Oh, the bomb mines or what's it called, iron ore, in different parts of Liberia. Why can't Nigerian businessmen come and partake in mining these minerals? Trade concessions. What is wrong? Excuse me. Put down your dirty hands. Put it down.
Oh, Mr. James, please be respectful, please.
No, I think Mr. James is very disrespectful. You cannot talk to me like that.
Who are you?
No. I cannot interject.
Mr. James.
No, he insulted me. I need to speak.
Excuse me,
please. Seko,
put down
please.
your hand when
Mr.
I'm
James,
talking.
hold on. Mr. James.
Excuse me, who
Mr.
is
James.
he to put?
Mr. James,
To interrupt
please
me?
calm down. Mr. James, calm down.
I'm a
Mr. James, calm
Nigerian.
down.
I'm a citizen
Mr.
of the
James,
Federal Republic
please,
of
I'm
Nigeria.
begging you. I'm
a
pleading,
Nigerian.
Mr. James.
Put
Mr.
down your
James,
hand.
I am pleading. Mr. James, he's raising his hand to interject. He has the right to do so, Mr. James.
No, not
Hold
when
on,
I'm
Mr.
talking.
James.
Not when I'm
Mr.
talking.
James. Oh, good. Mr. James, please, I am begging you.
Thank you
As
for your
an elder
understanding.
statesman,
Thank
please,
you for your
Mr. James.
understanding. Thank you for your
Yeah,
understanding.
please, but please, let's be respectful to each other. You can
No, but you
challenge
need to
this
censor
argument.
him. You need to censor him for the
No.
If you
Gentlemen,
allow
I'm going
this
to
guy,
put both of
if
you
you
in
allow
practice.
this
Seko,
guy
please, I'm
to
begging you.
interrupt me anymore,
I
I
am
will sign
begging
out.
you, gentlemen. I am
Sika Okela, please keep your hands down.
Yeah,
You
but
know
what's
you
the
can
consequence of being insulting?
He
What's the
doesn't want
consequence?
you to interject. So just
Yeah,
let's
but what's
try to
the
be
consequence of insulting?
We have done
I
so much for you
understand.
people that
the
you have no
Seko,
right
please, I'm begging
whatsoever
you.
to run
Seko,
us down.
hold on.
You have no right to run us down.
Mr. James, please challenge the argument. Don't.
We are Nigerians. We are Nigerians.
Listen, Mr. James.
You got the point. We are Nigerians.
Mr. James,
This is why we are coming to the rescue. I'm sorry.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
James.
I'm sorry.
I understand.
I owe you apology.
Listen, I understand.
I owe you apology.
I understand. Mr. James, challenge the argument. Please, let's be respectful. This is one of the issues we're having on the platform. Let's challenge the man's argument. Report what, in fact, you said you should provide evidence as a contributor to Sowore. That is a good thing. I mean, that is challenge the argument. But let's, if we say we have to, I mean, Dr. Gomez said in the meeting yesterday, why are we bitter towards each other? There's no need for it. We need to do better than this. Please, Mr. James, I am pleading with you. You are knowledgeable, our historian, but please, the gentleman have a right to say whatever he wants to say.
Not to run down my country.
Disagree with him.
Not to run down my country.
No, he owes me an apology. Otherwise, I will leave.
Don't interrupt
He owes
me.
me an apology.
Don't interrupt me.
You
don't deserve my apology.
No, if he doesn't
apologize,
then this is not a revolutionary platform.
So, Sequoia, hold on 1 second.
You run away from your country. I mean, we came to your rescue. We rescued your country.
Mr. James. The fact that the man is not in Nigeria doesn't mean.
You filter his utterance.
Mr. James.
Ungrateful people.
There are other nationalities that have come on this platform, including I've forgotten this white guy's name that Rudolph always bring on this platform. It has, just like the Biafra man came. We can't tell him to. The Biafra man does not agree that Nigeria exists. Nigeria is his zoology. Are you going to say we should not listen to him? He doesn't believe it. There are people in the comment section who also don't believe. Should I now kick them off the platform? Disagree, challenge his argument.
Anyway.
Please, I'll give you another 2 minutes to round up.
Thank you so much.
Seko, I'll come to you. Seko Keller, please.
I don't want to listen to his unadulterated nonsense. So I'm signing out. I'll come back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Seko, on behalf of Mr. James, I apologize. Look, it's not going to apologize. On behalf of Mr. James, I am apologizing. Okay, not on behalf of Mr. James. On behalf of this platform. So I've changed it, Seko. Do you accept that my apology on behalf of this platform?
No,
Seko.
I'm very sorry. I don't accept the apology. You failed to hold him accountable.
No, Seko, I cannot force him to apologize to you. No. Seko, I cannot force him. I told him he has to be respectful. No, you can't force him,
but you can hold him accountable.
I will hold him accountable. But like I'm saying,
no,
please,
you did not.
on behalf of this platform, can you please accept my apology? Please.
No, I'm begging you. Can I just make a little comment, sir?
Okay, go ahead.
No.
Okay. So I don't want to accept the apology because I want Mr. James for people to see that he has failed to apologize. You didn't hold him accountable because he said, I came here to insult Nigeria, which is contrary to the truth. We are discussing
we all know that.
intellectual discussion.
Mr. James, listen, let me tell you something. Mr. James
I can
is not
speak
like
on
this. I have to be
German,
honest.
Nazi Germany. I don't have to be a German to
I
discuss
agree with you.
Nazi Germany.
You are 100% right. Seko. Mr. James is usually not like this. A lot of people would testify to this. I don't know.
So did he
this
drink
side of
akamu? Maybe he drank
I
akamu
don't
without
know.
sugar or something.
Sir, please accept my apology on behalf of the platform.
You don't have to apologize anymore. Let's just move on, please. This is
okay.
Yeah, let's move on.
Who is it? Forefather.
It's actually my turn.
Forefather.
No, it's actually my turn, my brother.
Okay, go ahead. 5 minutes, Jack.
Thank you very much. You know, it's a bit of a shame. I'm actually quite happy that I'm now next door to Seko, because I wanted to go from his points. The points that followed were rather distracting again. What you asked him, Electricity, I thought was a fantastic question, and it really brings us again to the nub of where we should be speaking in terms of having cerebral thoughts. You put to him, between Obi and Sowore, both could be seen as revolutionary. However, what is what? And it was made very well put, very clearly put by Seko, who said that Obi is more of a reformist. And in that paradigm, I thought, and I had thoughts, and I thought, you know what? Maybe reform is actually better than revolution. Then he went on to say that as far as Sowore is concerned, he will just burn down the whole system, regardless. And my thought is that the actual problem of Nigeria is the system. We can talk about any issue that we like to choose to talk about, but the system is the problem. And for my deepest thought, I believe it needs tearing down. I believe there's no democracy. I believe the unity within the people doesn't make it a country. I believe the nationals who wish to separate have a point, whether I agree with them or not. They have a valid point to want to scarper, run away from what they call Nigeria. Now, for me, forgive me, but these are the real points. It was really unfortunate, I believe, in terms of what brother Henry. It's very unfortunate what he said, and I would never think he would have that point of view living in Gambia and being such a man of experience. You know, what he talks about, if I can just sidetrack a little, in terms of the pain that Nigerians feel around the world, and especially in Africa, and amongst Black people. It can be seen as an envy, but it's not actually an envy, or the envy part of it will be very small. Or what it is, I believe, is that Nigerians are arrogant. There's not two ways about it. Nigerians have an arrogant aura. And within the other African countries who are a lot more, what's the word? A lot more, what's the word? I don't want to use calm. It's not calm. A lot more, I don't want to use oppressed either. It's not oppressed.
Reserved.
That's fair enough. I'll use that word. Thank you. It's not reserved exactly, but it's a better word than I had. A lot more reserved than we are. I think we are very reserved people as Nigerians, or don't get me wrong. But the other Africans, timid is the word I'm looking for. They have a different relationship with their surroundings than we do. And once we know our surroundings, we're in it. Once we know the white man, we can deal with him directly. I have no aspect of fear in this planet. And I don't know whether that's me being a Nigerian or my upbringing or whatever it is, but I realize that other Black people aren't the same. I realize that from the off. And once realizing that, then I think we as Nigerians have to know that we have a responsibility. We have a doggone responsibility. It's not good enough for us to do what James just done and start complaining, almost crying about it. You have a damn god responsibility, my friend. Stand up straight and stop complaining in that shit sheepish level. I'm not a sheep. I'm a whole man. So I don't take what brother has said at all, and I don't believe that you should. People that speak like this, and again, as Electricity said, this is not the way we view our brother James. The way we view our brother James, we give him good respect. He's a man of oratory and he's a man of understanding. But I don't agree with the statements he's made today at all. And the fact that he doubled down to make them after what I said earlier. I mean, I thought what I said earlier made everything crystal clear as to where we should be thinking. So, given the revolutionary aspect and whether I think reform or revolution, man, I think this is where the thought is. And I think somehow it's got to be a joining of the two. I like what you put forward, Electricity, in terms of this question, because this is where the question is. You know, it really is. We can't be, are we going to have a revolution or are we going to reform? Because it can't stay the way it is. That's the truth. It cannot stay the way it is. So I hand over.
Thank you very much. Again, Seko, I'm going to highlight two things to you before I bring Forefather, I give Forefather the floor to speak. I think I lost those two things when I moved away from
Electricity. Can I make my point before you leave? I would like you to hear my point.
No, just hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, please.
Yeah.
Seko, one,
Yes.
look at this comment here. It's the first time Mr. James has done this. Two, Florence said, Mr. James is very different today. I'm really shocked. And what Fire Jagun said is, it's not, I don't know what, Nigerians are in pain. So I don't think it's against you personally, but please, again, I am going to repeat on behalf of Mr. James and on behalf of the channel, I apologize. And I hope you will come back again. So, Forefather, the floor is yours.
Go ahead. I will speak later.
Forefather came in. Let me give him the opportunity, please. Forefather.
Thank you for having me, Pastor, and greetings to everyone on the panel, and to the chat, and to the viewers. Okay, we are checking whether the national anthem is our problem, isn't it? That's the title. You know, when I heard about it yesterday, for the life of me, I couldn't believe it. Because clearly we have bigger fishes to fry. And there is a lot of serious issues, and even the logic behind going back to pre-1960 and getting a foreigner's rendition of our national anthem to replace the one a Nigerian wrote in a country that exports music. I just found that very strange. And then the stranger part is the stuff was passed very, very quickly through the system. This is Nigeria where they can barely get anything done. And they passed it very quickly, and the president flagged it on today. And our people just watch these type of things happen and they feel powerless. I feel like the people feel powerless because nobody has ever showed them the way to actually hold their leaders accountable. They know their leaders are sellouts. They know even if they cannot fully express it in words, they know their leaders are sellouts. These people are not there for them. How can it be a grown man will go and say, you know what Nigeria needs is to go back to the previous national anthem? That should tell you everything you need to know. You don't even need to worry too much about the fact that they are stealing our natural resources. They are they are stealing money and not. That should tell you why all the rest is happening. Because nobody does that. You can't go back to go and start getting foreigners when you have so many musicians in your country that could write a very excellent national anthem, and they didn't even give chance for the people to consult. These are the same people that when they wanted to rename Nigeria, they said they want to rename it from Nigeria to United States of Nigeria. They just won't let go of vestiges of the past. Everywhere they go, they are in the pocket of Oyibo people. I don't know what Igbo people gave them to eat. Well, they can't leave Igbo people alone. If I was Igbo people, I would be spit. In short, that's what they are doing. They are spitting on our head every day. Right now, the way we come across are some of the most useless race on the face of the earth. And because of these leaders, and we blame them all we want, but we let them remain where they are because we don't want to die. We don't want to face the hardship that is involved. Maybe I'm one of them too. But this problem is really, really terrible. It's not just one of those type of problems you just look at, it goes away. If you are the kind of person that can see into the future, you know that we are in trouble here. If we carry on in this way, they can decide whatever our fate tomorrow. These useless leaders will come there and tell them, oh, come and have a military base in our country. Oh, welcome back, master. Come and take over the country. If you want our people to reduce in number, let's help them. Let's reduce their number so that you can have more space. And we might end up in reservation on our own land. Maybe in the next 50 or so years. We think it's impossible. Miracles have happened before. When they took over Africa, it was like that. It happened overnight. The moment they found the cure for chlorine, for malaria, that's when they found quinine. Within 50 years, they already owned the whole African continent. That's the pathway that used to kill them, the white man's graveyard and the central Congo area. But the moment they had a chance, they took over South Africa. They took over South Africa almost 200 to 300 years before they came to West Africa. West Africa is not conducive for them, but it's getting more and more, becoming more and more attractive every day. If you think this life, this useless leader that we have, if they carry on this way, I don't know what makes them sleep at night. I don't understand the way they are thinking. Because it's one thing to say you want to be boy. How about tomorrow they decide that they don't want you as boy anymore, they want you dead? What happens? They do that too. It's not every time they want you as boy. They can decide that they don't want you anymore. They get rid of you like the discarded junk. That's what you are wishing for your people. The way I look at it is that there are only one way to go after this sort of thing. I think I like the term people use when they said reformist, because revolution seems to imply tearing things down and building it back up again. The danger of doing that is that you can't control the outcome, because there are a lot of forces all over the world. The people in this country, if you want to carry out a revolution, you better be aligned with some powerful forces that are against the ones that are keeping us where we are. Because if you do it, they will just come, replace it with their own person, and then you've just set the nation back. Either you go for reforming the system in such a way that you have your own people go in there. There's going to be skirmishes, but it's not going to be on the scale of revolution. There's going to be skirmishes. You fight your way through it, and you remove those leaders that are there. Because in the case of Senegal,
Father, don't hijack the platform now. I mean, you're the moderator.
How many minutes have I been speaking?
Almost about 10 minutes now. Come.
Is it 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll go and check it physically.
We're supposed to be having 5 minutes.
Oh, no, now let's check it now. Let's check it. If it's 10 minutes, then I'll stop. You see, you need to stop that. That's just rude now. It's not even close. I've not even spoken 5 minutes. You're being rude. Why do you do that? Just because you don't like what I'm saying. Why do you do that? It's just rude.
I didn't say I don't like what you're saying, but I'm trying to make
but don't just interrupt. Don't interrupt me and say I've been talking for 10 minutes.
Yeah, you know.
No, it's not. I just went back in time. It's not even 5 minutes. I went back 4 point something minutes, and I met this guy on this thing on the stage. What's his name? Pastor on the stage. But if you want to talk so much, you can go ahead and talk. There's no.
All right.
You don't want to listen.
Thank you very much. We have plenty of time. We have all day. Don't be mad. Calm down. Let me talk.
Okay.
We have all day. But anyway, before I begin, I think we already talked about the flag and some other things of where the country is right now. Then I brought the subject about revolution mindset. So I'm gonna expatiate on that. But before I proceed, Mr. James is a man that I hold to high esteem. I believe he's a professor over there in Gambia. He's been there for more than 30 years, and I always respect his opinion. But I disagree him for trying to truncate this guy's opinion. I mean, what he did was totally wrong. If you listen to Mr. James, What you did was totally wrong. I mean, the guy has the freedom to speak, and his opinion is well valid, whether you like it or not. You have a dissenting opinion. So what you do, sir, is uncalled for. Okay, I'm calling you out, Mr. James, and I hold the electricity responsible. Electricity should have censored him, regardless of he's a very high esteemed member of this panel for more than 2 years. So nobody's above the law. Having said that, I'm going to speak about something about people are talking about the Biafran guy that just left. The guy has a right to make his point, even though he's agitating from Biafra. We are from the same part of the country, but that notwithstanding, he has a right to do whatever he wants to. I'm a proponent of Nigeria. I believe in one Nigeria. But if they are agitating for Biafra, there's nothing wrong. I mean, it's a freedom of speech. They can, he can do that. I mean, let's not miss word. I'm not going to use the word, xenophobia here, because if you really look at it, there has been evidence of predisposition, against the Igbo in Nigeria by some people. I'm not going to make it general. So that evidence is there. So you can see where some of them are coming from. The fact is there, is well led, but because we are not united in that country, this is part of the problem we're having. So when somebody come here and say they are Biafra, yeah, they have a right to agitate. It's a freedom of speech. There's nothing wrong. So it's very bad for somebody to make their comment and everybody here bashing whatever the opinion is. So that's all I have to say to that. I just have to have here. So I raised the point about revolution. People are just pivoting towards Obi and Sowore. I mean, both of them have different way of handling things. I supported Obi, but I'm not obedient. I don't know if Obi has come to power. What could have been? I don't know, because of the way the Nigerian system is set up. It may not have been easy for him. Would he have done better than Tinubu? I don't know, because I'm not going to say foresee about the future. He would have had a lot of obstacles. I mean, the Congress would have been, maybe about 80% against him. But can you do it? According to what I know, he was able to do some things in Anambra. I mean, I wasn't privy during that time, because I never followed politics at that time. He looked like a very quiet man or that kind of thing. But from what I read, the way he handled whatever was going on in Anambra, was very commendable. But can he duplicate it in the Nigerian state? That's debatable, because Anambra is not Nigeria. It's just like Tinubu, the way he ruled Lagos, whether he did well or not did well, I mean, Lagos is Lagos. Lagos is not Nigeria. Look at his failure right now. So you can't just really say what somebody did, it's going to come to the national space and and do together. That's not possible. And Sowore doesn't have any antecedent in government, so we don't really know. All we know what he's been saying. He have a revolutionary mindset. Can he do that? We don't know. So that's where we find ourselves in a conundrum. We don't know, we don't know what the person that will lead us to that revolution mindset that I propose, which is a very, I mean, it's going to be Nigeria has a long way to go. I mean, I don't see any. I mean, I hate to sound like a doom. I don't see any really immediate hope for Nigeria. Maybe it's going to take a lot of process for we to get there, or maybe somebody just come. I don't know who is going to lead that revolution mindset. Maybe it's going to take a collective of all of us to do that. That's what I have to say, because when I brought that up, I wasn't really pivoting towards Sowore or something like that. It's just for us, to think about. Maybe that's the way we need to go. Thank you. Oh, Father, I'm sorry to cut you off. It wasn't intentional.
Thank you. Is this Sikao? You wanted to say something?
Of course, I wanted to say something.
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. So for me, I'll go straight to the point on the issue of Sowore and Obi based on my own analysis. So for me, what I do is that I download their manifesto. I don't just, apart from the fact that I listen to you talking, and if I open my computer right now, I have the manifesto of both of them, the Spice Heart of Sowore and also the one of Obi. And I've analyzed these things. So one of the things I've seen from listening to them, also reading their manifesto, like I said, Sowore is very idealistic. For him, he imagined a very prosperous Nigeria. But for that to happen, the old Nigeria needs to die. That's the way he sees it. It's like he has to tear it down from the military to the educational system. He wants to tear it down. But there are some obstacles that he's not seeing, which is always true for people who are idealistic. That is to say, the structures that hold Nigeria down. If he gets into power, he will find out that those structures will surface. And I will mention one of them right now, which I always mention and I get in trouble, is the religion, for example. If you look in the north, the emirate system that they have right now, which is leading to crisis. The emirate system is a double colonial system. It was not the original structure of the Hausa traditional rulership. It was 1804 that Usman Danfodio created the emirate system. Those emirates were supposed to be governors. They are not kings. They are not traditional ruler. I know your media called them that. They were the original governors of the north. Then the British came and sacked them and made them ceremonial. Then now modern Nigeria upheld these people. So they are actually Fulani colonialists in Hausa land. Even though nobody want to talk about it, you have to avoid it because it can create controversy, but it's the fact.
I talk about it all the time.
The Emirates are Fulani colonialists in Hausa land. It's an issue which will be addressed later in Nigeria. You will see it will surface. Now, you have all the traditional rulers all over Nigeria who are having some stakes in the nation. Then you have the religious group. So Nigeria is not really a full democracy. It's not really functioning as a secular state. So when you do your revolution in the south, very easy. You can bring people in Lagos on the street, and then you take over in Abuja. Then what? You face the Emirates. You face the other top guy. You can't dislodge them, unless you will break the country. So Sowore will run into trouble as soon as he sits in the Aso Rock. The Sharia North will tell him, you have to play by the rule, or the army will kick you out. You will play by the rule. Now, these are the challenges, but his idea is very good. That's what you need. You need a revolution to reform Nigeria. But what will you do with the Emirates? What will you do with the Sharia state? What will you do? There is no freedom of speech in a Sharia law. You cannot criticize Muhammad. That's blasphemy. You'll be stoned to death. That's not freedom of speech. You can compare that to your UK, where I'm allowed to speak my mind, freedom of conscience and thought. You can exercise that in certain part of Nigeria. You will go to jail on an Islamic law, a divine law from God. That's not democracy. Now you come to Obi. Obi is a reformist. What Obi has seen, Obi's own thinking is that Nigeria's problem is economic. Now, if I can take millions of people out of poverty and their life is better, or I bring a middle class up, they are able to eat and pay their houses, they will start thinking right. They will have good education. Probably the nation will go towards a good direction. Obi is not trying to be a messiah. He knows he can't save Nigeria. But what he's saying, like, let's take the boat. Let's put the boat on the right trajectory so that it doesn't capsize. Once we have a good middle class that can feed, that can educate itself, they will find a way to solve these other problems. But Sowore is saying you can't do it the way it works now. You have to tear it down. So in all of it, when you look at it, I'm saying Obi is a good guy. He has a very good intention. But when he gets into power, his reform will also be strangulated. But it's more realistic than Sowore's revolution at this moment.
Thank you. Your submission is quite interesting because the Emirates, as you refer to it, is something that you may not be aware that in the history of Nigeria, they have been shown to not be as powerful as the government. The government have removed sultans, emirs, and all the rest, as they see fit. And so in the context of Nigeria, you may have emirates, but when somebody is sitting on that chair, they can do as they please with the north, the south, and they show it every day. Look at the other day, they overturned a ruling that they said they should bring the old Sanusi back to office. So they can remove, positions of power, remove people and bring people back into power. So I thought I should highlight that because you may not be aware that is happening in Nigeria. Yeah.
Yeah. So what you see in Kano is an internal, it's a family issue. When an external force from the south try the emirate, hell will lose. This is an internal. In fact, Sanusi and Ado Bayero are family. Well, if you don't know, I think you know. They are one family. This is a family issue where a governor, the governor in the north can change the emir and what have you. But when the central government of a southern president tries to temper with the emirate, you will not believe what will happen. Let me just tell you that.
Okay, a southern president, it's funny he stipulated that, but Abacha did remove Sultan of Sokoto from office and replaced him with another one.
Abacha is not a southern president.
He's Kanuri, but he's not Fulani. But he took.
He's not a southern president. That's my submission.
Yeah, but I think you are looking at it from a different.
We understand. We understand the two of you very well, and I want not to go.
Sometimes it's good. Sorry. Let's allow the viewers to understand. Sometimes you can go.
No, I think there's clarity. Wait, guys, it's actually my turn. That's why I'm interrupting.
It's southern.
I think it's John Abbas' turn when you're talking about turn.
No, it's not John Abbas' turn. John Abbas has just come back in. I was next after this guy.
So he's right.
If I can just say, I want to just say this. I want to just say this, if I can, just to keep things online, because we like getting off key and sidetracked. When electricity left, really what he should have done was to stay and hear Forefathers' commission before handing over to him as the present host. That's the only reason I think Man of Prestige interrupted. I was listening patiently when Forefather was speaking, and was wondering when it was coming to the end, and realized it's not necessarily your fault or anyone's fault that interruption took place, which is why I interrupted in the first place, and Forefather did his best to switch off my mic. Fair enough. I was going to speak on his behalf, but fair enough. Then he actually went on to say it's rude for Man of Prestige to cut him like that. And I totally 100% agree. But Forefather, you've got to understand that that behavior that you dislike is what you do all the time. To me especially. Let me just put that to you. So we have it nice and cozy. Have that. Meanwhile, what Seko is saying is so on point. I feel really commensurate. No, I feel to applaud you in terms of many of your submissions today. They're grown-up submissions. They face the area that we should be speaking about more and exploring into and finding if there are any solutions at all. Because we have to be on track in order to find a solution. And I've never given this platform, apart from one small time, that a solution can ever be found on this platform. I just don't believe it at all. I don't even believe it's necessarily what the platform is for. So, in the aspect of electricity's question and the way you've answered it in terms of where we are is really about revolution or reform, put it that way. And that is actually where the question is. If we are answering these questions, we might come to a point of solution. And I put it this way. Nigerians are given leaders. We're handed them. And we accept the rubbish that they give us. I think because of the question, it narrows my mind down to really and truly, we need to be raising our leaders. If the aspect is really between Sowore as a revolutionary and Obi as a reformist, then by God, we should be raising them around parties that are heavily supported, and the questioning now begins. If we're not looking for solutions, really, we're mucking around. We're really mucking around. And we should understand and swallow the pill that we are just muck around artists. But if we want to be serious, then questions that are raised, we have to be able to focus on them. We can't just start detracting. What has been put forward by Sowore is a serious question. The South can more than likely reform in such a way that we get over all of our bullshit and forward with the program that is to be had. And that would be immense for us in the South. we know that Nigeria is more than one country. Now, to tackle the North, I don't go as far as to say what Seko has said, that is unconquerable, or words of that effect. I feel that human beings are still human beings. And once human beings in the North understand that human beings in the South are living a politically organized, structured unit, they will choose to come along or go away. It's very, very simple. They come along or they go away. Because this religious aspect is rubbish. Tribal aspect is another rubbish. All these things that we put our head into and stuff. I've said it, there's no way you can say somebody is not who they are. You can't say an Igbo man is not an Igbo man. You can't say a Yoruba man is not a Yoruba man. You can't talk that. That's just, if you packaging yourself like that, go to hell as far as I'm concerned. Because it is what it is. And as a Yoruba man, if we operated a federation in that country, a true federation, the West, South, Southeast would know what they have to do. And they would come together within no time. They would operate a federation, no doubt, but they will come together as a unit because they're functioning within a structure. Those in the core North, because I believe that the Midwest, the Middle Belt, would join us quite easy. And the Middle Belt is a big portion of what they call the North. It's not the North. A good portion of it, Kogi and Kwara, are basically Yoruba land, basically. So they're not the North, for goodness sake. So we say the Middle Belt. You see, all I'm trying to polit in my sessions in this forum, in this platform, is, are we encouraging ourselves a forward motion where Nigeria is concerned, or are we just having a talk shop? Because talk shop philosophy, fuck off. I'm sorry to put it that way, but I've had more than enough of the talk shop level. I've had too much. They'll sit down here and I listen. People are just whacking their gums as though they're adding anything to anybody.
So one, I'm not going to have, there are certain things I'm not going to do anymore here. I'm not going to be taking unnecessary insults, swearing. And whenever I sit here, you have to understand there are things I'm going to do my own way. If you don't like it, the moment electricity jumps off or Dr. Damage jumps off, you jump off too. It's simple. Because the reason why I do things my own way is because I have different ways of moderating too. I sometimes want to examine a specific topic so that we get in depth instead of everybody just saying their own thing. People will have their chance to say their own thing when Dr. Damage is around and every other person is around. But sometimes I actually want to examine ideas because some people prefer those. If I'm not mistaken, one of the reasons why Maska said he started coming here is because we're doing those intellectual stuff. Not just everybody come here to just put swearing at people and all the rest of it. I'm not interested in that. So that's why I put it backstage. You shouldn't be swearing at people.
So, excuse me, can I ask where you will not accept the insult from? Is it from a panelist? Or what?
Anybody.
Okay, thank you.
We shouldn't be insulting each other. We shouldn't be swearing at each other. You're on a panel. You're saying everybody's talking nonsense. It's not nice.
The thing is, forefathers, I agree with you 150%, but please be consistent with it. So wherever it comes from and all that, please enforce it. Thank you.
I will be. So please don't be swearing. Nobody should be insulting each other.
My point?
Yeah, of course.
Well done, thank you. Now, all I'm saying, to be frank, is that there are ways and ways that this platform. I understand that there's something for everybody. I really, truly understand that. What I'm dealing with, however, is this platform has so much intellect that is it galvanizing itself to move a motion, to move a position, to move us forward in our understanding. So much so to gather a psyche of development for our people and our country and our circumstances that we're in our corners. This is why I'm speaking here. I'm not speaking to insult anyone. The way the platform is run, you guys have your meetings about that, and Electricity has spoken to us briefly today about that. And I think it's a good thing that you're functioning in that. And I would like to throw my own in. I'm saying away from away from Rudolph, who has his faults, he's just a human being like anybody else. But away from him, there is no one who moderates as well as he does. The way we moderate is really down to our own personalities. And I think our personalities need to be big enough to assume the responsibility of hosting such a program. We can't just come from our point of view and think crap to the rest. And I feel that Rudolph does a great job at doing that. And I think if people learn from that, it will be a much better show, I submit.
No, thank you. I think it's John Abba. You want to interject? Yeah, you can interject for 1 minute, then John Abba can carry on. Nothing more than 1 minute. Don't get offended when I stop you. Your audio is low, Ferrari. We still can't hear you, Ferrari. Yeah, something is wrong with your mic or something.
We need to go out and come back. Go out and come back.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Janaba, welcome.
Thank you so very much, forefather and fellow panelists, for having me. A quick question to Sekio. When you say two things, I want to ask you quick. When you say religion is part of the problem in Nigeria, do you only refer to the Islamic religions or the religion in general? One. Secondly, when you say James, you apologized to you, on what base?
Okay. Can I answer, the moderator?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yes. So when I say religion is a problem in Nigeria, I mean on both ways, especially the North. Emphasis. Then when I say she should apologize to me, he actually insulted me. When I raised my hand, he said, "Put down your dirty hands."
Okay.
So I said that he cannot use that word on the panel in an intellectual space. He needs to apologize.
Thank you so very much. And now I think there's no excuse to whom much is given, much is expected. It's an elder statement here. Using that word may come from anger. Everybody loses it once in a while, but also you cannot discard or dismiss his own pain that he have experienced as an African man that live in African space. So I want you to also respect that. Notwithstanding, if he used that word, then he can come and clarify himself on that. All right. And then when you talk about that religion, I want you to know that religion is not only a problem of Nigeria, but the whole African continent. And whichever way you want to take it or leave it, that's what I will leave you with there. That if we can speak intellectual or be direct about it, we should not shy away. It's a big problem in Africa, both religion. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the issue of a national item of Nigerian being revert, I was expecting the Tinubu to dissolve EFCC. I was not seeing him coming after the national item, because I know he is after his brother, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, to erase some of his legacy. I was thinking that he's going to do that, but I don't have a problem of doing the national item if you think it's necessary. But you must come with something that we have Nigerians that are brilliant, that can write our own national item for us, even if we choose to. That's what politicians do if they have their way. And in this time around, he have his way, but I think he went taking it and take us back to what Uibo wrote to me, is another step back. He could have used any Nigerian to write another one. And that is why I am for the reform of the whole institution, both Nigeria and any other African country, that we need to start living our own life in our own way and grow in our own space. I think we take whatever go, whether it's democracy, whether it's religion, whatever is happening, we imitate others and we are not growing in our own space. As a result, it's 10 foot forward and then 20 backward, if not 100. So I don't believe in whatever we have as an institution now. So I believe in that nobody should use the whole Nigerian to fight their own personal fight. And I think the only way it will not be happening that way is when we have a strong institutions that people respect it, and things will not quickly just pass in the house for yes ma, yes sir issue. And that is how I will leave it with the national item. And the other issue that you guys are discussing about Sowore, between Sowore and Obi, I believe, I think most of you have spoken well on it, so I don't want to go into it. I believe both of them operate in similar way. One is destroy the old one and let's start all over, and the other one is like, let's patch this one and make it work. So whichever way they, as we grow individually, share our thought here and there, time will come that when they say government of the people by the people, meaning that the majority of the people have come to their senses and they can make a choice, and the elite will have no other way because they will be forced out in one way or the other, or they will abandon their recklessness at a point when the citizens arise. So we will see with time how that turn out to be. But both of them, this is what I believe. One said destroy it and let's start all over. One say let's manage it. And to me, both of them have no chance in this because of the citizens have not gotten there yet. Thank you. This is my submission for now.
Thank you. I think it's Jonaba next. Jonaba, please go ahead.
No, John Abba just spoke. I thought it's my.
No, sorry. Jonaba is in my head. It's Ferrari.
Oh, thank you, guys. The reason I was raising up my hand so bad is that I'm on break and my kids would soon walk in. So
5 minutes.
I wanted to make my shot before my break, before the kids walk in. I won't be able to do that. The issue of Nigeria, Anthem, reform or revolution. What's the way forward? Let me be very clear to you all. You see, those of you who have made great submissions, you have made good submission, but sometimes some of these submissions, I object to it. For example, people who have said Nigerian problem is religious. It's not religious, it's the religious leaders. It's not tribal, it's the tribal people, because we have thieves from every tribe. It's also a few of the submissions you've made. It's not the illiterates that are not marching on the street. It's you, the educated people, and I will tell you why. So all these things are our problem. That's Nigerian situation. So what does those things need? Does it need reform or does it need a revolution? For example, I used to believe that Nigeria is messed up. It's true, Nigeria is messed up, until I found out that Nigerians are messed up. You see the difference? It's not just the Nigeria as a system, as a state that's messed up, but we Nigerians are messed up. So whether you choose reform or you choose revolution, the first thing either one need is that you need informed people. You need educated people. You need people who understand the state of their reality, of their pragmatic situation, Can you come back, please? Give me a few minutes. Thank you. So of their pragmatic situation, we need people who can react. And most of all, we need people who can act, not activists. You don't have to be an activist. You don't have to be a Wole Soyinka before you know that the man in you have died. And that is the story of Nigeria. The man in us have died. Why do I say this? Every Nigerian, from the history, from the locking up of Awolowo to the man who said my hands are tied, which Show repeated also yesterday, to those who staged the first coup, second coup, to the civil war. The man died in our men, and that's why Nigeria is in this state. Now, the man died because even on this panel, we are a total reflection of the state of Nigeria. In this panel, we are all activists talking of Tinubu did this, the government did that, the security is this, but yet when injustice occurs right in our very face, none of us acted. You see, Nigeria has a tendency, when you challenge competency, they act against you, like they locked Fela up, like they locked Nnamdi up, like they locked Sowore up, when you challenge competency. I love Dr. Rudolph for one thing, have your say. You see, when he came with this idea, I thought that is Nigerian solution. Have your say, because Nigerians have never been allowed to have their say since independence. And some people, when they get the opportunity to host, they now think they are the power and they abuse power. Nigerian problem is a question of abuse, power, and authority. An authority that rejects accountability. Yesterday, the most enormous or the most proverbic people were on board and they watch injustice, and yet none of them acted. Although people I least expect on the chat zone, like Kulata, they acted. Like Shegun O, like Equity Fair, they were saying that was wrong. But yet, great speakers like Kene, Osita, KJ, Olumide, Harry, CM, Victor, Show, didn't act. That is the problem of Nigeria. Forefather, how many minutes do I have left? I don't want to talk too much, but I want to thank in the words of Lincoln that says that, please teach my child that for every scoundrel, there is a dedicated leader. I want to tag those dedicated people in the chat who stood up, who acted against injustice, because we have failed that country because every time injustice happens, none of us act. You don't have to act to risk your life, but the little things you can do will change that country. And the people that were on the panel yesterday, they failed. Rudolph set up this channel so that Nigerians can have a voice. Don't take that away from them. And then let us elevate the discussion. Let us stop doing a hit job like a journalist who have just received an envelope. Let us elevate this discussion to the point where we save our country. No one's going to do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. If not now, I appreciate you for joining us. This is a bit early. Thank you for, I don't know what you've got to contribute. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, all. Yeah, thank you, forefathers, and the rest of the panelists. Let me observe for a while, still more, because I've not really understood the full context of the conversation. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The idea was that the Nigerian government very quickly rushed through a change of the Nigerian national anthem. Not to create a new national anthem. They went back to the one that was written by a white lady before our independence. And so they thought that we should talk about it because this is one of the areas that Nigerians feel like they're powerless. They didn't consult anybody. They just wrote it very, very within a week. I think we had it just within a week or so, and boom, it's already the president has approved it without consulting Nigerians at all. So that's the discussion we are having.
Yeah, well said. I think that's it's not just today it started. It shows you the poverty in our leadership circle. And that shows you that we don't truly have a representative government, in the sense that if you check in other climes where things are working, that move is an important national issue that shouldn't have happened by 3 a.m. in the morning. It's something that countries subject to serious debate. It's something that when the president comes up with the initiative, he sends such bill to the House and the House debate it thoroughly and possibly have a hearing on it. But why would I be surprised if a budget can be passed within 24 hours or 48 hours? That has to do with finances, money, appropriation, not to talk of something that is a piece of word like a poem. So that tells you that the president controls everything, that we don't really have a legislature, because, and we don't have, we have one political party, which is the political party of the ruling class. Because if not for any other thing, this is something, it's not even what we need to be discussing here. If he just did it unilaterally like that, and we have a multi-party system, there should have been a party in the opposition that would have started raising an issue. Do you understand? But it tells you that, as far as I'm concerned, that we have one political party in Nigeria that have branches, but it's just one, serving one interest, the interest of the ruling class. So that's it. As per the choice of even if they decided to, number one, I don't think national anthem is a problem of Nigeria as of today. But that does not mean that if there is need to change the wordings of the anthem to make it to be something that is relevant and that can instill patriotism, that will be fine. But it's just like you merely changing. You want to change the name that you call people are calling. You want to do change of name, but you've not really thought about the meaning of the next name and why you want to change it, and begin to, imbibe it inside of you before actually pronouncing it. It's not going to lead to a national rebate. That's what I'm trying to say, because nothing have changed even in the mindsets of the people that want to change it. Tinubu have not told us, or the current leaders have not told us that we as leaders want a change of mentality, a change of ideology, on our own part as leaders. So as a way of translating it down to the populace, let's do it by way of changing the national anthem. Nothing have changed. I think they're just looking for a cheap popularity. Maybe we've not really achieved a lot. And maybe in the past, we've heard some people say, this national anthem is not even, it doesn't really have much meaning. And they say, okay, let's do this one. This one may be more popular, may resonate with people. Stuff like that. That's just what they're doing.
So you think that their thinking is, when we go back to pre-colonial national anthem, it's considered popular?
Yeah, in the past, some people have questioned the actual meaning of the current national anthem. I don't know which one is current now anyway, But it doesn't really make sense.
The question I wanted to ask you, because I wanted to even ask that question before you said what you said, because I wanted to ask, what do you think is nudged them to do this in such a rapid way?
I think that may be it, because I've heard that in the past, not just this present regime. I've heard such conversation on the public circle when some panelists come to network stations. They talk about the national anthem, not really the old one being better than this one in terms of context and words. But what you consider sometimes is a national pride. You understand? In terms of national pride, whatever was written about 70, 80 years ago, written down, I believe that today we'll have more intellectuals that can even come up with words that are better. You understand? If there is need to change. So why do we have to go back? And again, something that is not made in Nigeria or made by Nigeria.
Exactly.
You understand? So in terms of national pride, no matter how beautiful it is, you would have said, okay, for the fact that this was not made by us. You understand? At a stage, we're also saying that some people are saying that the issue they have with Nigeria is because it was other people, it was not formed by us. You understand? The name was not given by us. You have an opportunity of remedying such things, and you are going back to the one another person prepared for you. It doesn't really, to me, our leaders don't really have this patriotism or nationalistic instinct.
Can I ask again? Where are the opposition, Atiku, P2B, when this stuff was raised? Why did none of them say anything about this? Are they all in line?
That's what I told you now, that to me, we have one political party in Nigeria. You know, I don't really think there is, just like me and you know, the parties are the same.
Wow.
You know,
thank you.
Once they're elected, is like whatever Mr. President wants. You understand?
Yeah.
So far, it's not reducing the money that is coming into my pocket as a legislator. It's not reducing my constitution. There's a constituency allowance.
Wow.
I can't question it. I have nothing to lose. That's the attitude.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a shame, but you know, that's true. Commander Sule Y Tariwa.
Sorry for that. If you really want to know if the National Assembly members have the power to oppose presidential policies or initiatives, let Tinubu come out tomorrow and say that he's cutting their constituency allowances and their individual allowances by 50%. You hear what will happen?
They will oppose it very quickly now. And they didn't give the Nigerian people a chance to react, because if the Nigerian people had chance, they probably would have reacted against doing this. We export music, for crying out loud, and we can't even write our own national anthem.
So it's too bad. It's embarrassing, to say the least.
That's where we are now, and this is what gives me trust issues. Sule, Commander Tariwa, you came with your full title today.
It's comrade.
Oh, it's comrade. I thought it was commander today. Welcome, commander. Comrade. So how do you know it was comrade anyway? Too. Did you encounter him yesterday? Was he here yesterday?
Mate, it's common sense now.
So you know, you talk about sense to me. Please go ahead, comrade. I think it's frozen, you know. Okay, if it's frozen, then we can go back to Osho. You want to say something?
Well, good evening to everyone. It's been a pleasure listening to you guys. Interesting conversations. I've seen people do the usual. I don't think there's any getting away from it. Quite interesting. You know, when people sit on the other side and they critique, doesn't bother me much. You know, Rudolph is Rudolph. I don't want to be Rudolph. He does what he does. LBC is a popular channel in the UK. They have many presenters, so many. There are some I listen to, and the minute they finish their shift, I log off, like you suggested. You know, so if somebody's going to present and you don't like it, go do something else. Go outside. That's life outside of YouTube. You know, so if I'm about to present, I'll do it the way I deem fit. If you don't like it, log off and go do something else. Also,
so my brother, to where are you aiming that statement, my friend? I don't know
the
how.
card fits, Jargon, wherever it fits. That's not the issue.
No, you know, to come to the
Jargon, please let me speak. Okay, please let me speak.
Right. Sure.
You're quite fond of interjecting people.
Sure, I said go for it, bro. Go for it.
So you do you. So the constant, and you know, the Alabawu came as well saying people didn't defend him. My job is not to come and defend you. You're a grown man. Speak your piece. Defend yourself when you have the opportunity to. It's not my job. Plus, I did try, especially I didn't watch the show from the beginning, which I made clear. I joined in the middle. I wasn't sure what had happened, and you want me to veto what another moderator was doing, just to say what? Solidarity. We have simple rules. Some of the rules that everybody knows on this show. Driving is not allowed. Yet people join while driving. But they will come and tell you how to run the show. The same people will be eating on the show. We know it's one of the rules. We might forget everything else. Driving, eating, sleeping, slouching, not properly dressed is not allowed. You do it, but you come and tell us Nigeria is not working. Simple rules. Some of the most simple instructions cannot be followed. but yet we'll sit on our high horses and be telling people how to do things. This is the last I'll speak on it. I don't have time for such nonsense.
You have time. Of course you have time. You just used it.
Please, please, just,
How funny
just
you
let it
are.
slide. It's okay. It's okay. Regarding the national anthem, I just want to make it clear. I don't think it was Tinubu's idea. Maybe he used the guy to front it, but let's put out the right information. It was the majority leader, John Ihon is an Edo guy. He was the one that moved the motion, and it was moved quickly. 2 readings in the same sitting. Then it went to Senate yesterday, and Senate passed it. And I had a feeling it was going to be signed by the president today as part of their 1-year celebration, and he has signed it. Forefathers, and I agree with you. If we want to rewrite the national anthem, we have a lot of people who can come up with, what that they would agree to. I mean, make it open competition. Let people write, decide which one you want to go with. Don't, go back to the last one. And let me read what the guy said. I think he said something along the line of, what did he say? He said that there's a need for Nigerians to see the anthem as a national symbol and sign of authority, which does not deny the realities. I don't even know where they're going with this. I don't know how it affects anything. If you want to go back to the past, there are a few things I would say we should go back to. The old price of petrol, the old price of cement, the old price of cars, the old exchange rate. There are so many old things we can go to. Going back to the old anthem, I'm struggling to see how that solved the problem of an average Nigerian. The people who sent this Mr. Bihon, whatever his name is that what they told him is their most pressing need? So you begin to wonder, these guys are like tone deaf. They are so detached from reality, except there's more to it than we see right now, because I can't understand for the life of me what this is going to do for Nigerians. Tomorrow you go to the market, things are still expensive. So I don't know how they're getting their priorities so wrong. The loss, they're out of touch with what the average Nigerian is dealing with. It's a shame. And I saw that Madam Obi, I've never been able to pronounce her last name, Ezekwesili. She's already said she's not going to sing the new national anthem. No one is going to make her sing it. She's not interested. Anytime she needs to sing the anthem, she would sing the.
I will never sing it. I will never sing it. That's for sure.
I need to learn it. That's the thing. I need to learn it because by the time Obasanjo changed it in 1978, I wasn't born. I was on my way, but I wasn't born in 1978 when it was changed. So I've never sang it in my life. Thankfully, I have no need to sing it. I don't play for the Super Eagles. I'm looking forward to the next Super Eagles game. I want to watch something. I want to watch those boys sing the new national anthem. But that's all I've got to say.
Well, if I had to also ask you though, you said it was the Edo the chief
minority leader from Edo.
Yeah, minority leader. So
sorry, majority leader.
Would he do such a thing? Would he carry out such a thing without the blessing of the higher ups?
That's why I said
what do you think
he might have been a front. I said it. I said it's possible that it was a front. They might just use him to front it. I'm saying, because I don't think his people called him and said, you know what, please go and tell them there that we need the new national anthem. That's the biggest problem we have in Edo State.
Imagine the two people coming to tell him that, we need new national anthem when they have road problems and power problems. Crazy. Oh my God, man, these leaders. Yeah. Unbelievable. Thank you. I really appreciate your submission. Bumi, long time. I obviously, all these enemies of progress. You show up here where the pastor is here. You come for pastor's child. The weekday, we don't see you during the weekends anymore. But it's all good. Bumi, welcome. So, what do you think about this national anthem wahala that is going on right now? So, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone, or good day, wherever you guys are. To be honest, I'm not surprised about the whole national anthem. And for me, my question is to everyone is, are you surprised about this even popping up? Because we keep on talking about this, but the question is, but the problem is that we also say we have bad leaders. If you say you have bad leaders, are you then shocked about things like this popping up in your current state? It's like, I feel like at some point we need to start asking ourselves questions in terms of like, what do we want? We cannot be surprised and say, oh, these people are not being reasonable but then say we also have leaders that don't care about us. This is a real point to prove to us that these people don't care. And now that we know we don't care, the question is, what are you going to do about it? Is it a huge problem in terms of like, are we okay living this way, or do we want to change things? Because there's nothing I could speak on this national anthem. I can't speak on anything because I'm not shocked. Whether it's from a minority man or from a majority whoever, I'm not shocked about it. But the question is, why are we talking about it? Why are we making it the topic of the conversation with so many things going on in Nigeria? This is what we're talking about, whether or not these people are sensible in bringing this or passing this bill. We already know they're not sensible. So why are we talking about if they're sensible? It's I have a question to everyone in terms of us talking about this topic. That's my question here.
You see, the reason why I think maybe it was sensible to highlight this, because there are certain things some people do, like if they are trying to build Lagos Calabar Road, they want to build stations, and you can debate whether it's a priority, whether they are supposed to do it, or are these people inept, they are not securing the country. You can have all those arguments, but when somebody decides that national anthem, not just national anthem, then going back to the one that is not even part of it's not a Nigerian that wrote it, to make that our own national anthem now that everybody has to sing to, it's a kind of symptom of a deeper problem here. And that
But
is,
are you shocked about it? Is this something that you woke up and you're like, oh my days, I can't believe these people did this?
see, I'm one of those people that I see the data pointing the other way. I still try to hope that maybe there's a plan, they're heading in the right direction. And this stuff sometimes still hits me hard when it happens. I'm not entirely closed off to them doing the right thing. That is why.
Well, I'm not shocked. So
yeah, I'm sure you are not. You see, maybe it's a good thing because you guys understand them more, and you know you're younger and you know how they operate already fully.
But
For
you
me,
need to understand that if you keep on entertaining behaviors like this, they're never going to change. They make this, and they know every single Nigerian is going to go on Twitter, go on their news, Arise or whatever, and they're going to talk about this, distracting you from the main point of like you're not actually delivering what you're supposed to deliver for the people, distracting you from your main point as a people. What do you want for yourself? If you're saying this is not what we want for yourself, don't be talking about this because you're entertaining what they call it. This is a distraction. Is actually basically nonsense. I will mention there are about 9 point something million children that would die of starvation in Nigeria in this year. What is my business with national anthem? That's me already knowing that we have a failed society. So I cannot speak on an issue that makes no sense coming from a government that has proven that they do not care for the society. And us as a people, we need to understand this is basically nonsense. When it also with the same thing with the whole Lagos to Calabar stuff, when it turns out that they cannot actually continue with this project for a very stupid reason that you did not check. You absolutely did not check what was going on there. You just made an announcement for no reason. That was already a sign to show you that you have a group of people in power that don't have sense, and they're not checking. They're not going into they're not going into the environment to observe what do the people actually need. And it's for us to understand, are we okay with this or we're not? If we're not okay with this, what is the next plan? That's it. That's where we should be talking about. That's what we should be talking about as people. How do we try to change this environment? But not the national anthem. Whether it's written by a white woman, a black woman, or by an alien, that's none of my business.
thank you. You've spoken well. It's my business whether it's a white woman or because
I mean,
Especially
yes,
not a Nigerian
yes.
citizen.
I mean, that
What
is
I've also noticed is there's a
Uh-uh.
trend now that every topic you discuss, people tell you it's irrelevant, it's a distraction. This is the problem. You leave it when it's little, then it festers. It becomes a bigger problem. It's national anthem today. It'll be something tomorrow. Then all these little things, they metamorphosize into big issues. Then we'll now say, oh, where were we? How did this happen? You talk about Naira exchange, like somebody put out there, they'll say it's irrelevant. Oh, Naira is not your problem. You talk about whatever. I think the way we should approach some of these things is I can come here and say, oh, the topic you're discussing, probably not of interest to me. I would pass and I'll talk on the next one. We come here every weekend. We discuss big issues. We've scored this government. We've done the scorecard for them. I think that's relevant. So we should not take our eyes away from the big issues we discuss. If this is not relevant to a lot of people, which I appreciate that, it's freedom of expression and thought. You might think, oh, it's relevant, I wouldn't join, I'll just leave them alone. The day they discuss something relevant, I would join. I think personally that's the way I see it. And I'm not expecting everyone to see it that way, but that's the way I see it.
Can I just ask Joe and others if they watched the show from the beginning? Because the question asked indeed is a puzzling one.
I didn't watch it from the beginning.
Electricity meant it. Yes, electricity meant it in the light of, look at what's come up. Meanwhile, there are all these other things going on. And as we were pushing the conversation forward, it developed into what I felt was fundamental is the national anthem important? Because it came on to say that there is a point of revolution or the word, please, my brother.
Revolution or reform.
Reform.
Or reform. And I felt that this is a crux of a position that allows us to start answering real questions. Because we all know that Nigeria is upside down. Some people are afraid of the word revolution. They don't fully understand what it means. Maybe people would lean to the word, goodness, it keeps escaping me for some crazy reason. Can you help me, forefather?
Revolution,
reform, and the reformation of our polity. And I think we have gone into an important space. So, in answering the question, is it important to change the national anthem? As unimportant as it is, we've come to a very important point where I felt that the conversation was getting deep to the point of people's cerebral exercise, if you like. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Ebumi. Don't worry, I'm going to give you your time.
I've not spoken for a while. Everybody has been going over me. I just kept quiet.
Yeah, well, I'll come to you. Yeah, you're a gentleman now, and don't worry, we'll come to you. Ebumi, please go ahead.
Just to clarify, when I said that I don't care, or not to what Mr. Show said, it's not necessarily saying that whether like changing the national anthem is not important, or it's not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that when you have a group of people who have shown that they don't care, you cannot just put a question out there without observing your present day state. When you look at the state of Nigeria and you look at what we should get from a government, and then you look at what the government are doing, then this is not a shock or surprise, or this shouldn't be a big like for example, it's the topic for this discussion. And I'm saying it shouldn't be a big surprise, because the government has proven for how many years that they'll forever do things like this. So my angle is coming from redirecting our focus from the national anthem itself, but redirecting it to where majority of us come in, where we're coming from a part that Nigeria needs change. I feel like, unless someone's going to prove me wrong, is it that no one here realized that Nigeria needs change? So the question is, if you're saying it needs change, are you telling me, then the question is this behavior a good thing to show you that this is where we need change on. I don't know if that makes sense from where I'm coming
I
from.
think it makes perfect sense what you said. It's just I just thought I should highlight that aspect, the reasons why we had it. You spoke very well today, and as a matter of fact, probably more passionately than I've had you speak. Maybe you have been attending this one, so I've not seen you speak like this. So that's really good. I really appreciate it. Comrade Sule, thank you for your patience. Man, for a moment I thought you were Masca. I don't know whether you know Masca. Yeah, for a moment there. Please go ahead.
Okay. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this is the first time I found myself in this very important table where the national issues have been discussed. And I'm very interested in today's topic because I think is one of the issues that are currently on trending, especially in Nigeria's social media cycle. And the issue is a very critical topic that need to be given an adequate attention because at the state which Nigeria is going on now, I don't think Nigeria problem now is national anthem. And I have even written it there on Twitter that it is misplacement priority that we can ever sing in Nigeria. This is not what we need at this stage. At a kind of deplorable that Nigeria situation which Nigeria found itself, I think the National Assembly, like the senators, the president himself, and the House of Representative members should pay attention to other aspects that will improve the lives of the Nigerian people instead of bringing this inconsequential issue of a national anthem, which will add no value to the people's life. So is actually the thing actually offend me, and is something that that is condemnable to every responsible citizen of Nigeria. And I believe the reason why even the leaders or the House of Assembly members, the senators, and the president himself signed the bill to rebut this national anthem is because they want to divert the attention of Nigerians from their cluelessness. For the past 1 year, they have never, more especially the president himself, I don't think he has offered something tangible that should be regarded as someone competent for being the president of Nigeria. So he couldn't deliver anything tangible to deserve to be praised. And today that he's celebrating his 1 year anniversary as a president of Nigeria, he ended up signing an unnecessary bill that to rebut the national anthem, which is very needless at this stage. And as I had someone mentioning the issue of revolution, I think there are many things that need to be done in order to sensitize our people or educate them about revolution. Many people, whenever they heard you talking about revolution, they will just think that you are the rebel. And there is difference between the rebel and the revolutionist. The revolution constitutionally is constitutional order to every citizen. As a citizen, you are right to act to any kind of shenanigan and any kind of maladministration that you might think that the government is doing. You have every right to react, and that reaction should be more especially in a peaceful manner, not in violent manner. So that revolution is very, very important issue if really the citizens of this country understand what revolution means and what is for, because many people, as I said earlier, misunderstood the content of revolution, thinking that when you are a revolutionist, you are a violent or a rebel, which is actually not. So this topic that we are discussing here, I'm very interested in it, and I hope something will be done in order to let those useless people understand that what they are doing is not what we send them there to. Let them know the actual feeling of Nigerians people. At this situation, there are many issues that need to be addressed, not national anthem. We can see that we are going through a lot of problems, from inflation, insecurity, corruption, starvation, and all other issues that are threatening the lives of the people across the country. So there are many aspects that should be given attention. And this, I repeat it, that this issue of national anthem that they have today signed into law is actually unnecessary and inconsequential as far as the Nigerians' lives are concerned. This is just my stance, and I will continue to say it, and I will continue to condemn that decision because it's not necessary. Even if they really want to do it, they should find another different time when all the problems of Nigeria have been solved. Then they can bring this issue. Because when you have two issues, you need to address the one that is more important. So at this stage that we are now in Nigeria, there are two issues. One, the situation which Nigeria found herself. The second issue is the one which they have already signed. So they should have addressed the problem that Nigerians are facing, the problem of inflation that everyone is going through. I think all the commodities are increasing. All the price of commodities are daily increasing without we knowing the actual reason behind it. So they should all go and debate and think of how to bring an end to all this issue instead of them going there at the National Assembly to adopt another even European written national anthem. I think this thing is actually very unnecessary as far as Nigerian condition is concerned.
Let me ask you something. So, yeah, you said something about the anthem being a kind of distraction to distract Nigerians. So they use it to counter the other one. So if they wanted to do that, why can't they have done that by saying, you know what, Nigerians have a competition where they come up with a national anthem for themselves, instead of going back to the one Igbo people wrote before independence? Why do you think they didn't do that?
Yes, the reason why I said that is, okay, let's say today is 1 year anniversary of Tinubu's maladministration. And I don't think he has anything tangible to present to Nigerians that he has done something to deserve commendation for being the president of Nigeria for good 1 year. He has nothing actually to show to Nigerians, unless these media propagandas that they have been sharing on social media. So they know very well that as today Nigerians will criticize them, will come to social media and ask them what actually have they offer for this very good 1 year. So they know this question will definitely arise from Nigerians. That is why they signed this to also divert people's attention from asking them what have they done for this 1 year. And that is why they have signed this bill, as I said earlier. So doing that is showing that they want to divert people's attention. And to them, to their shallow thinking, some Nigerians will be convinced by this decision that, okay, they have done something good for adopting another national anthem and replacing it with another. So I think this is the actual reason behind their decision for doing that.
So you think that Nigerians would think it's a good idea to take our national anthem and change it to the one a foreigner wrote for us?
Yes, to them is something. To them, they thought that Nigerians will be happy, or Nigerians will appreciate them for bringing the 1960s national anthem, which to them is something good, is something worthy of commending. But unfortunately, the issue turned out to be otherwise, because I believe 99% of Nigerian people are not happy with the decision, because this is misplacement of priority. At this stage, this is not what Nigerians need. We need something different. We need all these issues to be tackled, not this national anthem issue. Maybe if the issue happens to be implemented in another time, not this kind of critical situation, maybe people will commend them. But as of today, as of now, that people are going through a lot, I don't think people will be happy just because they adopt another national anthem. In fact, there are many people that say they will not even mind to memorize the national anthem. some people are even causing it, because you can't just be starving and someone will bring national anthem to your table that you should recite national anthem. It is only when you eat food, when you have food to eat, then you will even have the feeling or the respect for your country. Let alone to recite national anthem. So that is just my stance.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well said. And yeah, you are welcome anytime. So, because it's very important we all share information. You know, it's good to know that people, you know, all the people around you too don't like this change because they didn't consult the people at all. Who is next? Tone. Then we'll go to Seco. Tone.
Right. Okay.
Thanks for your patience, eh?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess we've just we've covered everything that we didn't needed to be covered. But I'd just like to highlight some things that I missed the last time I spoke, and I wanted to my brother Sekou mentioned that Obi was he comes from a privileged background. Being privileged, the word privilege is it's a subjective word. So someone that grew up in say like in the middle class, or someone that grew up in a higher class, somebody coming from a lower class will look at that person as being privileged. Obi was, I believe Obi was just an ordinary kid. I wouldn't say he comes from a stinkingly rich background. He was just an ordinary kid, and he's just a person. So let's just get that. And again, we're saying that we want to take we come here and we talk and talk and talk. There's so much distraction here. See, when I start talking, people will start talking me down, and I'm listening to the comment section and all that. Comment section that are meant to be advocating and putting in a very constructive argument. All we do all day is either we're insulting each other on the panel here, or the comment section is just abusing. I can see the abuse that's been an insult has been directed to Sekou. I mean, I think that is just totally unnecessary and very, very shameful. This is our brother that has lived in Nigeria. After all, if the time that he's lived in Nigeria, if he wanted to apply to be a Nigerian citizenship, I don't see any reason why he should be refused. He came here, he made some very, very, very salient points and all that. Or nobody is cerebral enough to pick up the salient points that he was. Other than that, all we picked up was that he's from Liberia and we are Nigerians and we are more superior. I don't know. If we are more superior, we'll not be where we are today. If we are more superior, educated people and professors will not be rigging for a drug dealer and a certificate forger. If we are that superior, why would a certificate forger be our president over a country that we're so educated, and we pride ourselves as the lion of as the giant of Africa? Let's just I think it's a sober reflection, really, that's where we found ourselves. We all need to find a way of addressing all these ills. Tinubu has run out of ideas. I mean, it's just been catalog of comedy, fake bishops, coastal roadway. Now we're talking about national anthem. The man is confused, and then the fool in the comment section called Kulata and all that will come, and he will be attacking people's personality and supporting evil. You know, I just don't know. I don't know where we're going in this country. And he claims that he read electrical engineering. What's your education for, Kulata? Rubbish. And you're supporting illegality. At your age, you live in America. You don't live even in your state that is full of rusted rusted houses, mud houses, and all that. You're living in America, and yet you are supporting Tinubu. Don't you see that your head is not in the right place? What are you going to tell your son that you supported illegality? And many of you like that in the comment section. So it's time, we could not go get sense. If you say now, MFM that you need to go on deliverance. You need to start going for deliverance so that maybe your head will be in the right place. But if we continue like this, there's going to be trouble. There's going to be serious trouble. And as left to me, if I have my powers, all these people should be quiet. That is the only language they understand right now. Yes, it sounds sinister. Look at Ghana now; it's a bit saner. If Rawlings did not do what he did back then and all that, maybe we need to replay that. We need to replay that tune, that Rawlings played and all that. Maybe that would give us peace and some common sense for the next 30 to 50 years, because they are doing with so much confidence that nothing will happen. We need to start putting things in place. You cannot come and steal money and there's no consequences. You come and steal money, you lie to people, you pick up money, you build projects. It's only Nigeria. There's one in the House of Assembly right now in Lagos State. He constructed a Paco bridge. What is called Paco in English is wooden bridge. Bridge over a canal. Yeah, he used to be. I don't want to mention his name. He used to be an actor. He called press conference for a World
Why won't you mention his name? Are you enabling him? Shame him.
No, I'm not. People know him. People know who I'm talking about. And called World Conference to commission a Paco bridge. Where are we going? The governor in Abia State have shown us that it can be done. If we can start, and I think our state governors would need to start calling them out and putting them on the horse. We can see what the governor of Abia State have done. If every state should do the right thing, the whole Nigeria will change. So this even goes to the few Edo people that are in the house and all that. You guys had better think very well. The next governorship thing. Edo State is supposed to be one of the most developed states in Nigeria. But look at the state of Edo State. It's just like a glorified village. Edo State, Benin, is more or less like a glorified village. And look at when they were exposed to the West and all that. But look at the states. No standard airport. No, the roads and all that. So the thing is that we're not ready. We're just not ready. Once we are still defending our criminals, we're still appointment is not by competence. Is about your ethnicity and the connections and all that. We're in trouble. Yeah, we are in big trouble. So that's all I've got to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. You see, the solution, I believe, this diaspora will have to play a very significant role, because the way Nigeria works right now is very difficult for people on the ground to be able to move or do anything. But the diaspora have a level of protection. They have to be able to do something, otherwise this is going to get worse. Okay. Seko. Yeah. It took a while.
I actually have a lot to say, but I don't have a note, so I might forget some of them. So
yeah, don't worry. So hold on. Sometimes I may have to stop you to ask you a few questions because you do because so many points are not made and nobody goes in depth. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to address the issue of ad hominem attack, where if you are debating someone and you make your point across, instead of the person addressing the point, they attack your personality. It's a deviation. It's called ad hominem attack. And I've suffered this a lot with even the African-American community. If you go on YouTube, I have several videos. I do a lot. I've done a lot of video on African Renaissance, African history, African culture, and all of that. And the African-American will say, hey, you are from Africa. You guys sold us into slavery. You don't have a right to talk. So what happened here in the chat room with Jim, I'm used to it. But I tell people, address the issue. Address the issue I'm raising. If you can address the point I'm raising, then we can have, but if you want to attack me, I didn't come to you that I'm a righteous man. I'm just saying, let's discuss the issue. So I'm not worried about people who are saying he's from Liberia. I have a son in Nigeria. While I was there, I had a child. He's a Nigerian citizen, and I take care of him. I go there. So if you want to arrest me at Murtala Mohammed Airport, maybe you can do that. But I will always go there. Now let's discuss the issue. Nigeria's problem. I made a comment on Mayegun Diary Political that went very viral in the Muslim community in the North where I was educated. They sent me a warning letter. They even warned me and threatened me, and I told them I will continue to speak. I said that the problem we have in Africa is that there are these forces that are bringing our country, that are trying to control our countries. Until we address these forces and really create a revolution, we cannot be able to create a very prosperous state. Because the purpose of a country is security, is to create prosperity, is to create peace for people. So if I'm in a country where prosperity is not guaranteed, my security is not guaranteed, then there is no need for me to be able to defend that country. And that's the key across all African countries, especially the Black African country. We don't benefit from these countries. We just have the flag. We were proud. I'm proud Nigerian. I'm proud. Like me, I used to tell people, I am Liberian by colonization. That's the point. My ancestors didn't sit down and create a country called Liberia. It was American who created it. So I'm Liberian by colonization. The African intelligentsia have not really sat down to create a state from their own imagination and vision. Nigeria is not a vision of an Igbo man. Nigeria is not a vision of a Yoruba man or Isekiri man or Benin man. Nigeria is a vision of a British project. That's why you went back to their national anthem without even feeling anything.
Jargon, please. Jargon, please.
You went back to their national anthem without even thinking about patriotism, without even thinking about what is nationalism. There are Nigerians who can write better national anthem today, but it doesn't matter. They went back to the colonial one. Why? They don't see a difference. For them, it's the same project. So I'm saying, what is the solution? We say we need a revolution. But how can we really do this revolution? We have to be very, very practical. What is the philosophy of this revolution? Because let's go back to the Europeans who have some relatively prosperous nation, how they did it. The Europeans separated the church from the state. That was their first revolution. They said, we don't want God governing over a nation. We want secular constitution so that the laws are made from human consciousness and experience. We don't want the Bible to be the source of our law. We want the law to come from human logic and experience. That's the first step. Then they went further and removed their kings. The king of France was killed in the middle of the city in the French Revolution. They destroyed their kings and their chiefs. And they said, now the people must lead. The ordinary man, let's come on the table and create a law that is relevant to our reality and our common destiny. I'm asking the African man, did we ever overthrow our kings? No, we did not. Did we overthrow the class, the richest people in our land? Did we ever overthrow them? No, we have never. So somehow we think these people will allow for this oppression to go away. They will never allow it. They benefit from it. Wherever there is privilege, there is oppression. There is a class system in Africa that is benefiting from slavery time. Black people were benefiting from slavery. Some of them, they were benefiting from colonialism. Some of them even benefit today from neo-colonial system. So we are saying that the conversation we should be having, the progressive forces in Nigeria, I see Sowore as one of the progressive forces. I see Obi as one of them. Your supporters should stop vilifying yourself. Sit around round table and some other progressive element in the North and say, what's the way forward? How can we overthrow this system? And start having conversation and fund that system. Because I said something which people think is a contradiction. I said the way Nigeria is right now, it will not survive. North-South arrangement, a Fulani man rule, later a Yoruba man rule, believe me, it won't last in the next 50 years. It will collapse. It will implode. But if you are able to overcome the modern challenges, Nigeria has a very great potential to be a superpower, not for Africa, for the world. But if the current system continues, Nigeria will explode. It's not something that you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see it. It will implode and explode. That's all I have to say.
You see, the thing, most of it I agree with you. As a matter of fact, I do share most of the opinions you just shared. But in terms of changing stuff in Nigeria, where do you think we need to start from in regarding in terms of actually dislodging these groups? Because you put it in a different term, but I believe that these groups are basically the collaborators between the Nigerian natives and the colonizers, and they are the ones that they handed power over to. Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying? So they are the ones that they handed power over to. So how do we, because since they are not changing, clearly they are not changing, how do we dislodge do you have any suggestion of how to dislodge this group?
I wanted to use my time to answer that question, if you would allow it.
Okay.
After he answers, then you can have a go at it.
Okay. Can I yield some of my time to Jegun? Then I will still answer.
What do you mean? You don't have to use your time. I said he's going to answer too.
Okay. All right. Okay. So what I think I said it at the end of my speech, that the forces, because there is, for you to stage a revolution must first have a philosophy that clearly defines what it is, so people can subscribe to that philosophy. Before I come to it, let's look at the Chinese Revolution. Mao has a clear vision. And he said, those who belong to this, who want to be part of this vision, join the Mao Revolution. They joined it. People thought it would not work. They overthrew the democratic China. They overthrew the westernized China and created what you would say communist China, but it worked. Today, they are one of the second largest economy in the world. I'm saying the revolution that will change Nigeria, it must create the philosophy. Sowore started it, but he didn't really create a defined philosophy that people can subscribe to. That philosophy must reject religion. It must reject tribal nationalism. It must ascribe to nationalism into the tribal affinity. You have to reject, you have to give up your tribalism for nationalism. It's not going to work if you want both. You have to be a Nigerian, or you want to subscribe to your tribe as your national identity. So that philosophy must create a new identity. It must create an educational system, and people must subscribe to that philosophy to overthrow what we have now. That's
so in other words, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
It's funny because all these things you just shared just now, Jago can testify to the fact that we've actually discussed this. But Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you. And this is good in terms of the conversation, where you are, forefather, where Seko is, and where I am differently, because we're more or less in the same position in terms of the potentiality of what Nigeria should be and could be. I think we're agreed there. How to get from where we are to that promised position is the difficulty and is the question. And as I so much applaud so much of what Seko has said, because it's such in line with where we need to be negotiating with ourselves. This is a hardcore negotiation table, and we need what we want from that table. And so when he puts up the fact that, look, between revolution and oh dear me, God, and reformation, between these two aspects, a philosophy can be bred, a mindset can be changed, a psyche can be gathered amongst our people. So much so that we do not accept what we are gifted as leaders for our country. What we do instead is that we raise the leaders that we want. If now Sowore and Obi were under parties, they had their differences, maybe they could come together, but let's take them as separate policies. In this, our country and country people would be in mind to choose of them and not from what we are given. Now, this would come to a climate of cultural establishment and therefore political establishment. And one does not come before the other, I'm afraid. So me as a Yoruba man, when I look back at what Nigeria was in the times from colonialism into our independence, there was such a smoothness of transition that for the first 5 years, somebody like Awolowo ran the west of Nigeria like a ship. It was extremely well run. It made its money, which was the wealth of the nation, through cocoa, which is a vegetation. That's what we made our money from. So when we look at these aspects, we must say to ourselves, the states that we find ourselves in right now, every and each one of these states can perform if given what to perform with and for. Some will be richer than others, no doubt, but they keep the majority of what they enhance in capital from their states, their regions, their areas, their tribes even. These things are particular aspects that, again, we've been given them to argue over, and we've not known how to negotiate our position. And this is the awful thing about us as a people. Because there's an Igbo man and a Yoruba man and a Shekiri man and a Hausa man and a this man and a that man in one nation, it doesn't mean that we can't get on. That's pathetic. We're in a planet full of all kinds of other strange beings, stranger than our neighbors next door to us. Yet we can't find love for our neighbor. We want to go and find love with our own Igbo or our own stranger generally. So, you know, I don't want to veer too much, but I say these, what we are premising at this moment, are typical of solution finding. Because I, with all my utterances, with all one or two other people's utterances, I don't say me alone, but what Seko is coming with, what electricity position as a question. Today, I think there should be clips cut out, especially of Seko, and put out throughout the place and alert people to where we're at. Because we're at somewhere where we need minds. We need real minds to dig into how we bring forth a philosophy for our nation that trickles down into the psyche of the people. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Bumi. Sorry, you know, our fellow gender always gets the listen. Mike, Bumi, please go ahead. Then man of prestige.
No,
If you want to say
go.
something anytime, you know you can speak. She knows, you know, so she knows how it rolls here. Yeah, man of, is it if not now, is it your turn?
Okay, can I go ahead? Okay. Thank you very much. You asked a very pertinent question earlier. You know, you said, where's Obi and Atiku in reference to the national anthem? I know we have talked that a lot, but remember the way this national anthem was, you know, was passed through the National Assembly. It was an overnight process. I mean, nobody was aware of it. We're just beginning to. I think it started 2 days ago. It was just a rumor. So they passed it overnight. So everything is just surfacing right now. Hopefully they can make a comment to that. So, but anyway, let me continue where I start. I mean, this government has been like trial and error. It's like a puzzle. I mean, you see the statement that's coming out from their spokesperson. I think it was Bayo Nonuga that stated that Tinubu wouldn't be addressing the nation. You know, that is going to be addressing the house. But what the other guy, I think his name is Ngeda, then he issued a very conflicting statement today and said, no, Tinubu is not going to be addressing the country and it's not going to be addressing the National Assembly. You see, this is the problem with, you know, with the government. They don't know what their priority is. They can't even stand with a particular statement that they made. And they keep on shifting the goalposts. You don't know where they are coming from. This is the problem in Nigeria. I mean, everything is just like a trial and error for them. See which one is going to face, you know, with their propaganda. I mean, that's where we are right now. I mean, the country is just like in a mess situation. And I'm beginning to think this national anthem we are talking about right now is a distraction. Believe me, I'm thinking because They know we're going to be talking about it today. Try to deviate away from what's supposed to be what has to be accomplished. And if you look at the Nigerian space, this has generated a lot of conversation. Maybe about 50% of what people are talking about Tinubu achievement 100%, but maybe about 30 or 50% has shifted to about this national anthem. So they did it on purpose. And you asking somebody from Edo, somebody from Edo is the one that initiated this. I don't believe it. This started from the president, because somebody in the house definitely has to, they have to give it to somebody in the house to make it sound like it was an initiative from him. So some people, there's different conspiracy coming on. It might be against because he was jealous of Obasanjo or something like that. Maybe try to pay him back or something like that. There could be a fact to that, but in my own opinion, I'm thinking they just throw this out for a distraction. Obasanjo, or maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. But the way this government has been playing, they always find a way to play us, for us to have something to talk about. Like we rightly said, is that what we should be talking about? Well, it's idea. We have no choice. We have to talk about it. They are playing on us. This is the way this government is going to be ruling for the next 3 years, and nothing is going to happen. And they're going to win election again because I can't see anybody challenging them. I hate to say it, but that's the country we are, because they have sent their apparatus from every part of the government, and that's what we're going to come to see. But anyway, let me leave it like that. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just ask you one more question. Sorry, Bumi. Do you think it is possible to overturn this change that was just made so quickly? Did you get the question, man of prestige?
No, say it again. I'm sorry.
Do you think it is possible to overturn and reverse this national anthem change that was just done quickly?
How can you overturn it? I thought it has been already been passed through the Congress. Who's going to overturn it? Are you talking about the masses overturning it or the Congress?
Yeah, because if the people object to it and they find that people don't like the change that was done, is it possible, or has there been any recent history where they changed something like this?
On mere marriage, yeah, they may debate on it. Maybe they can overturn it. They can, but they did it for a purpose. So like we have different conspiracy coming up here. Maybe because it came from Obasanjo or whatever. Or maybe because of distraction or something like that. I don't see them going back. That's just the way this government works. Yeah, it's possible to overturn. It's a law. Then it has to go through the National Assembly again. Then they take a vote and overturn it. So yeah, everything is possible.
Can I say something?
In Nigerian space, I don't see it coming. That's just the way, they rule with impunity. So let's call it straight. This is not the But anyway, thank you, everybody.
Thank you. If you wanted to say something,
this is very interesting. The way I look at it is that we went back like 50 years backwards. I thought we are trying to liberate ourselves from the British. Now we are. When we get our independence, 1960, we are 60 years backward. So we are starting all over. I ask whoever that signed that into law, Tinubu, can he sing that national anthem? Does anybody in the house, anybody in Nigeria, just tell me it's one person that can close their eyes and sing that national anthem? So what you're trying to tell me that you're going to now start forcing everybody, because I will not learn it. It's not possible. I will not learn it. Can somebody in Nigeria ever anybody in that house, National Assembly, ever? Because when they were singing it, they were just playing the music, and all of them closed their mouth. I say, look at the fools. None of them can open their mouth. So now you're going to tell these people in primary, elementary schools that this is your new national and all healthy, whatever. I'm not going to learn it. And I will never learn it. If a president cannot recite the national anthem, who am I to sing it? Until our president come out and tell us, okay, this is how you sing it. But for now, I'm not going to learn it. And a lot of people are not going to learn it. What is the essence of changing the national anthem? Of what effect? I know somebody from the north opposed that, challenged them. Is that what we should be discussing about? The economic effect of this. Don't be surprised that they will tell you that they spent 200 billion naira to change that from, to switch back to this now, because that's what you will hear. Clueless people. They don't have no brain. Clueless. Nobody in that National Assembly got sense. I'm sorry to say that. I can, including, with all due disrespect, not even respect, including the president. Nobody got sense in that National Assembly, including the president. Anybody can say what they want to say. What kind of country is this? What kind of country? 1 year in office, you can't even make a speech to at least give people hope. I know things are hard, but bear with me. We are just starting. You tell us to celebrate. What is it for us to celebrate? You want us to celebrate 1 year. It's just because you people don't have anything to prove to Nigerians. Because if you do, trust me, you'll be on national television for 1 hour, at least make a speech to citizens of 200 people, 200 million Nigerians. It's just because they don't have anything to offer us. And we Nigerians continue to take it. And guess what? They know that we're not going to do anything. And they will continue to do whatever they want to do. And guess what? Nothing will happen. They know that we are not going to go out and protest.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it's really a shame that this is, for me, if it was a Nigerian that wrote the previous one, I would say, okay, stupid, but not priority. We can live with it. But you go and get at this time when we have so many musicians in Nigeria, you go and get a British person's song that all Nigerians have to be singing. Our children have to be singing to it. These people they don't have any sense of perspective at all. Please, Bumi, thank you for your patience. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so I actually wanted to add to what Mr. Sako. Sorry, how do you?
Yes, Sako.
That's how it's pronounced. Okay, and to what Mr. Jagon also said in regards to creating a philosophy. A writer named Ashley C. Ford once she says, the goal of oppressors is to limit your imagination about what is possible without them. So you might never imagine more for yourself and the world you live in. And you can see that reflect so clearly. And I wanted to give an example because, Forefather G, you said something about like, where is, people like Peter Obi, where is people like Sowore and all, why are they not saying anything? And that kind of brings you to that same statement in terms of like, you can imagine a change that can never occur without those people changing it. We live in a society that it has to be the politician. Us people, we could never change them. And you see that every day. You even see that in the election period. One thing that has baffled me the most is when you see those people campaigning, go back to all those videos. You always see them in a car with the roof, with an open roof, and they're there waving. It gives you vibes of like the British people when they were staying back in Nigeria. And then you see the people that are voting for them on the street, running along with them. And you see them shouting, hey, whether it's Jagaban or Obio or whoever it is. It's always that. And you see we're in a society whereby we always wait for one person to change us. We can never imagine a change where we create that change. It has to be them. In this case, people will say, oh, Peter Obi is different because he actually wants the best for us. Fine, that might be true. But I think what is weird is the fact that you can never imagine a change without him. That's what's weird. Not him creating the change, is you imagining, you not being able to imagine that. So I just wanted to put into that, creating that philosophy needs to probably start with a vision. Maybe breaking, which is the same, or the ideology. There needs to be a vision for the people, for us to all strive for. And then that creates this philosophy or idea. If you gave an example of the China, even though it's a communist country, but they at least had an idea of where they want to be. It was totally different. And then the people looked at it and said, okay, you know what, this makes sense for us. But the question is, what do we have as a people? Is our vision, our future, the goal for ourselves just 100% forever waiting for one man to tell us where we are going? Because ask yourself, if and this is not me praying for anything bad for those people, but let's say Sowore and let's say Peter B somehow just, they decide to say, you know what, I'm not doing this anymore. I want to go chill to the corner. What's the plan? What's the plan? Because let's even forget 4 years from now. Let's say you leave Tinubu for 8 years. What is the plan? Because you can see it so clear. We don't have goals for ourselves. We don't have vision for ourselves. We are waiting for someone to come. We don't have a system. We don't have where we as a people want to be in. You talk about creating, like having a country. How does that country look like? When even the people separating, it's like we don't even give space for the people separating to even have a space to voice themselves. And even if you give those people who want to separate, it's like, how does that look like? I don't see any plan of where we want to go as a people. It's just kind of, we just want, and it's understandable, don't get me wrong, I understand it, because what the oppressors, like Mama Echo always says, is they use poverty to kind of limit your imagination. And that's why so many people, what they want from a governor is just give us light, give us food. So even us Nigerians, we say we're ourselves, we don't want much as Nigerians from our government. We just want you to deliver the basic. But understand, is that all? Because even if they deliver the basic, the international community, when it comes to international, like foreign, coming to forefathers' side in terms of like people who want power, it's like even if they give you water, light, and all these things, they can still oppress you. Like it doesn't stop American from coming or the UK or whatever country that feels like pounding on us. Doesn't stop them from having control over you. So when we people we also tell our leaders, just give us basic, and that basic is just food, electricity, and maybe security. But there's no kind of goal as a people where we want to be in this world. There's nothing, no present stamp that this is who we want to be. Whether it's the Yoruba people, the Igbo people, or the Hausa people, there's no like huge goal. I'm not a big fan of America, but America we are forever going to be at the top, period. And you can see that in their foreign policy, in their domestic, everything they do is they have to be at the top. Where is our own? So that's why for me, I'm just like, we're getting distracted when it comes to national anthem. I think it's important, yes, but understand that's just the tip of our problems and where we are as a people. But that's just what I wanted to add to.
Yeah, I understand. You know the meaning of symbolism. What it does do is a way of fleshing out something deeper, and that is what this represents. It's not that on its own it makes no. It's just a song in the end. It makes no difference. But what it reflects is it brings out the mindset of what the people that are operating. We already know the mindsets. The idea that I lack imagination in terms of that is not very generous. It's what I mean, because clearly I have fleshed out that we need our own ideology, that we need to be on the ground, and we need to have relationship with all the necessary power institutions. If you want to change the system, it's easy to talk, but the reality is that most of those things that are prescribed are the real ways you change stuff. When the Bolsheviks arrived in the Soviet, or before the Soviet Union, the country was already ready for them, because they have already made the changes on the ground. The ideology was already, seeped into the people. And, I always give the example of how Nnamdi Kanu was able to do what most of the stuff he did overseas, and Simon Ekpa was able to do all this. How can we not do that? The examples are all there on what we need to do. We know our leaders are quite weak in terms of being able to resist the people when the people mean business. So I'm not lacking illusion, this in a vision from that point of view. The reason why I called on these people are these are the tip of the spear right now in terms of at least criticizing stuff. And when I call them out, I'm trying to imply that maybe they too are compromised, and this is the problem. And people that are following them should also keep an eye, because when I heard it immediately, my whole being just changed. And we were having a meeting, and my focus on that meeting went away. So to say that, oh, it just came out, they couldn't say anything. How long does it take to get to Twitter and write a message? How long does it take to stream? Is this guy not streaming it now? And people are actually voting, doing all these things, and they have their ears closer to the ground than we do. So they probably had it a lot earlier. So why are they not saying anything? They allow all this to carry on because they are not there to necessarily change anything. So we have all arrived at a point where we now know we need an ideology to change stuff. I've always said that it's a nationalist ideology you need, interwoven with Pan-African ideology. But from the point of view of a nation, you have to look at it from a nationalistic point of view. That's how you can dislodge this kind. If you want to try to dislodge them with a Pan-Africanist point of view, the people won't resonate very well with it, because they would think, what's this is the nation we know, this is the leaders we know. I don't care about the other countries. So if you want to deal with them, you go with this Pan-African, nationalist ideology, and obviously be on the ground to be able to dislodge these people. Go ahead, Shekau.
Yes, thank you very much. I actually do agree with you that we need a balancing of this. But you see, the question of philosophy for a nation to evolve is very, very important, because you see, values, your elite, the first thing you need to look at, what are the values of this elite? What is their concept of right and wrong? Very important, because the values system in the country, when it's not properly defined, then you find people doing certain things. I can kill 2 million people in northern Nigeria, and I go to Mecca, and God forgive all my sin. When I die, I escape to paradise. I don't have to worry. Okay? If I go to Rome and pray, and then the Lord forgive me and what have you, it doesn't matter what I'm doing corruption. I can ask forgiveness tomorrow, and God forgives me. The values of the nation are very, very important, and the system for which that control the country, the vision. Where are we going? Because every nation is like a boat on the sea, is sailing. There's a destination. America, their destination, they say freedom, democracy, human rights. We are custodians of these values from ancient Rome and Greeks, and we want to protect this for humanity. The Western world, that's the same thing they stand for. What do African nations stand for? They call it development. What is development, please? If I ask any African politician, what is development? What is the measurement of this development? Development in relative to who? Because it's like for them, development is for us to imitate, to be like Paris. We want to imitate. If there's a road in London, a bridge in London, then we try to replicate that bridge in Lagos. That's development. That is it. But in reality, everything God creates on this planet develops naturally. The plants, animals, it's only the environment and other things in play that can prevent that thing from developing. So I think developmental philosophy is very wrong. We should be thinking of evolution, how to evolve, build all the mechanisms needed for the people to strive. Every people have the same intellectual capacity. Why people are not intelligent than us, scientifically speaking, all human race have the same intellectual capacity. But the culture of a particular group can make them to be lacking behind. The values system of a particular group can make them to be delayed. But no group is intelligent, evolutionary speaking. We all are Homo sapiens sapiens. We all have the same intellectual capacity. It is the cultural system, the value system we created for ourselves. Oh, this man is an old man. Whatever he says is true. You don't have to question the old man. The old man can be wrong. This is an elder. The elder is lying, but he's an elder. We don't want to offend him. Then what is the truth? The elder is the truth, or the truth is independent of the elder? We need to. That's where the Europeans have gone far. They created Christianity to some extent. They brought the Bible to Africa. They got to a point, they say, you know what? The Pope will separate you from this state. The people did that. Then they got to a point, they say, you know what? The kings, we don't want no king. We want a democracy. We, the people in Africa, what do we want? What are we asking these people to do? That's where the question lies. That's why the idea of a philosophy needs to come up for us to develop a national philosophy and say, this is our destination. For me, over the year, the philosophy that I have followed is African Renaissance that was created by Sheikh Anta Diop of Senegal. I don't know if most of you know him. He said the African Renaissance is the rediscovery and expression of African creativity and genius. We need to believe in our own creativity. We need to imagine the future that we want. God does not live in Rome and God does not live in Mecca. We can imagine God and create our own understanding of spirituality. Democracy is not the way the European define. We can define all of these concepts to suit the reality that we want. We don't have to copy and paste like the assembly just did. They just copy and paste a national anthem. Where is the creativity? Where is the creativity of the Nigerian people? This is what we want to talk about. That's why when you talk about economics, we don't have to copy and paste. If you want to talk about national development, you have so many tribes. How do we dialogue to put all of these tribes to have the same vision? We don't have to copy and paste from anywhere. We need to look at our own reality and create a system that works. For example, our ancestors created empires. In West Africa, we had the Ghana Empire, Ouagadougou Empire. There were so many tribes there, but there was no tribal war. Why? They created a system where everybody had a voice in the king palace. But today, we practice a democracy of minority and versus majority. So the minority is trampled upon. And Shekiri Ma cannot be president of Nigeria. A Benin man cannot imagine to be president of Nigeria because he's not from the major tribe. Unless he do a coup d'etat, unless by mistake like Goodluck Jonathan. They cannot aspire. That's not the vision. That we need to redefine this so that people are choosing based on competence, based on character, based on what they are able to deliver, and not based on their religious affiliation. We need to tell the people, a Muslim, a righteous man is not defined by his religion. A religion does not make you a better human being. Otherwise, religious countries will be running there for asylum. If religion makes people better, I think all of us will go and look for refugee paper to live in Mecca or live in some Rome. But people run to secular countries. That's where everybody run to. Why? Because everybody got a voice. Why? Because I can criticize the Prime Minister of Canada today and nobody will come get me. But if I criticize the King Salman of Saudi Arabia and I live in Mecca, I will be gone tomorrow morning. So we have to look at that religion does not make people better. We have to look for excellence. We have to strive for a vision that we want for our people, that all men are equal before the law and everyone should be judged based on the competence and their character. Not just a slogan, but the system should be able to do that. The system should be able to put that check in place. So I'm saying we the people of Africa, we are the one. The ball is in our court. It's not these leaders. This leader will never fix it. And the concept of Messiah, I would like to say this before I end, the concept of one man will come and save us. It's not African. There is no Messiah spirituality in African culture. that one man will come and save us one day. No, it is we the people that will rise up and decide what will be good for. Obi will not save Nigeria. I'm obedient in my mind, and I'm also Sowore camp. But Sowore cannot save Nigeria. Obi cannot save Nigeria. It is a philosophy that will go to the mind of Nigerian people, and they will say, this is the way we want to be governed. If anybody gets there, irrespective of his tribe or religion, if he doesn't comply with that philosophy, we'll get him out. That's what Africa needs. My own country, from 1847, we've been having people who get to power by using Christianity. They just lie that the Lord, I have a vision. The Lord said, I will change this country. Then they elect him. He does nothing. The Lord told him nothing. We forgot that we were supposed to check his character. We were supposed to check his record. But because he said the Lord sent him. In fact, we had a president who was a pastor in the 1980s. He was a reverend. He did nothing. So I am saying we need to move. African people need to understand there is no divine intervention to fix a country. Otherwise, Israel will not be using Iron Dome to protect itself. There is no divine intervention. It is we, the people, that will decide to create a secular philosophy where every man or woman will be equal. And we will assess our intelligence and strive to create a better life for our children. Other than that, we will be going in circle. We will just be going in circle, and there will be no salvation.
Well said. Well said. Yeah, I think the only one area I will add something to is the Nigerian leadership. Wahala. A lot of people always think that that's only the majority governs Nigeria. In reality, more minority leaders have been in Nigeria than the majority. Even Buhari is not from a major tribe. He's Fulani, but not Hausa. Hausa is a big tribe in the north, but they don't produce leaders in Nigeria, which is, for some reason, maybe because of Islam or something, they don't produce a lot of leaders. So in the context of Nigeria, we've had far more minority leaders than from majority leaders. Even when Abacha came in, Abacha is Kanuri, Babangida is Nupe, Gowon, all of them, they are all from minority tribes.
I'm actually next.
Not democratic.
Yeah. And in democracy, if you want to Buhari Fulani 6% of the population, Jonathan 1.something%. If not now, Ferrari 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute, Ferrari.
You know I'm next, right? You don't know.
Yes, Jago is next.
If not now has not spoken.
Listen. I don't.
If not now has not spoken, has he?
Yeah, whoever is next is next. I have just 1 minute. Guys, the last conversation in the last 15 to 20 minutes is going, in my own opinion, in a very good direction. Let's not take it back to the issue of religion, tribe. Let's keep on that track of we need a solution, we need to address it. Bumi has been very eloquent in our presentation.
Can I, bros,
Let's keep it that way. I just want to add that.
No, very good, Ferreira. No, actually, I'm next, bro. You're not paying attention.
How about if not now?
Because I know when he is. I'm always after this second guy, my brother. That's the cue.
Oh, no.
I've jumped into a new position. Doesn't change where I'm coming. Please.
No, because hold on, calm down. Just calm down. Then let me just have time to check. Because if it's your turn, you will get it. So just to be sure, if not,
why don't you ask my man? Why don't you ask Steph?
Can you just that's what I want to do. That I'm calling him. If not now, that's why he didn't notice. If not now, have you spoken since? Because I'm not sure I've heard you speak. Is he frozen?
No, I'm not frozen. You can allow Jago to talk.
You didn't answer the question. I'm trying to moderate.
Actually, I'm supposed to talk because exactly. Why Jago is saying it because Sekou just finished talking, but Sekou have been talking with Bumi, so it's been a very long time.
Yeah, it has been a while. However, it's been a while for both of us. The fact is, the system kicked me off because the system, how the system was before I got kicked off, it was all in line. I saw it. But when the system kicked me off, forefather, as usual, didn't pay attention to where I am. He just assumes I'm lying. I know where I am. I'm being very quiet. I haven't spoken.
Yeah, let's
I
move
want,
on. One
I
person
want to
that
speak according to my turn.
Please
That's
go
all.
ahead. He's already giving you way. Go ahead.
I see. It's best we all pay attention so we don't have to argue about small issues. In any case, Bumi, I would really like to commend you on being on point where this conversation is going. The queries and questions that you asked and answered are very valid to where we are. Again, Sekou, I like Ferreira said, wouldn't go as far as to speak on the religious issues. Necessarily, you can, obviously, it's up to you as to how you see things. But, I think on this platform, I think if not just a personal view on these tribal and religious issues, I think we still have a heightened view on those issues and know how to handle them. They don't confuse us as the way they confuse maybe our people. And because they confuse our people, I suppose you need to say what you said. But in my terms, in real terms, I feel the conversation as to where we are and to raising our leaders as opposed to be given our leaders is very important and fundamental at this time. Because we are all wanting change. And in the change that we want, I know the change I want. I believe I could be a far better president than any president in the whole of Africa right now. However, I'm not political, and I don't want to be political. I don't want to be political. But the fact of the matter, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a businessman, if you're a person of purpose, and you're in this world as an African, you almost have to become political because there are no politics that make sense in Nigeria. So when we come from the aspect of philosophy and psyche, we're not going to do anything unless we tackle these things. We're not. And that's why I would like to keep our conversation somewhat streamlined to the way forward. If not solution, what is just the way forward? Because you know what? Tinubu is in government right now. And for me, I knew I didn't want him like 4 years before he even entered. I felt that Obi was going to do something in making sure that Tinubu doesn't come in. Tinubu is here now, and for all those people that supported Tinubu, we see what we have. So, at this stage, are we just looking at 2027 to go and vote again aimlessly and don't have anything of what that vote means? Or are we going to use the time between now and then to change the polity? If we've come to a point where we say we want revolution or we want there I go again, reformation. If that is the aspect, then I say that this is enough to build a philosophy upon, a philosophy of politics, and a philosophy of politics that comes from the people. This is a philosophy. We can begin to build around this because we are African, and to build around that, like this is the central fire. And now we are bringing all that we are as tribesmen, as men of wealth, as religious, whatever point of view that makes sense to us moving forward, we put that in the fire. This is what is going to make our philosophy. And this is where I want to develop it. I think that the 6 of us who are presently on the panel can use this, our time, to forge a philosophy. I think you might remember, forefather, when we got into, our small meetings that we had, where we got kind of stuck was on philosophy, if you remember. And I said, philosophy is not an easy thing. It needs to be prized at. It needs to be endeavored. It needs to be picked at. And you need to get something that is solid. And this is the crux. This is the crux. And I don't want to speak as though I know it all, because I don't. But I don't want to speak from an aspect of me not delivering the level of intelligence that it's going to take to get the change that we need and want. It's not about us squabbling aimlessly. It's not about whose tribe it is. It's not even about how much time we take to speak. Because when I've got nothing to say, I say nothing. When I've got little to say, I say little. When I've got much to say, I want to be heard. I need to be heard. Because this is how it is. This is it. So I just want to celebrate what Bumi has said as a youngster, as a dynamic young Nigerian lady, I really want to commend what you said today. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. If not now, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. I love every contribution that everybody have made today, especially this towards these last few 15, 20 minutes. But that brings up one important issue, which is the reason why for some time it seems like I stopped joining and I just come in late in the night, because each time that I join this program, I hear Ferrari make an important point, make persuasive speech. I hear Jagun, beautiful contributions. I hear forefathers, and the lists are endless. But then one thing that is remaining is just that one person. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Just that one person that will take it on, just like, because it's confusing when Sekau said he's talking about us and said no person. Sowore cannot do this. P2B cannot do this. It's us. Even among us, we need a P2B. We need a Sowore. There's no way a mob, a group of people can do so. We need leadership at every level. And that's the reason why our gathering here have not really, it has a great potential, but it have not metamorphosed into something great for how many, it's doing something great. Well, don't get me wrong. It have not really utilized its, lived up to its full potential. Why? Because there is still one thing lacking. Who is that one person who can galvanize us outside this public domain we are here now? Because we can't really achieve, we are already achieving the much we can achieve by talking together here. But there is greater potential that we can, achieve, which is far more than what we are doing today, which can only happen outside of what we are, outside how everybody is seeing everybody now. That is what can bring out 10 times whatever impact having our say is doing right now. It's just that same leadership. Who is that one person? You understand? Yeah. Ferrari's contribution resonates. Forefathers' contribution resonates. Jagu's contributions resonates among all of us. But who is that person that will say, okay, you know what? Let me take it upon myself to try it out outside of this forum. That is what is lacking. Action. Yeah. Action.
Yeah. Okay. On the word action, guys, I've started speaking. I need you to be quiet, guys. On the word
Ferrari, hold on for a second. For a second. You see what the point if not now made is a very pertinent one, because when it came down to it, what it came down to was resources. And as a matter of fact, I remember we had that conversation one evening too, where we were saying you need the resources, because in the end, you can have all the ideas, you can have the people, but the resources is what they need to be able to lead what they are doing and come and focus on this stuff. And every movement in history has always had that resources, and at the core of it is what is missing right now. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay. I want to pick it up from where he stopped, where he keyed on the keyword action. Remember, what's her name? Aisha Yusuf said that we have. Can you hear me? Or you can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So Aisha Yusuf said that we don't need activists. We need citizens who can act. That's the exact stuff that we need. We need citizens who can act. So where are we? We are where. I want to put a little pushback to what Seko and Forefather said. Forefather said we need values, and he's pushing for a nationalistic values. Yes, I agree we need values, but we're not there yet. I will tell you why. For Seko also, You agree also that we need value, but we are not there yet. Why do I say these things? We have seen that our political status is a total failure. It's not working. So that's the basis of where we are. That's the basis of where we are. You understand? Our political status is not working. So we are at a stage whereby we have to find what we agree on. We agree only on one point. Nigeria cannot continue like this. And even on that agreement, we're not 100% in number. There are those who still believe in the political discourse as it's currently set up, that would take us somewhere. I don't share that view, but they are in the majority. So for me to move forward, I have to join them and say, okay, let me just see, okay, this political dispensation you have, let me just see if I can work with you. So right now, look, this is my analogy. We have a big trailer in front of us carrying petrol, and that petrol is leaking. That's APC. Then you have the second big trailer with engine problem also, or tire problem behind that trailer, carrying whatever it's carrying behind the one in front, leaking petrol. Then we have the third trailer, which is the obedience movement that's saying, wait a minute, we got to overtake, like fellas saying, overtake, non-overtake, overtake. We have to overtake this second and the third trailer and put things right. But they are in the third and the road is narrow. Do you understand? So how do we, that's the impasse in terms of analogy, dilemma analogy that we are in. So for us to move, which is possibly why Obi is saying he will consider possibly a merger with the second trailer, to get rid of the first trailer that is leaking petrol. Now, there's a problem with that. The second trailer is filled with the people that created the problem that made the first trailer to overtake and be in front. That means it's filled with thieves. So if you form a merger with them, the analysis we should have been doing should have been, if you form a merger with them and you want to move forward, are you going to be a president of thieves? Because those people still have their philosophy or ideology. Those people have their philosophy or ideology. You understand? And they are not going to change. And it was their philosophy and ideology that got us to where we are, which they call politics, which they are trying to normalize to the rest of us and all the other vehicles behind. You understand? So we have to say, okay, that's why those who say we need Obi, we need Sowore, and Sowore is the toy, is the vehicle that is behind Obi's bus. By the way, if we have to arrange it. Do we need each other? The first thing is we need each other. Second of all, we don't want the first trailer in front leaking petrol to explode because it might likely burn all of us up. So we need to be very careful on how we navigate this narrow road. Now, what do we need? Can we beg some people, in the second bus, who can help us, the likes of the Sowore, the third vehicle, and the likes of the OB, to help us sensitize people? Because you cannot have a reform or a revolution without sensitized people. And you have a people who have been completely desensitized. That's the problem. So our objective now should be focused on sensitization, and that's why I fight so hard sometimes. That's why me and you and forefathers sometimes get into it. Me and some other people get into it, because I keep saying, when you go this route, you're desensitizing people. Let's go this route. Let's elevate the conversation. So that means to get to the people, we need information, media houses, and obedience. And that was my question to Obi when he came on this panel. What are you doing to make sure the message, it's only one message of we can't continue like this, gets to the people, gets to the people in the first trailer, get to the people in the second trailer. That's all we need. We're not talking of values yet. We've not arranged of values. We have to wake the people up first. Once they are awake, then we can now debate values and the way forward. That is the analogy I see. And so, what do we need to do? So, that's why I said we need active citizens. Even though we don't have citizenship rights, we need people. We don't need activists. We don't need a Wole Soyinka. We need people who get the message to come together. And in the like of my mind, I still can't understand why the likes of Mayegun, the likes of Obi, the likes of Kano, the likes of Dele Farontiwi, and the like of Rudolph Okonkwo and those of us who are their minions are not on a round table talking. I still can't get that. That's what we need to be doing right now. The likes of
that's the question, Ferrari. Are you not in the position to start bringing these people
That's why I come to this show.
behind
That's
closed
why
doors?
I argue. That's why I'm trying to push these things, because a lot of people don't know this. That's why I'm here. That's why my wife is mad with me, that I'm giving her my relationship to you guys instead of being with her. I spent 6 hours with you guys on Saturday. She's freaking mad.
Don't blame me.
That I'm going to suggest.
Don't blame me for your upcoming divorce.
I know. I hope this don't lead to my divorce. But I'm begging her that, okay, I'm going to negotiate. How many hours can you even give me on Saturday, or 2 hours? She said 3 on Saturday. She said 2. So if Rudolph can have me for 6 hours on Saturday to negotiate, so that I can fight for father to say, for father, that question would desensitize. Let's shift to this question. Let's sensitize. So when me and forefather are on the same page, when me and electricity are on the same page, then we can carry everybody on the panel along. And then our message can go along. And maybe one day it will touch the likes of Obi, not just the likes of Obi that we need. We need everybody, like all the artists. Just imagine one day. What's his name?
Can I make a suggestion, Forefather?
Do you want to hear this now, Ferrari?
Yeah, what did you say?
Do you want to hear this now?
Let me hear it.
If you want to be on the same page with electricity,
I don't, but I
wait, no, let him say first. You're too sharp,
you want to have an opportunity to have a common ground with electricity.
But I could change him.
Wait, no, Bros, let him come to the point.
If we are allowed to argue ideas, I believe I can convince him on my
position. No. Ferreira.
Jago, just hold on. Let two of them exchange, then you
allow me to say this.
Yeah.
Opportunity that you're gonna have to have a common ground with electricity, forefathers, Dr. Rudolph, and some of these people. It's not going to be on a public debate like this because
Rudolph is already on my page. It has to be.
Because of human ego, you're not going to get it right.
Because they have their own crowd.
We have to listen to each other. Yeah, don't worry. We have to listen so that the viewers can understand.
If you really want to help us, you can use another intermediary. You need to be together with these people in a place where every other person that is not part of it will not hear what's going on. It will be easy for you to make concession, have understanding, you understanding the reason why he has a particular viewpoint locked in. That's how you build that common ground, and all of us can move forward. We just need people that can bring out something better.
I would try that right now. But we've tried that before. We had so much problem. People don't want to give their real name. People don't want to do this.
Exactly. You see that now? That's a problem. Hold on.
They can't do it in private.
You see me, I'm here gagging myself.
Yeah. Jago, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Ferreira, my brother, please listen to me. You see, in this thing that we are doing, none of us is perfect. Underline that in gold. None of us. Given this, I put to you that just like me, I'm a man, I'm impatient. Every morning, my only prayer is for patience. Because with the fact that I know I've got no patience, I'm going to run into trouble. So I put it to you, my brother, have patience. You have so much in you, you want to kick it out at every time, and I understand it. The more patience you have, the more you can consider. And you have to have patience anew at every time. Me, in this thing, I'm learning this thing called patience. I hate being gagged. I hate the mic being taken away. I hate being interrupted unnecessarily. I hate all these things. Hate, with a deep sense of the word, hate. But it happens, an outburst happens from myself that are rather unfortunate, not very good looking. So when I look at you, knowing that you've got things to contribute, I saw the exchange between you and electricity today, and for me, electricity was 100% wrong. However, where you can put the brakes on, brother. That's my only advice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is this sensitization? I agree with you, Jagun. Just not to ignore what you are the advice you're giving me. I agree.
See,
I'm gonna
Ferrari,
do that.
don't just start talking
Yeah, I
without
wanted to give it to
giving.
Bumi to contribute. I wanted to say, I just say that the sensitization part is where we are, along with all the other
Okay.
problems.
Let me add to this. I think one of the things I noticed is that you and somebody who have the same position on issues, and some of them, for other reasons, will forget about that one and those reasons are quite relatively downstream, lower level issues. They just make that a big issue. Like when you should be focusing on the goal. We are all different. We all come from different. We all have different concerns. We all have different this in circumstances. But where the purposes converge, should be the focus, not all the other issues that arises where people always what except the issue that will arise is an issue that compromises the goal. That's when you raise it. But if it doesn't compromise the goal, what is the point? This one insult me, this one look me the wrong way, I don't like this one. And I must say, Ferrari, I find it very concerning that you, like me and Ferrari, will have it make a statement now. We agree with 100% of what he said, and then he will just come and attack me anyway. It's like when you don't even recognize the people that are on your side. Where do you even start from? It's like it's unbelievable.
Listen, forefather, don't take it personal. When I attack you, it's not because I don't like you. It's because I feel strongly at that point in time you are going the opposite direction, and I need to put a stop to it. That's the only thing. It's not personal. Nothing with me is personal. It's the objective and it's the goal. And I'm telling you that right now. Yeah, so we should all be focused. My key is that sometimes we don't elevate the conversation. Thank God for Bumi today. The conversation would have gone down the drain again. And I'm sick of it. Spending 6 hours away from my wife to go down the drain, you think that is funny? No. That's why I get vicious. Let Bumi talk.
Okay, so yeah, after she speaks, I wanted to share something about philosophy. It's very interesting. You guys were talking about philosophy, and something came out today that I think I should share. Please go ahead, Ebumi.
Yeah, thank you everyone. I would just say some things about when it comes to like the solution part. I think I was talking to Ovir and he made me realize something, that I feel like majority of us, we want solutions now. And it makes sense. I want Nigeria to be better right now. I want almost every African country to be better right now. But we also need to understand that this has been going on for years. And you cannot just change something just like that. Especially something that is not just, it's not just bad government. It has come to the way we behave, the way we react. And you need to know habits cannot just change overnight. It takes time for people to realize things. It actually takes, like, sometimes it even takes experience for people to realize things. So to the point Mr. Jago made in terms of patience, we do need patience. That's one. And I do think that a lot of Nigerian ones, they want change. I think the only problem is how to effect that change, that organized change. And Ove always talked about it. We are not organized because I can tell we're six here. I can tell six of us here probably want to do something when it comes to Nigeria, but it's like I think one person has a YouTube channel. I think two people have YouTube channels here, and you're talking about it, which is change. The actions that people keep on hammering, oh, you're not doing anything. It is a form of a solution because you need to inform people. People need to be educated. But I think to create solution, you need to first first of all identify the problem. You can't solve something when you don't know what you're solving. And so, first thing first, we all need to ask ourselves, or you need to ask yourself, what do you think the Nigerian problem is? And then you need to find ways on how to solve that. For me, I'm going to speak from my perspective of things. I think Nigerians' problem stems from the way we view things, who we are as people, the way we have been, the way we have been trained, the society we grew up in. The way I will provide change is by, first of all, going to the younger ones. I'm going to go to people my age. I'm going to talk about things. When it comes to the history, the foundation of Nigeria, majority of us don't know like the history of Nigeria. And you need to know how Nigeria was formed for you to understand why we keep on having, let's say, these tribal problems for no reason. Why do you hate that person so much? You need to know why you hate them so you could know, okay, is this hate even valid or not? So that history of like what Nigeria is needs to be there. And you can build that by telling stories. If not because I have, I'm studying and I'm also working that takes my entire time. One thing I really want to do is work on creating more visual, more storytelling narratives so that people will get, because that's what evokes your imagination, that's what builds questioning, because you can't question things if there was like if nothing comes into your mind to question things. An example is, I don't know if you guys know Alexandra Cortez. She's an American representative, yeah. And when she was making her New Deal, when she was presenting that, she didn't just go and present it and say, hey guys, like to the Senate, and like, hey, this is what we want to do. Before she presented it, she made some things out there for the people so that the people can understand what this means for them. And then she was able to get the people on her side. So once she has the people, presenting that to the Senate or to whoever became easier, because not only was the deal a good plan for the environment and for everyone, but the people also now understand why they need that. So it makes the job of getting every people in Congress easier. So I think that's where we as people you need to find your own, like your own strong suit. I am very big on history, and I would do anything when it comes to the history. And that's why I always keep on going to the foundation of Nigeria to understand who you were first so you can understand where you're going. And I think that that's where the solution really stems from. It's good that we talk about this because it brings up questions about, okay, what this is and what not. But then once we have those questions that identify the problems, the solution now comes by from you asking yourself, okay, what do I want to achieve? And who are people who think like-minded like me? And then you just go and vibe with them. Just create something. And it might not be big, but you can start small. My job is to start in a very small village. And slowly, if it grows to a town, great. If it grows to a state, great. That is still a lot of people. That's still a lot of mind that can create change. That's how I think we can create change.
You see this stuff. Somebody is saying this stuff here. I don't know why people think that talking necessarily is not part of the process. Whatever you want to do, you still have to talk through it. Whoever is doing anything, they have to talk through it. So the idea
Can I
that
just
people
ask
are
Bumi?
here, can I finish what I'm saying, please? The idea that we are here just talking, that is not going to make any difference. Nobody says one talk is going to make any difference, but that's how you build a house. If it was that simple, you would build a house with one block, but you build it bit by bit. You have to start from somewhere, And if you don't start from somewhere, you're not going to go and put a roof on a house without walls or foundation. So this is what is happening. So there is no use of people making this out comment like, oh, you are online, and like, you know what some of them were saying, like, you people think of yourselves too much, and like you are too much. Who do you think are all those people that did all those things? You think they had 5 horns? They are human beings like you. Even Tinubu is just a human being too. Make no mistake. They're just human beings like every one of us, and they were just in the right position at the right time that got them to where they got to. So let's not overstate things. This is how it happens. Anybody here can go on to become a Nigerian leader. And when we are doing all these things, is to prepare people for the future, because when they get there, so that they know they are well equipped. I'm not sure Tinubu had too much of this our conversation before he ended up where he ended up. Maybe he should have had him. So please, Jago, go ahead.
It's not my turn, but I just wanted to ask Bumi, are you a creative? And if so, what type of creative?
Yes, I would say I'm creative. You know, I'm very much very visual based. You know, I try to always find problems. I mean, I program, and I feel like to become a program, you always have to find ways to solve something. So yeah.
Very good. So do you delve into graphic design at all, or anything, as you said, visual or film?
Yeah, I want to, but those things, they look very, it's something I would love to do in the future. Let me just put it like that. I'm not very good at those things, but it's something I would like to do.
No problem. Thank you.
Is it my turn?
Our new Pansat is here. Check out. Somehow you have been very well, very, very patient with us. You don't interject much, you know. It's interesting. You should be able to interject if you want to interject when conversation is going on. You know, okay. the new Pansat is here. The new Pansat is here. The troublemaker.
Come on, I'm going to go help you.
Please, Shikao, thank you for your patience, Shikao. Please go ahead.
Is it my turn,
so
no.
This will be my last contribution, then I will go off. I just want to say a few things to Brother Ferrari. One, when I talk about the issue of not looking for a messiah in transformation in a nation, the reason being is that you have to avoid personality cult. It's very, very dangerous. Personality cult, what it does is that it put all your egg in one basket. So when something goes wrong, that's the end of that revolution. Like the Sister Bumi said, I think before now. Like if something happens to Obi tomorrow, there is no obedient movement. If something happened to Kwankwaso, there is no
ideology. That's the problem. That's why ideology is
there is no Kwankwasia.
We had this conversation before.
Yeah, there is no Kwankwasia movement without Kwankwaso. So I'm saying you build an ideology and a philosophy that transcends anybody. It's irrespective of who is there or who is not there. It just there, when you meet the criteria, you become the leader. And then you are pushed to be able to accomplish that mission. And you are weighed, you are valued, you are kind of evaluated based on the values of that philosophy. The French in the middle of 1800, they had a philosophy called La Lumière, the philosophy of light, which was a cultural philosophy in France where they criticized superstition. They need excellence in government. Everything has to be clear. That's why they use the word light, the philosophy of enlightenment. They want everything to be very clear. If you are in leadership, leadership should be transparent. We should be able to know when you took over yesterday, how were things and how are things today? No sentiment. No, he's from a village. No, we have to look at the figure and the fact and judge you. So they made the French people to be able to see leadership that way over a century. Now in France, they don't judge you whether you are from Lyon or Marseille. They judge you, what did you do? What have you done? Even people from your village can protest more than other people. So I think that's the point we need to get to. Let's look at the Western world. Their philosophy divide their political group into left and right. In America, you have the Democrat and the Republican. It's not Irish. It's not Italian white. It's not about British. It is based on whether you are left or you are right. And the left have its way of conservative way of looking at things, and the right look, and the other, the liberal, have their way of looking at things. We have to evolve to that point. I remember during the campaign, they asked Obi, what is the difference between you and the PDP? What is the difference between you and the APC? And he clearly stated, he said, we don't have much ideological difference. He said very clearly, there is no much ideological difference. The main difference is that I'm more competent and I'm more able to do it. In other words, these systems are almost the same. Okay, so the only thing we need to know, look for a personality and build around that personality. So if that personality failed, then everything failed. So I'm saying the Nigerian revolutionary movement needs to, and Africa at large, we need to create a philosophy that transcends people.
Yeah, I agree with you, Seko. I agree with you. But
hold on,
my
Ferrari.
argument, hey, 1 minute,
Hold
1
on,
minute.
let him finish. No.
Counter, because
Ferrari,
he has misrepresented something that's important to clarify.
Hold on. Let him
very
finish.
Important.
Let him finish. I did say that I was going to present something so that we don't go too long. We're going to have a hard stop at 6 hours. So no matter what happens, we are going to go backstage at 6 hours this time. So hold on. You are going to get your chance to speak. Just be patient, Ferrari. Please, Seka, carry on.
Yeah. So I think the situation in the country right now, I've seen on internet, it has created a lot of progressive forces in Nigeria. That's the good part, because we've seen from obedient movement to this point, a lot of progressive forces are coming together on the internet, and they've been talking beyond ethnicity. So it's Nigerian, some of you who are progressive, it is time to capitalize on this, capture this moment, begin to bring Obi and Sowore together. Now, we don't want you, we are not saying you should share love flowers, but we just feel like you have certain ideas similar, and we want to call a conference, whether it be in the diaspora or in Nigeria. You have a dialogue, you have a conference between these progressive forces, bring them together and say, what is the way forward? How do we overcome these pillars that are holding us back? And you begin to build on it and stuff. Every election, you find people among the progressive forces to push them forward. Because if you don't, if Obi goes away, the obedient movement is gone. And that's not the way for you to change a nation. The idea needs to be separate from the person, and you got every generation begin to build on that. I think that's the only way. What has happened over many African countries, including mine, we've been worshiping personalities. And when those personalities go, we go back to zero. And it has never helped. That's the point I was trying to make.
Thank you. I think it's a fair point to make. Let me just share this before we carry on, because it's funny we are talking about this, and this video was just put out today. And one of the things, Shikao, you are welcome to come in on Saturdays and Sundays when we are on. We do discuss philosophy and trying to get our own, get our own philosophy going. And I think that conversation is already being had. Okay, now let me just play this quickly.
Most people groups believe their intellectual systems are the best. It's human nature. However, when we start to use these models to judge and question other civilizations, you quickly run into issues. For example, Western thought leaders are not going to find baby Europe in Africa, and looking for one robs you of experiencing authentic African civilization. Today, I'll explain why. What up, African world? It's Home Team here, and welcome back to another video of African history, culture, and worldview. By supporting this channel on Patreon.
Let me just do my due diligence here. We are reacting to this video, fair use policy. Thank you to the brother for sharing the video.
You're helping in the creation of these videos and contributing to this content. The link to Patreon is in the description box below. To begin, it's critical to understand that this video does not apply to the entire continent of Africa. The information involves the regions of West, Central, and East Africa, so please keep that in mind. So where can we find Africa's great thinkers? Who are the ancient and medieval philosophers? Well, before we can tackle that, we have to face the question of African philosophy itself. There is considerable dialogue within the scholarly world that debates the very existence of African philosophy. I won't go into all of it here, but one example is the question of what's known as ethno-philosophy. Most of the popular material we have on African philosophical thinking is really ethnophilosophy, meaning the general collection of African worldview derived from culture, myth, folklore, folk wisdom, so on and so forth. According to several African scholars, this isn't truly African philosophy for multiple reasons. I thought this debate within the African scholarly world was incredibly salient and needed to be mentioned. However, for the sake of this video, we're going to set aside the general consensus among some African scholars because ethnophilosophy undoubtedly evinces the existence of great African thinkers, and that's what our topic attempts to learn more about. Historically, we've been constantly told that these great African thinkers simply don't exist, especially because European anthropologists did not see reflections of Europe in Africa. Africa, to them, was a dark continent with dark people and a dark history. According to scholar Innocent Onyewunyi, Africans were viewed as savages who developed nothing. Some of Europe's greatest philosophers, David Hume and Immanuel Kant, promoted that thread of thought. Hume and Kant held the view that Africans, in virtue of their blackness, are precluded from the realm of reason and civilization. Via hindsight, this was a puerile assertion. They certainly weren't going to find an African Plato with that mindset, nor were they looking for him. However, in the 20th century, a Belgian missionary flipped this narrative on its head when he began to investigate the mind of the Baluba people of Congo. In many ways, the work of Placide Tempels instantiates the rise of ethnophilosophy. His investigation led him to believe that he had discovered what he called Bantu philosophy. Suddenly, the idea of the unthinking, unreasoning African could not stand. Here's what he had to say. The discovery of Bantu philosophy is the disturbing event for all those who are concerned with African education. We have had the idea that we stood before them like adults before the newly born. In our mission to educate and to civilize, we believed that we started with a tabula rasa, though we also believed that we had to clear the ground of some worthless notions to lay foundations in a bare soil. We were quite sure that we should give short shrift to stupid customs, vain beliefs, as being quite ridiculous and devoid of all sound sense. We thought that we had children, great children, to educate, and that seemed easy enough. Then all at once, we discovered that we were concerned with a sample of humanity, adult, aware of its own brand of wisdom and molded by its own philosophy of life. That is why we feel the soil slipping under our feet, that we are losing track of things, and why we are asking ourselves what to do now to lead our colored people. Placide Tempels wasn't necessarily trying to do complementary work. What he was attempting to do, according to scholar Paulin Hotunji, was to find a psychological and cultural basis for rooting the Christian message in the African's mind without betraying either. But instead of discovering impressionable children, he found sagacious men. His discovery is very nice to hear. However, we have yet to find our Plato. Why didn't Tempels relate to us any Platos? If he was impressed enough to call this Bantu philosophy, surely some names of great ancient African thinkers would have made it into popular culture to some degree. Why haven't their names been passed down in written or even oral form? This line of questioning is perfectly reasonable for Western thinkers. However, as mentioned before, its relevance fails when one considers how some Africans organize their societies. I'll explain. Let's begin with why there were no individual philosophers popularized in these regions. Scholar Oyeka Owomoyela contends that in traditional African society, to attach one's name to an object or an idea is to assert exclusive claim and proprietorship to it, whereas traditional society frowns on the implied possessiveness and ostentatious self-importance. In other words, our African Platos would have been behind the veil of communal tradition. Your knowledge is our knowledge. Thus, promotion of the individual was not a part of many African value systems. For the African, one might argue, to the extent that the generalization would permit, truth has an independent existence and is not necessarily dependent for its validity on who voices it. If philosophers argue that their discipline has no absolutes but depends on personalities, they limit its attractiveness to the African mind. So according to scholar Oyeka Owomoyela, individual promotion of an African Plato was simply antithetical to communal ownership, which as a cultural value was ubiquitous throughout the African continent. One might also wonder why many African cultures were oral. Why didn't they write down their thoughts? Even though writing does exist on the continent, many cultures were oral, seemingly valuing preservation through memory over text. There are pros and cons to both models, however. Unfortunately for us Western thinkers, we desire textual documentation. Without the writing, we cannot see an African Plato, and thus, we presume he cannot or does not exist. This kind of thought process, in my opinion, leads us to the same uninformed thinking of David Hume and Immanuel Kant in relation to Africa. So I think we should be careful with that. There seems to be cultural reasons why the African Platos have not made it to our Western ears, and if we're seeking to understand African culture, we should be open to reframing our line of questioning or simply being mindful of our Western biases. Well, I'm all out, guys. I'm hoping you understand a little better why looking for Europe and Africa isn't an effective way to understanding African culture. And if you like these videos and want to help in this.
Thank you. Wow, I did find it more more compelling than I thought it was. You know, I haven't seen it before. Before sharing it. Did you? Okay. AY, since you came in last, what do you make of? I will ask you this. I know you want to comment about the national anthem. What did he conclude about why we don't have our own African Plato or Kant or Humes? Why are you?
Africa what?
Why do we not have our own African Plato, Kant, or Humes? Those are philosophers.
I know.
Mm.
I know. Good evening, everyone from here.
Evening.
The Jago himself.
Thank you. How are you?
Malga. Yeah, where is the other guy? Actually, I came in. Bumi was making a lot of sense to me. You know, Ferreira always make a lot of sense. Just the war. He's a warlord as well, you know. Thank God it's not in Lagos Island. Mr. Jagu. Steph, long time.
Come through, my brother. Come through.
Completely abandoned us.
It's been a tough discussion today. So I don't know that I think the question that forefather asked you is a bit difficult because I don't know if you listened to the whole show.
I listened to part of it. To be honest, that question, for me to answer it, right? I don't know the direct answer why, but here is what I'm gonna say. I think from my understanding of philosophy, there were a lot of politics in it as well, because the great philosophers, I think even Plato studied in Egypt. Most of them studied in Egypt, actually. I remember, if I can recall correctly, I think Aristotle was Plato's student. So the basically what I'm trying to say, the origin, valid origin of philosophy is from Africa, is from Egypt.
Yeah.
But here we have people came, collected the knowledge and left, make it bigger. But we that give out the knowledge, we don't have people to represent us. That is actually a very big question that I have to think about. It's a puzzle, actually. I remember the last time I was listening to you when you guys were discussing Professor Wole Soyinka. Your argument was why literature? Why we don't have Nobel laureate in physics, in sciences, in other area? Why literature? That's what they decide to give to us, a kind of. That's another question. It's just similar in that direction. I mean, Wole Soyinka did his best. I heard a lot of people criticizing him, even if I disagree with his utterances. I think it's unfair for anybody to tell you Wole Soyinka is nobody, Wole Soyinka know nothing, that's all nonsense. We need to, my argument here is, we need to try and learn to stay on issues. The fact that Wole Soyinka is saying something today that does not resonate with us doesn't mean that he knows nothing. Come on. We play too much. You know, we can criticize him, you know, but making such statement, I completely disagree. On the issue of sciences, I'll also look at it like, we might not really, we don't have the, I think somehow we don't have the resources. to even in research to really go into research. Research need a lot of money because everything that is affecting us today is as a result of planning. Even today, if we are saying that Nigeria we don't have, it's not a rich country. We have the potentials. We still have the potentials today, but the problem is planning. I heard somebody said here that the system we are currently operating is not going to work. And that has been my thing. It's not going to work. The system we're currently practicing is not going to work. Even the Peter Obi, all of us are shouting for Peter Obi. The only reason I gave my support for Peter Obi, I felt Peter Obi was a better candidate than Atiku and Tinubu. I don't believe, I have stated it here, I don't believe Peter Obi will perform any magic. Because the truth is, even no matter how we love him, even if we don't want to accept it, Peter Obi belongs to the corrupt system. It's a part of it. This is the honest truth. We need to state things the way they are. Sowore, on the other hand, Sowore does not belong to that system. That is where Sowore is kind of different. Because if we actually need a complete change, everything has to be holistic. Like, we need to shift away. We need to shift. We don't need people that will go and be kneeling down to Obasanjo and IBB in their criminal hideout. We don't need such people. They've done their best. That is what I think they can offer, but they need to exit. They need to leave the system. Let the young ones build their own system. Let's assume they've lived their life. Just move away. This is just my whole thinking. If anything would change in Nigeria, just like what is going on in Senegal now, they were able to break the system and bring a fresh system. They have a complete new president that does not belong to the corrupt system. Now, if he chooses to go in that path, he knows the people will not forgive him, God will not forgive him. So this is a good opportunity for him to build. I know in Burkina Faso, whatever, they also have a younger military leader. I never believe in military leader because they don't change. They are the same. Right now, he's fighting for extra 5 years. After extra 5 years, he's going to be contesting for another election. This is the reason why I don't believe in those people. They are the same. They will start good. The end, they get greedy. That means they don't have the people at heart. Because if you have the people at heart, you will be your goal would be, let me set up a system that will work for everybody. They don't do that. It's greed.
Okay, let's talk about this anthem then. That
oh man, I don't even know why you guys are wasting your time. To be honest, it's really
how do we reverse it now? Because we can't be singing Oyibo man's national anthem now.
So I heard Prophet Michael Zekome change the name of Nigeria. These are not our problem, man. They are not. What is national anthem?
They are not even being creative. From he was saying change the name of Nigeria from Nigeria to the United States of Nigeria. It's like they are
when
not
you
creative.
say national anthem, we are talking about economy is down, people are hungry, criminal insecurity. You are talking about national anthem. It seems you don't even know why do you even have time to be what is it gonna do for us? What is it gonna do for us? You know, not that we cannot change it, but it's the way they put energy on this nonsense. Like a house is just like a house is burning. You looking for sweet you put somewhere inside the house. That is exactly what they are doing. To me, that is a sign of unseriousness. Why are you discussing national anthem? We can do this at a later time. We have burning issue right now. Country is on fire. You talking about national anthem? I'm not going to help you guys to discuss that. Who want to change it? Go ahead. I'm not interested, to be honest. It's so annoying.
Very well said.
Yeah.
And I hear that the House Speaker is one that proposed it, but clearly we know
they are dumb.
Man.
These guys are visionless. They are dumb. The House Speaker look at the Senate President. Look at the whole Senate, for example. How many senators today have you heard them like having a proper discussion, criticizing a system, like thinking of how they will change the system, change the country for prosperity? The House of Rep member, 360 empty vessels doing nothing. All they do, what are they doing for Nigeria? If you really want to change the system, you are not greedy. I was just having this discussion the other time. We don't need Senate and Rep. We don't need 360, 109. We don't need them. All we just need one house, one parliament, 109, 3 from each state. And let people work. Let people work for the country. We don't need all those people wasting money on those 360 doing what? The money you are wasting on 360 Rep members, I'm sure those money we build standard hospital for us. They will do a lot of things for us. I don't even know why these people don't. We need to do things very fast. The population of Africa, especially Nigeria, is blowing up. They don't sit down and have the discussion that what is going on. If you see the youth in Africa now, that is the future. This youth, you need to invest in them. You need to do something. They don't think of the future of the country. That is just my problem. If Mr. Tinubu was going in a direction that will even encourage me to say, okay, this my city has a plan, I'll be happy. To be honest, that is my biggest frustration. If you are a student of Nigeria, when you go back to 25 years, on my own, I kept asking myself, why are we not improving? Why is the country not improving? It's actually deteriorating. That is, we not even like gradual change, movement, we are not moving. We are not, if you go to hospital, they are worse than 20 years ago. If you go to Nigeria schools, they are worse than 20 years ago. If you just be naming there, is it the police? Is it the army? Is it, somebody was saying here today, Nigeria Army single-handedly stopped the war in Liberia. Today, Nigeria Army, they are struggling to start a riot.
Unbelievable.
So we need to, a system needs to be improving to give people hope. But we are not having that. So this is my whole personal pain about the whole situation. If we were improving, even if it's gradual, I would say, okay, we built a refinery how many years ago? Today, we don't have one. They are repairing the one we built how many years ago? You see, when was the last time they built the airport? We don't have airport. Our airport are in garbage. If you go to Lagos airport, sometimes you not see toilet to use. So it's sad. No, it's not joke. It's people will
seriously no
for
toilet.
you. Yeah,
I thought they've had a new one now.
These people are no. So this is my own frustration about the country, to be honest.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Ferrari want to say something.
Yeah, let Ferrari say something, then Jonaba can add to it. Please, Ferrari, go ahead. 1 minute.
Okay, forefather, this is why me and you get into it. Why do you think you have to go back to the issue of national anthem after such a brilliant conversation we've had on the way forward? And then you went back, and then AY just said something about they don't have toilet, they don't have all the good points. AY, let me thank you very much. You made excellent. I mean, you killed it. I'm very, and you will always do. Why do you go back? Oh, they say they have. That's what I mean by, you see, the people need to be sensitized, but when you throw in those desensitizing statements, oh, but they say they have good toilet. I mean,
the reason why is because you have to actually be honest and truthful, because you don't want, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. Because you don't want the other side, to start poking holes in what you say. You have to always, and I'm not looking at it from the point of view that AY was being dishonest. I was just adding texture to what he's saying, so that we are more on the same page, and nobody can come and criticize.
That pushes, let me show you what that does. That pushes the incompetence of the government to be normalized. When you push that angle, I understand what you're trying to do, but you got to also be sensitive to the impact to the viewers of those, that's your angle. You understand?
I don't. You see, my problem with what I've seen before now is that people criticize, and you find out that what they're criticizing, they don't even recognize it. They don't even know it. And
I
it's very
agree with
important
you,
you
but
know
when
what you're
you
critiquing. That's why I
criticize, why don't
always
you
interject
question
and
them?
add that information.
I agree with you. When you hear them criticize, why don't you question them on their own suggestion or their own way forward rather than normalize what they are criticizing? I think
No, I'm
that's
not
where
normalizing
the
it. Did I
problem
normalize
is.
anything here? I just said that was there not a new one that was said to have been built? It's not normalizing bad behavior. It's just to express information. Why would I'm now see? When I was talking to somebody the other day, and the person said the person is afraid of going to Nigeria because they could get arrested. Now I'm beginning to think that maybe too I should be afraid, because some of things I've said here, I've said so many crazy things. And you are here saying I'm working for them. I've said some crazy things against our leader. I'm calling them traitors and all the rest. Can you imagine that?
Yeah, on the other big point we were talking about, you let Seko leave, and I wanted to address, you know how he also went back. He also took it back to the issue of Obi and Sowore and individualism and making a main character. I think that conversation has led us away from those people. We just wanted to use them,
But to be
Obi
fair,
and
though,
Sowore, as
to
an
be fair,
instrument to get to the sensitization of the people. It's not for them to empower themselves.
AY just came in. He hasn't made any comment about the anthem. So normally when people come in for the first time, it's not like he's been here and made a comment about the anthem. So I was giving him an opportunity to add his own, get his own opinion about this in the anthem. So that's why. And AY gave his opinion very well, and he's been very well behaved today. He didn't ask for anybody to be thrown out. Jonava, I'm sure you're going to do it over the weekend, AY. Jonava, welcome.
Thank you for having me back again. I think I think I have some issues here. I'm struggling here because we have to, moving forward, like I said here over and over. Yes, the airport have a new wing that is functioning. There's nothing wrong in measuring that. I was there 4-5 weeks ago. I went through it. It's a great improvement. It's a complete different wing in Lagos. If you come through Delta Airline, maybe if you come through any other airline that will take you through the other part, I don't know. The old terminal, I don't know. But this is a standard, it's an improvement. We cannot just say, oh, we are giving the credit or we are trying to promote what these people, that is not how things work. Well, the adage in my place said that when you beat your child with left hand, you use the right arm to put the child close to you. It doesn't mean that we are not fighting in Nigeria against ourselves. What we are calling it out for our leader to be more responsible, to feel the pain of the citizens, to know that in 21st century, we have to do better and make ourselves competitive. Because when you are in the corridor of power, you are drunk. Sometimes that's why you have advisors around you to calm you down, to make you look at the important things. Power is very strong thing. And then you have to let the people surround the person. They say that the bird of the same feather flies together. That this thing that you are doing, I don't want to be part of it. Even when you are cutting out of such group, you make your case plain to the world that this is why I'm leaving this administration. This is what I call, or this is my suggestion, but they silent me. Don't we know the good and the bad one, the actors? And we can say, okay, the Nigerians belong to all of us, and we all have a stake here, and we all have a say here. But in the midst of that, it's okay. You are doing this. You can rate people. You can, if you like, give them 100 minus 100%. But you cannot take the reality away from it. And that is being disingenuous, and that is not going to help us in any way. Our anger is not towards anybody in particular. We are just trying to say that you that are in leadership, that the country trusts you with our resources, manage it well, put things in order. Let there be a better society that everybody, this is pitiful. This pitiful is understatement. People are dying for no reason for what they shouldn't die for. These are your citizens. This money you are looting and putting out there is not helping us anyway.
It's not helping the citizen of the country. But we cannot just be disingenuous in our comment that what is there and say it's not there. Once you make that, then you are trying to, the people will say, okay, what will I do to make people happy anyway? See, you are giving you say that okay, whatever I do, they're not going to show any sign anyway. So I want to join the wagon of those people who are not doing nothing. So even if the little one I do, they are not calling it out. The world is changing rapidly, and we have to change with the world and have a new mentality. How do we strategize things, and how we make our comment that at least people that are listening to us know that we are being genuine about our issue and not disingenuous or pick and choose selective fight. I don't think that will lead us anywhere. That is to regard. And if Ferrari want to say something before I say what I want to say, he's welcome.
I don't in Yoruba proverb I don't want us to start arguing. I don't want us to be arguing about toilet or no toilet. But I would ask you, John Abba, have you ever been to Turkey airport?
Yes, sir.
Do you see how their airport is? Compare it to your airport, and you're proud to say your boys are doing well. Keep it up.
The word doing well is not what it is.
That's
there is
not
a
what
new
he
one.
said.
So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not putting issue with you. If you go, it's your big brother there. You could have do better. So I'm not going to be dragging issue with you. My own is that there is a new wing of airport that is better than the old ones. I hope they keep it up and maintain it, because we don't have a problem with all of those things. You can see mansion in Nigeria, but lack maintenance. You can build something just like AY say. You can go back and all the hospital 20 years ago, instead of improving the quality and everything, has gone backward. So, but we cannot say that what we saw now does not exist. I think that is being disingenuous. And if you are comparing the standard, you compare to the environment, what we have now and what we don't even have at all. So not that you're going to say, okay, Turkey airport and all the other airport. Of course, I'm not comparing it. If you ask me point blank, can you compare it? And I'll say no. But then there's something better than the old ones.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You want to add more?
Oh, not on that issue again. Move out from there, and if you want to rephrase whatever I want us to, because on the issue of the national, I think I've commented on it.
Yeah, we've already talked about that.
Yeah.
So okay. You see, there was one thing I saw recently that I thought maybe we don't have a lawyer here, so it would have been good we had a lawyer here that can read this thing, because all these documents sometimes they can be a bit weird and we don't know what fully they mean. So somebody brought to my attention our Declaration of Independence document by the UK, and that it was implying that we are still part of the UK to an extent. But I found that a little bit peculiar. So I thought I should share it so that anybody that understands this language is better than I do can shed some light to it. It's a very serious stuff. This could explain why we are where we are, but we don't know. It's just a suggestion. So let me pull this information. Now, this is the actual document from the UK website. Let's see. So
what year is that written, please?
I think it will be just before 1960 now. 1960 independence. I think that's the year. I think it says July 29th of July 1960. So look at the first section here. This is the area I found a little bit peculiar. It says, on the first day of October 1960, the colony and the protectorate, as respectively defined by Nigerian constitutions, orders in council 1954 to 1960, shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion under the name Nigeria. So they are basically saying these two areas, the colony and the protectorate, they are different. And so they are now saying that they are coming together, that shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion under the name Nigeria. So for me, that statement is a little bit troubling, because I don't know what it fully means. But then they went on to say, no act of parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall extend or be deemed to extend to Nigeria or any part thereof as part of the law thereof and as from that day. Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom shall have no responsibility for the government of Nigeria or any part thereof, and the provisions of the first schedule to this act shall have effect with respect to legislative powers in Nigeria. So, you see, what do you make of that? Jacob, it looks like you may have a little bit, because you know, what do you think?
To me, the first paragraph is quite clear in saying that the Protectorate of Nigeria and the Company of Nigeria is now one thing, as from 1960 has continued in the name of Nigeria under the Queen's domain, basically. And then it goes on to separate itself from the government of Nigeria and the making of laws in the second paragraph, which is again quite clear. I don't know I've never read that document. I've never come across it necessarily, but I do know that our people, Zeke, Awolowo, brought who else was there? Our man from the Midwest at the time, a very celebrated. No, not Awolowo. Sorry, I've forgotten his name briefly. Well, they came to the table to discuss this with Britain, and it took many years. Actually, we should have actually got our independence in '54, which would have been before, which would have made us the first so-called sub-Saharan country, and not Ghana, to claim independence. But I'm interested in this kind of type of document because there is some kind of ownership, I believe, the UK still holds over Nigeria. I think just like the northern parts of West Africa, the ECOWAS countries that have now left ECOWAS, they understood that they had a double indemnity of colonization, which was neo-colonization. I don't think Nigeria as a country really pays much attention to the fact that we are still somehow neo-colonized.
Yeah, you see, the term dominion, this is what it means. I say the term dominion means that which is mastered or ruled. It was used by the British to describe their colonies or territorial possessions. And this is such a brutal definition, actually. Such a brutal, I would have expected it to be a little bit nuanced. And yet, we find it in our documents that our leaders signed on to, that shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion under the name. It's almost like this independence document is saying that, you know what, you are now free to do whatever you like, but somehow you are still my dominion. How does that even work? It just seems a weird arrangement. I wish somebody that is a lawyer that can dissect this stuff can actually make sense of it, because right now that gives me trust issues. But somebody said, I have to give Gazdemov the credit for this. Gazdemov was the one that highlighted this, flagged this up, and he said something about this in the there was another republic stuff that happened in Nigeria. So it would be good to find somebody that knows about it, that can shed light. You know, Dr. Damage does have lawyers and constitutional people to come in here. When they come next time, these are the questions I would like to put to them. That is there any other law Nigeria has written that can counteract this one? Because they did say that there. If you look at what he said here, he said something about the provisions of the first schedule, which I think is referring to that first part, or I don't know, schedule to this act shall have effect with respect to legislative powers in Nigeria. So it says shall have effect with respect to legislative. Okay, so yeah, so I thought it says you can use the legislative powers of Nigeria can counteract it. You know, that gives me some serious trepidation there, because this it doesn't have to be in our constitution. It just have to be in the document that our leaders agreed to. It doesn't have to be in our constitution. So I just thought I should highlight that. And it's about time I start rounding up, to be fair. And, you know, because I even checked the Ghanaian ones. The Ghanaian ones had that same language. And Gazdemov did highlight that the Kenya one doesn't have it, and which is true. The Kenyan one doesn't have that dominion kind of language. This one is more straightforward. It looks more like a proper, independent document, an act to make provision for and in connection with the attainment by Kenya of a fully responsible status within the Commonwealth. You see what I mean? So this one seems like he's clearly saying he wants to be a whole nation from the beginning. But the other one is saying, you're going to be part of my dominion, and somehow. I don't understand.
Well, don't you think by the time they've used the term Commonwealth, it is that language thing again, whereby you are still owned or you are still colonized?
Yes, that's true. And that Commonwealth, the reason why one can, in a way, leave Commonwealth can be a little bit benign because it's like an organization you can pull out of it. But when somebody signs on to a document where somebody says you are part of their dominion, that worries me a bit. They basically say you are a contractor, you are a free willing contractor, but you are still mine. That kind of that's the kind of the stuff it gives me. And the way our leaders behave actually implies that look at, they just went back. They just went back to an anthem that was written by somebody during that period. The way our leaders behave implies that. They don't behave as if they are, charting their own path into the future. It's really strange. And it's just weird that when...
So to be sure, this thing that
you were saying?
Sorry, this thing that you're showing us, is it present in today's constitution, or is it from the 1960s and it has no bearing on our present situation? I mean, how did the documents affect our constitution now?
The constitution is the act. They call it the act. That's how you understand it. It's not for, I'm not sure it's directly for Nigeria necessarily. It's not our constitution. It's like a Nigerian Independent Act of, you see, the UK itself is the one that is passing the law. Not Nigeria. It's the UK itself that's passing the law from their point of view of trying to give us independence. You see what I mean? So they're passing the law, and this is the state of that law. This is how it looks. So it's not for Nigeria to have in their constitution. It's for them to use it as a way of bequeathing control of Nigeria back to Nigerians.
Can I come in there? So, for my own understanding of that language,
you should have let me finish what I was saying. Now you just one statement.
I'm sorry.
But go ahead.
Can I just? So I'm sorry. So, for my own understanding of that English language, that was supposed to connote a transitionary period between 1954 to 1960. If you look at it, it was very specific. You understand? Between 1954, I think there was they gathered in London to make the constitution.
That's right.
That transitionary period between 1954 and 1960, and upon the said date, 1st of October 1960, we become independent. It was that. I think that was it. We are not bound to any British.
Hold on. But this was
written. You're right. Olumide.
Let me just add this. This was written in 1960, from what I can see here. It says on the first day of October. So they started with the Independence Declaration. Then it says the colony and the protectorate as respectively defined by the Nigerian Council, orders in Constitution, in Council, orders in Council, 19. So they are describing something that happened before then, 1956 to 1954 to 1960, shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion. You see, now this is what I'm saying. The earlier part is referring to something that happened before that period of 1954 to 1953. Then it went on to use shall. Shall is something that is going to be happening now. You see what I mean? That is what I find peculiar. If Tabini says was or is even it makes more sense because you're using it to refer to that time.
But shall what?
It says shall together constitute part of Her Majesty's dominion under the name Nigeria.
But is it inclusive of that time period? 54 to 60.
No, it's almost as if they are describing that period Then they said, because of what you understand about that period now, it's going to now become part of Her Majesty's dominion, like as one entity called Nigeria. At least that's the way it seems to imply, because there's a comma here. They finish describing this part, what this represents, because I think this area, like Olumide stated, implies that these areas are together. They are one. There's a colony and there's a protectorate. Now he's saying that two of them shall come together to become part of Her Majesty's dominion with the name Nigeria. You would think this should have been done in the first time they created Nigeria, isn't it? So why is it still being stated here? Because during the creation of Nigeria, it involved these protectorates and the colonies, isn't it? So why was Nigeria not the name? I thought Nigeria was created in something like 1914 or so, during that period. So why are they using the name again now? It's a bit odd. Or maybe they needed the way to name the new nation. So, but they just decided to use the same name as the previous old name. After all, our leaders went back to the old anthem. So what is the difference now? So maybe that's what is going on there. But clearly, they are implying something that is moving forward, not something that has ended. They are describing something that is currently going on. Because shall doesn't imply something that has happened before. Am I correct, Jagun?
I think so.
So I don't know, man. We need because all these other ones too, I can't even say I fully understand what.
So with the English, did I make myself clear or?
You did.
You made yourself clear in the way you explained it. It would have made sense if those language was not like that. The language didn't say shall. You know, it didn't go. If he said these territories, these different territories are part of His Majesty's dominion. Then it's saying at that moment. But this one, he went on to say shall together constitute part. It's like now, it's like saying now, okay, maybe I don't know, maybe these are just preambles of the actual DC, but this is the actual act. So maybe they are just preambles. Maybe it's a way of saying.
How long is that document, please?
It's quite long, from what I can see. It's quite. I wouldn't say it's too long. It's got a lot of references and all the rest. But based on this, one cannot say it's too long. Maybe it has more this thing there. Who knows? I'm not fully read it. But it would be good to have somebody. No, it says. No laws and no provisions of any law made on or after the appointed day by any such legislature as aforesaid shall be void or inoperative on the. Oh goodness, all this legalism, man. They are just.
I think it would be good to go through that properly. I think it would be good to have the Constitution next to it, so we can see what we have divorced from and what we maintain from this document. Because what I regather from these things is, as you said, that's how the nation is. Nigeria is a very peculiar thing, and today this guy Sekou, he was asking the question, for which unfortunately James didn't take it very well. But he was asking the question, what is Nigeria? What is it apart from the geography? What does it constitute? And I think this is the peculiarity that confounds us all. What state are we in actual fact? It's very interesting.
Yeah, I really appreciate the engagement on this. Gas them up. It's a shame you can't come in. You have to come in with full camera on if you want to come in right now. But I'm going to be doing shows on my channel. So let me remind the viewers, if you've not subscribed to True Niger, please do that. If you really want somebody that's actually going to be active, you need to encourage me. If you encourage me, you don't need too much this thing to tell me what to do. All this stuff we talk about here, I'm actually going to action them. Like I said, I don't have the funding. If I had the funding, most of what this is we are talking here, I'll be actioning them. I'll be on the ground in Nigeria. I don't care. I have only one life to live. I'll do what I need to do if I have the resources. So that said, and subscribe to True Niger, because we do cover topics and we cover various, because this platform is defined in a specific way. You have to have your face on, and it's more of a kind of, how do I describe it? Establishment kind of platform where you have things done in a more how do I put it, corporate way. You don't want to have the kind of rough edge conversations that can go on the other platforms. So subscribe to True Nigeria is important, because some of all these topics we are going to cover them, and someone like Gas them up with there and actually be able to contribute, because there are a lot of people that don't want to come on, show their face, and it's not their fault they cannot be here, and it's also not the fault of this channel that they cannot be here, because this channel it wants to do certain things and it wants to reach certain people, and it's important that, because like we are able to still air the views, but not, you can, like, if Jagun comes to Nigeria and swears, that's free, no problem. You see, he's free to swear as much as he likes. But this platform is different, because younger people are listening to it, older people are listening to it, elderly people are listening. But on True Nigeria, it's quite intellectual and more brutal. We have to narrow down. That's where you beat down the ideas and question things more thoroughly. So if you've not subscribed, and the more you encourage that channel, the more your work is done. And if you've not subscribed to, by any accident you are here, you've not subscribed to Dr. Damages, do that now. Don't wait till later, just do it now. Every single one subscription matters. Like and share to other people. This channel is quite unique. Let's face it. Most channels out there, they cover their faces. They do other kinds of stuff. This one is unique. Everybody comes here, talk, show their face and have conversations. Because of that uniqueness, it's worthy of being promoted. Exactly. And let's do that, because it encourages our people to have some serious conversations and openly for people to actually show their face too. Augustine, you came when we are about to close. So whatever is going to happen backstage. We are going to go backstage. And by that time, gas them up. You can join the conversation backstage. Everybody is free to have conversations at the backstage. So gas them up. You don't have to leave. Augustine, thank you for joining us. Before we close out, what do you think about this? Nobody should contribute further, because we want to close out. Nobody should contribute further. So what do you think about this anthem change? Is it not a great change? Going back to Oyibo woman's national anthem. Where do we start from?
The funny thing about the anthem is, when I was listening to Arise News this morning, they were like, "Oh, Tinubu shouldn't sign it. Tinubu shouldn't sign it." I was like, "Oh, this is about 12 o'clock. Let me go and check." And I saw that he has already signed it. So you ask yourself, and I love what somebody said today. That should be, if not now. He said, we have just one political party. It's not one political party. We just have one gang. I call it gang. It's not a political party. But if you use the word political party, there should be argument in political party. So that's to tell you that even the proposal came from Tinubu, that he wants to do something to distract us. And they've succeeded in, and somebody asked question, the oppositions, if you're an opposition, what will you do? If your house is set on fire and you see the elders of the house pursuing rats, if you're reasonable, you will just try to quench the fire, or you just look at them. So opposition shouldn't come to say, don't reverse to old national anthem. It's a shame that we allowed that robbery to hold. It's a shame that we allowed that Mahmoud stupidity to hold in Nigeria. That we allowed that is what gave birth to this. See, 419ers have taken that country. Criminals have taken that country. And they will, what do? They will certify their Western world, and they would rally around. See what will happen on June 12th. Just see what will happen. You see the kind of money. They say there is no money. See the kind of money they're going to spend on June 12th, thinking that they are celebrating. No, they are going to replenish themselves. It's a shame that we came from that country. So
Man, you know, saying that
For you
is
to
a
have the
shame.
national
Yesterday,
anthem, to
I
have
was
a nation.
embarrassed. I was embarrassed yesterday.
Yeah, so,
Why?
but you know that after the national anthem today, if you had listened to what happened in the National Assembly, somebody intoned on your mandate. Somebody intoned in that National Assembly today. So people are still standing on that mandate.
These politicians, why are they so sick? What is wrong
But,
with
but
them?
actually, forefathers, that's what they should have done. Change our national anthem to On Your Mandate.
On your mandate, that would have been the better.
At this rate, it's better than the one that they went and chose.
Yeah.
What are you doing on your
This is bad.
Forefathers, before you go.
That was Nigerian. At least it's a Nigerian that sang it. This was what oh my God. After
Listen,
60 years.
Listen, I was listening. I was looking at something on IG, and I saw where Bola Tinubu made a statement. This is way long time, that if he ever becomes Nigerian president, that he's gonna change the national anthem. So clearly that's what he said.
But he didn't say what did he say what he was going to change it to?
That he's gonna change it to this. It's on my phone. There's
Oh
somebody.
my God! He said it a long time. Can you share the link, please?
Let me see.
Kai. You know that Tinubu name is known for slave trade.
100,000 units.
Everything this man does betrays his own people. What is wrong with him?
Okay, we'll do 5 meals.
And Nigerians, of everybody, they allow this man to sneak in. Unbelievable stuff. Maz, have you finished Augustine?
My brother, I've just been listening to you guys. I'm pitying the souls in Nigeria because they can't do anything. I'm pitying them. They can't do anything. I don't know how we entered into this. And where is Mahmoud? Where is that man? Where is INEC?
You're asking that. Where is P2B? Where is Atiku? Where are all the opposition? Where is Sowore?
What do you want Atiku to do? What do you want?
Well, at least they should be outraged that this is what they are doing. We are outraged here. Why are they not outraged? What are they doing?
Why are you asking about P2B?
Because they are nowhere to be seen. Why are we here?
What are you talking about? P2B just left Dallas yesterday.
Oh, so
Dallas.
Did he tweet about it? Or what did
he
say?
He has been talking to people. He has been talking to people
about this anthem.
Can we let that man be?
Can you just stop? I'm asking. Hold on. Are you saying that it's illegitimate for me to say where is Peter Obi on this? Because I've not heard him anywhere.
You're waiting for him to. You're waiting for him to tweet
I'm not waiting. Am I not online now?
Rino Mokri and Buwala will take it upon themselves. I think we tweeted yesterday.
I am online now. All of them should be coming out. They should have come out days ago because they are closer to the politics.
The people you should be asking about. The people you should be asking about is Sowore. I have not seen Sowore.
I am asking for Sowore. I ask for everybody, just as we are dragging ourselves out here. Where are they?
If you are asking me to ask any
of them are shouting, "What are you doing?"
That means your argument is not correct.
My position is
okay.
Quick one.
That's election.
Before you go, she's gone. Sorry, I was just gonna say because I've been watching you guys. Sorry, since Ify mentioned there's a video, you know me now. I'm the production assistant.
This one is on IG.
Don't worry. Since Ify mentioned it, I've gone on Twitter. He ends up on Twitter. Those of us on Twitter will get it at second hand. I've gone on Twitter just in the last few seconds.
What's your handle on Twitter?
I'll drop it in the backstage.
Let me hear what he's got to say.
So I've downloaded it quickly and I've added it to the stage for you, forefathers. If you want to play the video, that's what I've come to say.
Let me see.
I've added it to the studio for you so you can share it.
Oh yeah, let me check it.
Forefathers, please put me on backstage.
I told you, I'm your production assistant.
Thank you. Let me see if I can find it. Is it the one at the bottom? I don't know.
The one at the bottom, yes. I didn't rename it, sorry. I just did it quickly.
Oh, is it this one?
We are one Nigeria. And we should be proud of our greenback. That is the passport. In fact, if I have my way, I will bring back our old first national anthem. That describes us much, much better. I don't know why we changed it. It's about service. It's about diversity. It's about commitment, the value and nation building. So that is my message.
Oh,
you're welcome.
So you see, the problem, if you listen to him, you will realize that the problem of this anthem is not anything other than fighting Obasanjo.
Because he almost mentioned
That
his
is just
name.
what it is.
I
So
don't know
this
why. I don't know why we changed it. He almost mentioned
Yes.
Obasanjo's name.
Yeah, if you
this is
listen
a
to him,
nation that they are playing with.
they are using their personal squabs to toy with the national. So there's no national cohesion in that country.
That thing it shouldn't last more than 5. This APC government, the moment the next government comes, they should remove it. You can't have an anthem written by foreigners. What kind of mad people are these?
This goes to my point.
In addition to what happened today, do you know that Akpabio opened his mouth and told him that they are waiting for the supplementary budget? So that means in few days, they'll be dealing with a supplementary budget. They've not even finished with the one that they just did the other time. What is wrong with these people?
You can see that the way he was talking about it, it's almost like, I'm not sure he was even, from what I see, it felt like he was nostalgic. And I remember when I look at him, I said, this guy was a young man when we were still under British colony. He probably saw it like a great thing when we got independence and they were singing this anthem.
When we got independence, he was in jail. He was in jail when we got independence, anyways.
What do you mean he was in jail?
You want me to
1960?
Yeah, 1960. Go and look at it. He was in jail. From the record, the FBI record, he was in jail at that time.
Is he that old at that time?
Yes. Oh, you think he's 70 years old? 70, not only 70 years old. He's not only 70 years old.
I think we are getting to let's go to the hard break now. Gentlemen, thank you all for coming in. Show Jagun, Olumide, Tone, Mazi, Prince, Augustine, and thank you all for joining in. Fumi O, I saw you there. Easy D, Kenry Bar, Gas Them Up, Show, Viral Gaming Entertainment.
I'm gonna all you.
Njenje Media TV. Olumide, calm down, Olumide. Njenje Media TV, thank you for joining us. Oh, that's just a link. Black Experience, I see you there. Black Experience, One Nigeria, I see you there. Thank you for joining us. Until next time, we're going to catch up with you guys again later. Let's see whether we can play Majefa Check out. See, this anthem needs to go. I will leave you guys with that. Thank you.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done.